An Applejack Year by Kalash93. Howdy, how you doing? My name's Applejack. Let me tell you, just because we're called the Apple family and our main product is everything apple under the sun, doesn't mean that life don't go on for us over here at Sweet Apple Acres when there ain't nothing to do involving apples. Now, let me clear something up for you. Not all apples bloom at the same time of year. Not all apple bucking happens in the fall. There are apples that get bucked in the summer, apples that need harvesting in the fall, apples that get picked in the winter, and even a few bear fruit late in the spring. It all depends on what kind of apple you're dealing with. But you didn't need to know that, didn't you? Pardon me, where are my manners? You're probably finding it mighty hard to understand me, ain't you? I'ma tone down my rustic twang just a tad. Isn't this better, innit? Now that we can properly understand each other, let me go on. You're wanting to hear about life here, right? Life at Sweet Apple Acres is like a wagon wheel. It has its highs and its lows, but it always comes back around again. I like to think that everything all starts in fall, because that's when there's the big harvest that'll make or break the whole year. Let me tell you, there ain't no feeling like seeing the bits come pouring in after selling off a huge load of apples following a real lean year. Bam, you just made yourself all of last year's money in just a day or two. You ever gotten a big load of bits come in for you either in person or when you've cashed the check at the bank? There's nothing like seeing all of them all shiny piled up on your table, counting up the golden ones, the bronze 2s, the silvery 5s, the red 10s, the green 20s, the pink 50s, the black 100s, the white 500s, and best of them all, the purple 1000 pieces. I don't know why purple's the color of the biggest money. Twilight once explained it to me as having something to do with something that happened real long ago with some sort of snarl or other. But I can't for the life of me remember what exactly now. Thanks Celestia for introducing different denominations, because it takes days counting all the little pieces when everything was just bits. Anyway, when you got money sitting in front of you like that, it's like looking at a feast. There's just so much you can't ever imagine ever running out, and you just want to enjoy all of it you can while it's there. The next season to come is winter. It starts by us all wrapping up everything. Then it's heartswarming. Remember how I told you how apples can still grow in the winter? Well, my family, we like to take a little rest, just relax, watch over the orchards, and do other things. Besides, working in the cold ain't fun. Not that there's much to do in the trees, all like skeletons without their leaves. Don't bother trying to sell apples. No ponies doing market business when they have to walk through a foot of snow to get there. Other than a bit of housekeeping, there's not much that needs to be done. It's just mostly going around, fixing things, making plans for when it gets warm again. And sometimes dealing with crooks and jackals, looking to make off with things that ain't theirs. And be careful with money, because we ain't getting much more until the next apple butt season. Big Mac and I sometimes work odd jobs here and there at this time of year. I wish I could say it was just because we get sick of being all cooped up on the farm. Let me tell you, you can only do so much with apples. Even I can't make do with just them. Then comes spring. We gotta undo everything that made winter. And that means a lot of work and slush that's just warm enough to melt, but still cold enough to chill you to the bone. Mud, especially cold mud of the spring rains with the thaw, gets everywhere and mucks up everything. Some days only Big Mac Bo's going out to work because he's the only pony who can get anything done. Money's getting real tight right around now, especially now that Granny Smith is getting older and Apple Bloom is starting to go to real school. We'd set up a college fund for her if there were any funds to set aside. We got 4 mouths to feed, with just 2 of them even being able to do anything about it. But there ain't no time for worrying when you've got orchards to tend to. The middle of spring might just have some of the best weather of the year. It's not too hot, too cold, too dry, or too rainy. And with those apples swelling up more and more on the trees by the day, it gives you something to go on. Because any week now, you'll be getting that second big tide of cash to try and settle those niggling little bills that you never planned on or trying to get. Like a storm taking out some windows, political stuff making your food get more expensive, needing to buy more textbooks they didn't tell you about at the start of the year, some Pegasus's prank washing away your fertilizer. Last is summer. Just as spring turns into summer, we get our second round of apple bucking. It's not fun like in the fall, even though we use that word pretty darn loosely around the orchard. It's always hard work. But fall has tourists and foals who will pay to pick some apples themselves. They think they're getting them for cheap. And they are if they look at what the store charges. The truth is that we'd rather have ponies buy right from us instead of going to the store, because we give a better apple for a lot less money. That and bulk buyers always find ways to take the lowest price and make it smaller. Ever since that farm subsidy died, they stopped letting us hedge prices in advance, and that business party got elected big time to candlelight. Tight times just to keep squeezing tighter and tighter. If you don't pick and sell your apples when they're ripe, they'll just rot and you'll get nothing. At least we can all fit in skinny clothes, and mind you, if I do say so myself, I look mighty fine thanks to this mandatory life of strict diet and hard exercise, as plenty of stallions and many mares too will tell you. Sorry, I forgot where I was going with that. Anyway, summer's hot and bright, the days are long, and we're working as hard as we can. Even Apple Bloom pitches in thanks to school being out and all. It's a lot, because we're getting ready for the one thing that gets us financially through the year, praying that it doesn't fall through like that year before last. And as summer goes on and your hopes swell up, just like how you want the apples to, it's the longest few months of the year. But it's not all bad. Plenty of time for friends and family and the good things in life. Ain't nothing like a summer night to go with a special sun pony when it's just the two of you together under Luna's moon lying awful close together. And then comes the fall again, and everything repeats but not quite the same. And that's how a year goes at Sweet Apple Acres, Sugar Cube. It has its low points and its high points, but no matter what happens, we always make it together. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta get calendars and almanacs for the new year.
From the lonely orphan children to the great kings of men, all are bound to perish. Death is the wage of sin. So turn away from gossip, deceitfulness, and woe. Let the carpenter from Galilee take up your heavy load. Narrow is the road to glory. Perdition's gates are broad and wide. On the steps you take to ponder, from the path to life, or wander for the narrow road to glory's worth the price. For the narrow road to glory's worth the price.
Vanilla Cream Cake by a Megathist. Outside Applejack's barn were several tables with various cakes, cupcakes, and a moderately sized stack of gifts. Surrounding the tables were orange and pink balloons everywhere Applejack looked. Such an odd colour pairing, although Pinky ain't exactly a normal Earth pony. Applejack smirked at the thought, and watched as a much taller Twilight Sparkle was feeling her hoof around Sugarbell's belly, with Big Mac watching the two mares interact. Applejack felt her heart brightening with a glowing light inside of her as she took it all in. It had been almost 2 years since Equestria united against and defeated the Legion of Doom, and about 5 months since Sugarbell announced that she was expecting Big Mac's foal. Applejack glanced over at Rainbow Dash, who had her wing wrapped around Fluttershy, and expected that her new roommate was going to move out before long. Applejack smiled at the two Pegasus mares, and for her brother and his wife, knowing that even without a partner, Applejack knew that all of these ponies were here for her and her birthday. As she walked over to the fold-in table closest to her, Applejack looked at the biggest cake that Pinky had brought, a simple vanilla cream cake with vanilla frosting, and a 2 and 5 candle together. Applejack heard some pony bounce up to her side and knew who it was from the smell of strawberries and cream. "Hey, Pinky? Applejack stammered. Is this my birthday cake? It sure is. Pinky hopped up and down. Isn't it perfect? Yeah, I guess I just thought it'd be something more like an apple pie or cake. Applejack shrugged. Well, I did bring apple empanadas, apple fritters, caramel apples. Pinky drifted off, and Applejack looked over and flinched at how wide Pinky's pupils were, like Applejack was all that existed in that very moment. But this cake is one of my favourite cakes. It's a bestseller at the Sugar Cube Corner. Huh, I'd have thought you'd like something with 50 different candies on it. Applejack laughed a little, like an explosion of sugar enough to get you bouncing off the walls. Oh, don't get me wrong, those are pretty good too, Pinky explained. And you'll try this cake soon enough, and I pinky promise that you'll love it. Walk with me? Oh, sure, why not, Sugar Cube? Applejack walked up the hill with Pinky bouncing beside her and felt the sun shining brighter on the trees as her eyes went up and down with each time Pinky jumped towards the sky and landed back down on the grass. So, I heard Cheese Sandwich was back in town. Yeah, he is. Pinky stopped bouncing up and down and gave a strange smile. We've been hanging out a bit. And do you see yourself with him? Applejack spoke again as soon as she saw Pinky's smile fading. I figured as much. Don't get me wrong, he's really fun to hang out with, Pinky insisted. But do you remember how we treated each other when we first met, competing to the point where I felt worthless as a party pony? Wait a second. He ain't going out of his way to make you feel worthless, is he? Applejack growled. No, not at all, Pinky gasped. But I don't want to feel like I'm competing with my special sun pony in the talent that I cherish most. You saw what that did to me. Understand, Applejack nodded. What about Princess Skystar? You got along with her pretty well. She is really cute, Pinky agreed, but she lives on Mount Aris. Plus, I have been thinking of some pony more different than me. Some pony more down to earth? Applejack suggested, and flinched when Pinky jumped in the air and grinned from ear to ear. Yes, exactly, Pinky exclaimed. Some pony that can show me that there's more to life than my parties, that sometimes beauty is in the simple parts of life. That does make sense, Applejack nodded. I swore that Rainbow Dash moved in to make a move, but I've been seeing her hanging out with Fluttershy more and more, which is fine, but would have been nice to have a mare friend to be part of my family. Family? Pinky nodded, staring deep into Applejack's eyes as she clarified. Family is very important to me too. How have they been, by the way? Applejack asked. Your other sisters find their special sun ponies? No, they've been taking care of the farm still, Pinky replied. Although I've wanted to move down there, there's so many more ponies to meet and talk to here, and I just don't want to see them just waste away, Applejack suggested, and noticed various strands of Pinky's mane straightening as she slowly nodded her head. The farm pony felt her head come up blank with what to do in this situation, and so she came closer and wrapped her foreleg around Pinky. It's okay, Pinky. I'm not sure how to help them without taking them away from the rock farm, but we can visit them and figure something out. You mean that? Pinky looked at Applejack, and their muzzles were centimetres apart as Applejack continued to hold Pinky in an embrace. I do, Applejack whispered, and barely had time to gasp as Pinky leaned forward, sealing the distance with a kiss that wasn't anything like Applejack had experienced before. All her life, it was just taking care of apples by doing this or that, eat apple this or that. Everything was about apples. But Pinky's words became crystal clear as Applejack tasted an entirely new flavour on her lips. A bright and sweet flavour, yet tame and simple at the same time. Applejack couldn't put her hoop on the exact kind of flavour until she had returned to the party. Her and Pinky walking with their pelts pressed against one another as their friends rejoiced over the two mares getting together. Applejack then tried the cake. and tasted the exact same taste. Sweet and simple.
I need you when you need me. What else more could someone need? You got a key and I've got a lock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the aftershock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a
Far from the Tree by Sonic Sons. I'd spent nearly half a day trying to get my head on straight, and while Dash might have laughed at that particular turn of phrase, circumstances being what they were, the fact remained that I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I hadn't expected there'd be a fuss. Honest, we're family, ain't we? Apples to the core? And it's not as if Rarity was some no-good gold digger or some such. Granny knew her. Why, she'd been over the homestead dozens of times. Granny knew she was getting the good sort, didn't she? Then why would she? I sighed. Walking in circles like this, I was bound to wear a groove in the floor. Or in my own head at least. The kitchen was empty. Rarity had gone home, of course, and Big Mac had gotten it into his head to take Apple Bloom out for ice cream with her friends. She didn't say it in so many words, but I think we knew that Granny and I needed a chance to talk, and if it came to yelling, well, there was no need for a filly to hear all that. Maybe it was just a shock, I thought to myself again. That's all. Granny's just getting older and she's not fit for surprises no more. I stopped walking, but she wasn't so shocked when Mac told her she was dating Sugar Belle, so I sighed. So maybe it was what I'd been expecting from the first. Maybe Granny wasn't too keen on, well, certain things not found in the scriptures. It hurt my heart to think that. More than that, it hurt me to think of Rarity. I could see it with my mind's eye. I'd told every pony that Rarity was coming by for brunch. Granny hadn't had no problem with it. She served up apple cobbler and pie and some nice juicy corn with butter. The whole works. Rarity kept smiling at me all along, 'cause she knew I was gonna announce it. But I was waiting till the right time was all. I thought they'd be pleased as peach to learn I'd finally found some pony. Oh, I knew I might get a ribbon. Oh, Rarity, did they run out of fancy ponies? Well, that's just a crying shame. But it'd be all in good fun, wouldn't it? Truth is, they'd be happy for me, because I was happy. But when the moment came, when I'd taken Rarity's hoof in mine and told them all that we were dating, Granny Smith got really quiet like. Mac had smiled and said that's what he'd been expecting, while Apple Bloom started talking up a storm about how Sweetie Belle was gonna be her cousin soon enough. Hold on, Sugar Cube, we hadn't exactly picked a ring yet. But as time went on, I couldn't help but notice Granny Smith just sitting there, real quiet like. She tried to smile once or twice, but it didn't look none too convincing. And after a bit, every pony else got quiet too. In a moment, we were all looking at her, waiting for her to say something. Rarity spoke up. It's, good news, don't you think? I mean, honestly, I don't know what she sees in me sometimes, but we're really quite happy. I need to go, Granny said. and then she slowly walked up the stairs to her room. So here I was, half a day later, thinking to myself that I just couldn't stall any longer. I walked up the stairs. I knocked on her door. "Granny Smith?" I called. "I expect this'll be a mite difficult for you, but we need to talk." Her voice was clipped and hoarse, as if she'd been crying. "Come in." I found her sitting on the bed, holding a picture frame in her hooves. "Granny," I started out. I wasn't sure how I felt about it even now. "Granny, you made my mare friend right upset today at brunch. She didn't do nothing to deserve that from you. She's the loveliest mare I've ever laid my eyes on, and you treated her like a field full of weeds." She flinched at that remark, and I took a moment to breathe. "Granny, I don't want to be mad at you, but you have to understand what this means to me, don't you? When Big Mac brought Sugar Bell home, you were crowing like a rooster all over town about it. But when I bring home a mare..." She slammed the picture onto the bedside table face down and turned her head to the table. Her breaths were coming in quick, and it looked like she was fixing to cry. I lowered my voice again. "Granny, do you think that Rarity is a bad sort?" She shook her head, still not looking at me. "Granny, is it the fact that she's a mare? Is that it?" She paused. She nodded. I felt my blood slowly starting to boil. Of all the things on this green earth, I never thought my own kin would be so... No shouting. Not yet, at least. Maybe you just don't understand. I feel the same way about Rarity that you felt about Grandpa Crisp." "I don't think so," she whispered. I staggered. Yes, I do, Granny Smith. And if you think..." She turned. "That's not what I meant. That I'm gonna stand for..." "Applejack, please. I didn't mean... this kind of... I'm like you!" The room turned deathly quiet. My eyes went wide. Granny was looking away again, crying. She tapped the face-down picture with one hoof. "Look at it," she sobbed. I took the picture in my hooves and slowly turned it over. It was a mare I'd never seen before. "See," she mumbled, "I know you don't feel the way about Rarity that I felt about your grandma. 'Cause if you did..." She looked at me. "If you did, you wouldn't be dating her." "Granny, you don't mean to tell me that... Your grandpa was a good stallion, you hear? He did everything he could for me. There were just certain things he couldn't do. I didn't tell him for near 30 years, and by then she was long gone. Went off to Manhattan. One day my letters started coming back unopened. And what could I do? Start over? At my age?" She looked me right in the eyes. "I wasn't brave like you." I didn't say a word. I just held her close while she cried. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I'll apologize to you, mare friend. It's just that when I heard you was dating a mare, It's okay, Granny. I just kept thinking about God and Dawn and all she'd meant to me. I'm here now. We kissed in the orchard. She begged me not to marry him. It's alright, Granny. It's okay. You don't have to hide. You don't have to hide no more." After a long while of crying, she whispered to me again, her small frame still shaking with sobs. "You have a beautiful mare friend, Applejack. I'm happy for you. I truly am. Just promise me you'll give her all the love she deserves. Don't hold back, you hear? Don't hold back. I promise, Granny. I promise." What's Wrong with the Cider by Sock Puppet. AJ, what the heck is wrong with this year's cider? Dash glared into the mug. The foam head was weak, barely a hoof shaving thick. Dash used the forehoof to wipe the moustache of the offensively weak foam from her lips. It tastes a mite weird this time, Applejack admitted. It tastes like spoiled apple juice, darling, Rarity said, pouring her mug onto the grass. It is spoiled apple juice, Dash said with a grimace. Fluttershy sobbed and kicked Dash in the shin. You woke me up at 5 in the morning so we could be the first in line for this? Twilight teleported away and returned a moment later with a delicate piece of scientific glassware held in her aura, which she then floated in her mug. The specific gravity is too high. What's the alcohol percentage? 0. Starlight sipped. 0, yeah. Pinky said, I like it better this way. DJ Pond3 lunged over the sales table at Applejack just before she could punch AJ in the face and earn an apple-sized beatdown in return. Octavia grabbed her by the midriff and yanked her backwards. Please excuse us, Octavia said, putting DJ Pond3 across her withers and trotting away. She shouted over her shoulder as she disappeared. Someone needs to get her bass dropped at home. I'd drop her bass, Sunburst muttered, watching the two mares leave. Starlight smacked the back of his head and he spilled cider on his cape. Granny came back from the barn, Apple Bloom at her side, the young teenager struggling to carry the next barrel of cider. Granny, what in tarnation is wrong with the cider? Applejack demanded. It didn't take. The who's it now? Granny said. Ain't nothing wrong. Made it the same way as the last 13 years. Apple Bloom dropped the barrel of cider, plopped down to her butt, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. There's no alcohol in the cider, Twilight said. None, Dash agreed. I'm a professional athlete on a strict training and diet regimen. The only booze I drink all year is yours, and you flubbed it. Granny took the mug from Dash's hooves, sniffed it, glared at it like a jeweler examining a potentially counterfeit gem, and then swallowed the entire mug in a single, toothless mouthful. Tarnation, Granny said. There's ain't no alcohol. See? Dash said with a smirk. How long did you let the barrels ferment? Starlight asked. Everybody looked at her. My dad is a bit of a home brewer, Starlight said. A weird hobby for a unicorn, I know, but his lambics were the talk of Sire Hollow's fall festival every year. Last year, his strawberry lambic was... Starlight smacked her lips and made a chef's kiss gesture with her hoof. We don't talk about strawberry nothing on my property, Applejack growled. Regardless, Starlight said, fermentation time. The same time we let them ferment as every year, Granny shouted. Which is? Starlight insisted. An hour! Starlight's nose scrunched up. Well, no wonder there's no head or alcohol. The yeast takes days. We don't need no stinking yeast to ferment booze, young filly, Granny said. We're earth ponies. Twilight cocked her head. Run that past me one more time. Put the cider in a cauldron, Granny intoned, at the center of a goat's blood pentagram. Uh-oh, said Sunburst, Starlight and Twilight. It ain't like that, Applejack insisted. We get the goat's blood from the blood bank at the hospital. Nurse Redheart turned even more pale than usual and poured her cider out, into the puddle that had been Rarity's cider before she poured hers out. In the cauldron, poison entrails throw, Applejack chanted. Double, double, toil and trouble, yep, Matt continued with a nod. Fire burn and cauldron bubble. Apple Bloom said with a nod and a smile, standing up. Bet your unicorns didn't know we had that kind of magic, now did you? Granny asked, elbowing Sunburst. He spilled more cider on his cape. Eye of Newt and toe of frog, Apple Bloom continued, bouncing up and down. Quiet, you, Granny said. If we tell them all the ingredients, they won't be needing us no more, now will they? Well, Twilight said, squinting at the glassware still floating in her mug. It clearly didn't work this time. Now, did it? Maybe if you run us through the spell, we can help you find the problem. We all don't call it a spell, Applejack said. That has unicorny connotations. We call it an apple-chantment. Has any pony been near Poison Joke lately? Twilight asked. That could easily affect one's ability to engage in an apple chanting. Nah, no Poison Joke, Granny said. Has Discord been around? Fluttershy asked. Nah, we ain't seen him none, Apple Bloom confirmed. Alright, let me remember the ingredients, Granny said. Eye of Newt, toe of frog, and hydropoo from Froggy Bottom Bog. Hydropoo? Dash said, turning greenish as she poured out the mug of cider. Okay, I'm straight edge all year round now, Granny continued. Adder's fork and blind worm sting, lizard's leg, and owlet's wing. Twilight glared. If Owlicious isn't in my castle when I get home, we'll have words. Apple Bloom sing-songed. For a charm of powerful trouble, like a hellbroth boiling bubble. Applejack took up the song. Wool of sheep and fur of dog, grease of bacon from the fattest hog. Bacon? Fluttershy said flatly. Granny took over the chant once more. Sauce of breezy, made extra cheesy and sweet of hippogriff, give it just a whiff. Silverstream pointed a thumb at herself and grinned. I helped! Raising her hooves, voice loud, Granny concluded. Egg of goose and caviar of sturgeon, and then at last, 1 drop of blood from a red-haired virgin. Slowly, one by one at first, and then more rapidly, every pony turned to stare at Apple Bloom. The teenager turned pale under all the attention. Bloom, Granny said, is there something you forgot to tell us before the apple chanting? So, y'all, I apologize for the quality of the cider this year, because here's the situation, and let me explain, Apple Bloom said, her words spilling out quickly. And by let me explain, I mean, let me blame Rumble. The end. Author's note. Well, what about Twist? Starlight asked. I want some cider. Twist stepped to the front of the crowd, adjusted her glasses, and then looked at her 4 hooves. Stuff got weird when I was a werewolf. And hydropoo from Froggy Bottom Bog. Why don't we just eat the unicorns? By Magic S. Dear Princess Nightmare Moon, I write to you as your humble servant Applejack. Obviously, you are well aware of the current food crisis. I'm not blaming you for not letting the sun out. I always liked the moon better, honest. But the famine is still an unfortunate reality, and you've tasked me with finding a solution to it. It's been mighty difficult to grow food ever since you took over. Again, not blaming you. I love the moon. And now we're finally seeing the effects, the lower crop yields over the previous season. I, and many other great farmers and horticultural hoosits, have done our best to increase productivity and find fruits and vegetables that will grow better in the current situation. But we don't have much to show for our efforts. Sorry. It's because of that I started thinking about some other possible solutions to our problem. I didn't want you to send my family to the moon because I failed you, even though I'm sure we'd all love it up there because the moon is so wonderful. So I've already been working my brain muscle hard over at Nightmare Moon's new Apple Acres. By the way, did I ever tell you how much I love the new name you decided to give my farm that was built from the ground up by my family? Anyways, that's not the point. If I spent the whole letter gushing about all the ways you're great and how much you've improved Equestria, well, I'd be writing this thing all night. So let me get to the point. I believe I've come up with a great, sensible, simple, and very easy to implement proposal for solving the famine. Why don't we just eat the unicorns? I know your first reaction to that might be to think it's crazy, but hear me out. This ain't just me having too much to drink or nothing. I really thought this through. Every fall in Equestria learns about Hearthwarming Eve and how the three tribes came together, right? Certainly you know the tale. You were there. Or at least you were alive back then, I think. I mean, I'm pretty sure you were. Well, back in those days, the three tribes had a balance between them. All of them did different things for the others, even though they didn't really like living together or fraternizing or nothing. We earth ponies tended the soil and growed food to eat. Pegasi managed the weather, and unicorns were in charge of moving the sun and the moon. But nowadays, earth ponies and Pegasi still do their jobs as ponies, but unicorns haven't done their traditional job since the founding of Equestria. Ever since Celestia, scratch that, your sister, scratch that another one came into the picture, she took over the duties of raising and lowering the sun. And then when you come back, a night I always treasure in my heart, you decide to keep the moon permanently up there. Have I mentioned how much I love getting to constantly see the moon yet? Do you see what I'm getting at though? We don't use unicorns for nothing. They're kinda just there, aren't they? Sure, I guess magic is useful, but is it really necessary in your night-to-night life as growing food and taking care of the weather? I was thinking about it and I don't think so. The three tribes all had an equally important function, but then Celeste, scratch that another one took their job from them and let them all sit around all cushy like for 1,000 years. And now with you back, they're even less important to Equestria. And so, since I don't want no pony going hungry, why don't we eat them? And if you don't want to go all carnivore all of a sudden, which I understand, most ponies probably don't if I'm being honest, we can still use them for fertilizer. Crops might grow better with unicorns mixed in the dirt. Maybe their magic might do something. I don't know, just throwing out some ideas there now. But if we do eat the unicorns or use them for fertilizer, even if it doesn't help the crops, it'll mean we only have 2/3 as many mouths to feed in Equestria. That'll solve the famine problem right there. The way I look at it, every pony wins. Except the unicorns, but I'm sure if you tell them it's for the better of Equestria, they'll be alright with it. I know I'd be skipping if you told me I was doing something good for you, princess. That's just how much I, and my entire family, is loyal to you. We love the moon, so I'll hope you take my proposal into serious consideration and see that there's no need to horribly punish me for failing to successfully grow food in a permanent forever night. Applejack, what the fuck? Rainbow Dash said as she finished reading the letter, lowering it and staring at her friend in slack-jawed disbelief. Look, I was mighty drunk when I wrote that letter. It's not supposed to be a serious thing, you hear? Applejack said. Well, I would hope not, Rarity yelled at her. Eat the unicorns? Use it as fertilizer? Applejack, what is wrong with you? I've been a teensy bit stressed out lately trying to deal with the famine, Applejack said as she bit her lip and rubbed the back of her neck. The three of them were inside Nightmare Moon's castle, Applejack having been called in tonight to hear the princess's response. An angry Rarity had greeted her upon arrival, and then Rainbow Dash had found them and wanted to know what was going on. Applejack then frowned at her Castalian friend. Besides, I don't see you coming up with any solutions for it. Rarity sputtered and grew red in the face, clenching her jaw and glaring angrily at Applejack. What? This is not a solution at all either. This is insanity. Rarity growled and ripped the letter from Rainbow Dash's hooves, tearing it to pieces. I cannot believe you would ever write something like this, even while inebriated. What about Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom? I do feel real bad about that, Applejack wilted. Oh, I'm sure you do, but not nearly as bad as I feel right now. To think you actually gave the princess that letter. Rarity stomped a hoof. I wasn't meaning on actually sending it to her, but I guess I kind of forgot about that when I hit the cider a little too hard. Applejack awkwardly grinned. And thanks to you being the agricultural minister of Ponyville, that letter got sent straight to Nightmare Moon without any pony fussing about it at all. What if she actually decides to implement what you proposed, Applejack? Rarity yelled. Do you realize that after reading the letter she casually gave it to me and told me to call you here while she wrote up an answer? Do you not know how paranoid this is making me? Look, Rarity, I know the proposal wouldn't be good for you, but do you really think Nightmare Moon is crazy enough to actually do what I wrote down? Applejack asked her. Both Rarity and Rainbow Dash just blankly stared at her. Well, yeah, Applejack coughed. Sorry, that was a dumb thing to say. Only one of many dumb things from you as of recently, it seems, Rarity said. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Rarity on this one, Rainbow Dash said. Hey, I really spent all night thinking about this stuff, Applejack frowned. I think the proposal makes a lot of sense. It's just horrible. Using unicorns as fertilizer does not make sense! Rarity yelled so loudly she almost shook the walls. Her bun was starting to come undone through pure frustration. Before Applejack or Rainbow Dash could say anything else, a door down the hall opened up and another guard of Nightmare Moons came walking towards them. He had an envelope in his mouth and he walked straight towards Applejack while not paying attention to the other two at all. Stopping in front of her, he leaned his head down so she could easily take the envelope from him. From the princess? Applejack began to sweat. Yes, her answer to your farming proposal, the guard said, and just as swiftly turned around to leave. The trio stood there, all of them staring intently at the white envelope. For one of them in particular, that envelope possibly held the future to a horrible death. Well, Rarity, even if Nightmare Moon does agree with my suggestion, she still really likes you, so I'm sure you and Sweetie Belle will be spared. Applejack chuckled uncertainly. Somehow Rarity grew paler and her pupils shrank down to pinpricks as she stared at Applejack. Rainbow Dash rolled her eyes and grabbed the envelope. Just give me that. I'll open it. She tore the top of the envelope off and opened up the letter inside. Applejack and Rarity squeezing in beside her to read it. As it turned out, there was only a single short sentence written down. Pony meat doesn't taste good. N.M. Whew! Applejack said as she wiped away the sweat on her brow with a smile. Well, ain't that a relief? Liar, Liar, Apples on Fire by Monochromatic. It was a summer afternoon when Rarity decided to ask Applejack her question. They'd been back from Rainbow Falls for about 5 days now, and while at first she decided the matter wasn't worth pursuing, the fact that she was still caught up in it 5 days later meant she was better off just addressing it. It being the fact that Applejack somehow knew that Rarity had 5 identical jeweled barrettes sitting in her private jewelry box that wasn't to be touched by any pony save for Rarity, period. Because of the delicacy of the matter, she decided it should happen naturally, nonchalantly if you will, as though it wasn't a big deal, which it wasn't because they were friends. so there had to be a decent explanation for why Applejack of all ponies had gone snooping through Rarity's things without consent. Luckily for her, they were all having a lovely picnic that day, so she simply had to pull Applejack aside when every pony was busy. The opportunity arrived halfway through the picnic. Fluttershy, Pinky and Spike were by the nearby river, entertained by looking at the fish. Rainbow and Twilight were sitting ways away, reading a daring do book under the shade of a tree. From what Rarity could hear, they were fervently discussing something they kept calling headcanons, which made Rarity hesitate on approving of Sweetie reading said books. Cannons being shot at ponies' heads did not sound like appropriate reading for a gentle, sweet filly like her sister. Regardless, "Applejack, darling," Rarity said nonchalantly, treating herself to one of the apple fritters her friends had brought, "I have a question for you." "A question?" Applejack sat up straight, fixing her whole attention on Rarity. This was one of the little things Rarity appreciated about her. She always made Rarity feel heard. "Shoot, Sugar Cube." "It's about something you said during the traders' exchange." She ate another fritter despite herself. This was one of the little things Rarity didn't appreciate about Applejack. She made sinful treats so damn good. "I was a bit unclear on it." Applejack frowned. "What'd I say?" Rarity took one last fritter. She swore it was a good excuse to think over her next few words, but they were as delicate as she was. "Applejack," she said, "did you break into my house and snoop in private things?" Sometimes delicate things required sledgehammers. Applejack nearly choked on the drink she'd started. "What? Did I do what now?" She was flabbergasted, yes, which could mean she was innocent, but it could also mean she was guilty. And she certainly looked the part, still sputtering in shock, eyes wide in shock. Well, it seemed Rarity was skilled at these headcanons too. "What in the crest did I say at the exchange that made you think that?" she asked, so completely guilty she didn't even react with anger. "Ha! The barrette you gave me." Rarity crossed her hooves together, which might imply she was being serious, but really she was trying to stop herself to another fritter. "You said you gave it to me because you know I have 5 identical ones, but I keep these secured in my locked jewelry box. So," she grabbed a fritter and pointed it towards her friend accusingly, for the dramatic effect of it. Eating it too was for effect. "How did you know I had 5 identical ones, pray tell?" Applejack did not reply verbally. No, she did something far worse. She laughed in the face of her crimes. The gall! "Sweet Celestia, you actually had me worried there. Thought I'd somehow done something criminal without even knowing," she said, visibly relaxing, amused even. "I didn't go snooping through your things, Rarity. I've just seen you wearing them at fancy royal events Twilight's been having." "Oh!" Rarity exclaimed. That made sense. "Wait, no it didn't. Now hold on a minute. Wait," she continued. "That doesn't explain how you knew I have 5 of them. They're identical." Applejack remained unperturbed. "No they ain't." She grabbed one of her fritters and ate it up before continuing. "One of them has a little nick on the other side. Another has a loose fastener because it hangs a bit. Other has a slight different shade of purple than the rest. The 4th has the gem a little crooked. And the 5th is perfect." She winked. "Just like you, Sugar Cube." Rarity giggled, charmed. Well, I concede. I didn't realize you were so observant," she said. She grinned, teasing. "Too observant, one might say. What, do you spend all the galas staring at me?" Course not," Applejack said, which Rarity would have otherwise believed if it wasn't for the unusual stammer and the even more unusual blush her friend suddenly had. "Oh? Oh ho ho? Are you sure, darling?" Rarity purred, leaning in ever so slightly. "It's perfectly alright if you are," she offered a dazzling grin. "I'm quite nice to look at, I think." "I'm not staring at you all day, darn it!" Applejack protested, her fluster betraying her. My. Granted, she could stop what was clearly teasing, but why? It was harmless fun, no? especially when she hadn't even said anything yet, and already Applejack was saying, "I wasn't." "So you're just very observant then, are you?" Rarity asked with the same innocence with which she grabbed another fritter. She then inched closer, her smile gentle, innocent, and not at all teasing. "You just simply happen to notice little minute details that you couldn't really notice unless you were looking at me a lot, "I do," Applejack protested. And my, her ears flicking down, her eyes flittering back and forth. A liar she was not. "Do you?" "I do. Just, well, I'm interested in jewelry and them things. I don't like wearing them often, but I can appreciate them just like any other mare," she said with a firm nod. Rarity personally thought she should be awarded some sort of prize for not immediately bowling over, choking with laughter. "Really?" she asked instead. Polite. Again, the firm nod. "Yup." Rarity looked at Applejack, teaser to teasee. She could offer mercy, she could, but it was not a core aspect of their relationship that neither wanted to receive or give mercy to the other. "Rainbow Dash?" Rarity said. Applejack frowned. "Rainbow Dash? What's she got to do with any of this?" "She was wearing her element of loyalty the other day at Pinky's party because she insists on being a braggart about it," Rarity elaborated. She paused. Just a second. "The jewel on it." She leaned another inch. "What is it shaped like?" Applejack snorted. "That's easy, and you know it." Rarity tilted her head. "Is it?" she purred. "What is it then? Illuminate me, Applejack dearest." Applejack gave her the hardest stare she'd ever given her, then broke into a smile. "Fine by me. It's a cloud. There." Rarity stared at her. Applejack stared back. Rarity grinned, and it was so sinful that 10 generations of apple family ancestors were probably redder than their famous apples. "Oh, Applejack doll." "Lightning bolt!" Applejack blurted out, desperate. Rarity leaned back, giggling. "Too late, my dear." Applejack's shoulders slumped. "Oh, horse feathers. I had a 50-50 shot, and I blew it." Defeated, she swallowed her pride and confessed. I just think you have a nice complexion, that's it." She looked like she was dying, and Rarity was never happier to be a murderer. "You're nice to look at, there's nothing more to it." Finally, Rarity smiled genuinely. "I am," she bowed her head. "I'm glad you think so too, dear. If I may say it, I feel the same." She reached out and booped her friend's nose. "Your freckles are exceedingly charming." "Oh, wow, shucks, thanks," Applejack replied, a little pleased though still embarrassed. Rarity fluttered her eyelashes. "I hope you also know I will be holding this over your head for the rest of our lives." Applejack laughed and did. "Well, Rarity, you wouldn't be you if you didn't."
Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a rock. And if that well runs dry, that'll never cross our minds. So bring on the aftershock. Let's build a house upon a rock. Let's build a house upon a
Having a Rainbow Hearts Warming by And What I See Is Me. Applejack sat back on her haunches and admired her work, having just completed hammering in the last new shingle on her barn's roof. There wasn't as much farm work to be done during the winter, but that didn't mean there wasn't still plenty to be done to keep a mare busy. Nothing fought the winter chill better than working hard and getting your chores done. This here roof had needed some fixing for a while now, and it was about time some pony got around to doing it. Her being up here had nothing to do with being able to keep a better eye out on the skies above Ponyville. No siree, she certainly wasn't up there fixing up this roof, just as an excuse to better see when her mare friend would be returning home. That was a ridiculous accusation. She insisted to herself as her eyes scanned the horizon for the 100th time today. Where was that rainbow dash anyway? Surely she ought to have been back by now. Not that AJ was counting the minutes or anything foolish like that. She stood up in excitement when she suddenly caught her first sight of Rainbow flying towards her. She squinted in concern as she watched the Pegasus coming closer toward her. Was she flying slower than usual? Was she gliding? Applejack scrambled down the ladder and rushed toward an open area of field, awaiting Dash's landing. Something was wrong. It had to be. She'd never seen Rainbow looking so glum while flying. The way she was flying up there, she was pretty sure Fluttershy could have outraced her to the farm. No offense meant to Flutters, of course. Applejack scrambled down off the roof and hurried to where Dash was landing out in the fields. She hoped the Pegasus hadn't hurt herself during training. She didn't know too much about Pegasi wings, though Dash had certainly been providing her an education on her dexterity since they'd gotten more serious in their relationship. But she had no doubt that all those fancy tricks and stunts she did in the Wonderbolts came with some risk. She galloped full speed to her mare friend, anxious to hear what was wrong. "Oh, hey AJ," Dash glumly greeted her when she'd arrived to meet Rainbow. Dash's voice sounded flat and lifeless, without a hint of the usual exuberance she usually greeted Applejack with when returning from a training week. "Rainbow, is everything alright? You look as wilted as a dried out apple. What happened?" Applejack asked with concern. "Oh, nothing," Rainbow replied, idly kicking at the ground with a hoof. "Spitfire asked me to take over as captain when she retires next year." "What?" Applejack hollered in excitement. "Well, shoot, that's great news, Dash. You've been eyeing that spot up for yourself for years now, you dang prankster. You really had me fooled with your whole sad sack act. I turned it down, AJ," Dash cut her off. Applejack could see that the Pegasus was fighting back tears. "What? Why in Equestria would you turn that down, Dash?" AJ asked. "You'll have been eyeing that title up for years now." Rainbow shrugged. "Captain's a full-time job, AJ," she answered. "It would mean I'd have to move back to Cloudsdale and live there full-time." "Well, what the hey does that have to do with..." "Oh." Applejack realized the reason before she finished asking. "Of course. Can't have an Earth Pony girlfriend living with you up there in the clouds." She suddenly felt as rotten as an unpicked apple lying in the dirt. "Yeah," was all Rainbow could respond with. "Well, maybe Trial Starlight could magic up a way to make that cloud walking spell of theirs permanent, Dash. Then I'd be fine living up there with you," Applejack suggested hopefully. Dash shook her head. "Even if they could, it would just mean you'd be stuck at home all the time. Not many places you can go in Cloudsdale if you can't fly between clouds," Dash explained. "Besides, I could never ask you to leave this farm, AJ. This is more your home than anywhere up in Cloudsdale will ever be mine." Applejack felt terrible, frustration and regret welling up inside her as she understood the sacrifice Rainbow was making for her. She racked her brain to think up some solution that would work for both of them, without forcing them apart from one another. "Hey, it's alright, AJ," Dash reassured her, trying to put some cheer into her voice. "Soren will make a way better captain than me anyway. He's way better at all that boring administrative stuff. This just means I'll have more time to focus on my awesome flying moves instead of lame paperwork." "Dang it, Dash. You don't have to put on a brave face just to cheer me up, you know," Applejack said, bopping her mare friend affectionately on the snout with a hoof. "I just wish there was some way I could make this right for us." "Well, there is one thing," Rainbow offered cryptically. "On my way home, I thought of the perfect housewarming gift I could get from you. Though, it's a bit of a big ask." "Now hold on there, Missy. If it's the thing we did in the barn last Hearts and Hooves Day, with all those whips and ropes, I already told you I just ain't comfortable doing that stuff to you," Applejack stated. She knew Rainbow had enjoyed all that stuff they'd done. Heck, half of Ponyville probably knew after all the racket Dash had made, expressing that enjoyment. But AJ just couldn't bring herself to do that stuff to some pony she loved again. No, Dash replied, rapidly shaking her head back and forth. Nothing like that. It's something much simpler. Oh? Well, out with it then. What do you want? AJ asked. Just say yes, Dash answered with a nervous smile on her face. Say yes to what? Applejack gasped, eyes bulging wide, as Rainbow pulled a gorgeous ring looped through a golden chain, which she delicately clasped around the Earth Pony's neck. You know I'm no good at this sappy stuff, AJ, but I realized when I turned down Spitfire's offer that what I really want to do is spend the rest of my life with you. Rainbow explained as she stepped back and admired the ring hanging around Applejack's neck. So, how about it? Will you take me as your mare? Applejack was struck speechless as her brain tried to process what Rainbow was asking her, unable to form the words she wanted to say. She did the only thing her body could manage. Wrapping her hooves around the Pegasus, she pulled her in for a particularly emotional and passionate kiss.
Kiss you made no sound. Come hell high water, I'll catch you before you fall.
Rainbow was more than happy to match Applejack's passion as their kiss intensified. They continued to make out until the need for air forced them apart, both bears gasping in lungfuls of air as their eyes locked. Can I take that as a yes? Rainbow asked once she had caught her breath, her usual cockiness finally returning to her voice. Does a backwell red apple make a fine sharp cider? Applejack eagerly responded. Does it? Rainbow asked, confused. Yes! Applejack explained before pulling her soon-to-be wife in for another kiss, albeit a shorter one this time. Shucks, I guess we ought to tell every pony the good news. No doubt Pinkie Pie will want to throw a big party to celebrate, she mused. I'm sure she will, Rainbow agreed. But before all that, I can think of a few ways to celebrate our engagement just between the two of us, she teased. Race you to the barn? Applejack asked. Last one there has to wear the wedding dress, Rainbow shouted before darting away. Dagnammit, Rainbow, that's cheating, Applejack shouted after her before galloping to catch up. In a few days, they would be celebrating their first housewarming of the rest of their lives. They'd have to tell their families and friends, plan for a wedding, and plan out their whole future together. But for now, neither mare was concerned about what the future might hold for them. Tonight, all they cared about was showing each other how much love they held for one another. Over and over and over again, all through the night.
Gonna make you love me. Hell and high water, I'm gonna make you love me. Love me. Love me.
Author's note. Happy holidays, everyone. Hope you received all the ponies from Santa that you asked for. Please, Not Her by TCC56. The world tells me that God is in heaven and that my son is in hell. I tell the world the one true thing I know. If my son is in hell, then there is no heaven, because if my son sits in hell, there is no God. It wasn't the first time Granny Smith had sat at the side of a hospital bed. In fact, right now was all too familiar to her. That scent of things being too clean, like no pony had ever stayed in the room. How all the furniture was in places just slightly wrong for habitation, even if they were right for the way nurses moved. Or how the lights, usually painfully bright, were dimmed for the evening as patients all around the ward tried to sleep. Applejack wasn't sleeping, though it was damn close. The heart monitor showed the beat still, steady but slow, as the young mare hovered just beyond the edge of consciousness. And it was good that she did, so she didn't see her grandmother cry. In the bed, Applejack was nearly as pale as the bandages that covered her left eye, both her 4-leg cannons, and, as Granny knew, despite the sheet wrapped around her barrel, those injuries weren't the ones to worry about though. Ponyville's doctors had plenty of experience with broken bones and twisted hooves. What had kept Granny Smith at the bedside for the past 2 days was what coursed through Applejack's veins, a foul venom that was rare, slow, and assuredly deadly. A parting gift from the dark monster the bearers had faced in their last defense of the town. The door opened, cracking just enough to let a pony in, along with the soft shuffle of the nurse's station outside. Rarity slipped in with barely a sound of her own, closing the door behind and coming to the opposite side of the bed, both their gazes locked on the slow rise and fall of Applejack's chest. No words were said, not immediately. Rarity quietly didn't acknowledge the old mare's tears, letting her dry her eyes and regain her veneer of strength. It took a good minute before those signs of weakness were wiped away and Rarity spoke. "The curative's nearly ready," she stated in an unnecessary half-whisper. "Twilight has been working with Zecora, and they have prepared all that they can. The only thing left for Rainbow Dash is to return with the last of the rare herbs Zecora needs." Rarity paused for a reaction but got none. "While she's fast, going to the Pharisee and back does take time, so there's little to do but wait now." Granny Smith's response was an emphatic, Rarity shifted uneasily on her hooves. The words she wanted to say failed to come, because while she wasn't honesty, Rarity couldn't bring herself to make a comforting lie. So she tried a different angle. "The odds are better than 50-50 at least." "Ain't one parent in 1,000 who outlives their children," Granny pronounced quietly. "Maybe 1 in 1,000,000 who outlive their grandkids." They were simple words, but they made Rarity flinch. Still, an odd conversation ticked her mind, and she faintly voiced it without really thinking. "Twilight talked to us once about the concept of cumulative odds. It was during one of her freakouts. The idea is that while beating the odds once is relatively easy, it was entirely another to beat them again and again. Succeeding twice at a 50-50 was only 1 chance in 4, 3 times was 1 in 8, and so on. In our lives, the 7 of us are at risk quite often. Sooner or later, the odds would catch up. She was inconsolable for hours about how it was only a matter of time before one of us would suffer. We talked Twilight down from her statistical fear, but we all fear it was true." She drew a long, shaky breath. "I always hoped it would be me." Granny didn't look away from her granddaughter. "Too generous to share the pain?" Rarity let a quiet and lifting laugh slip out. "That, and it was easy to construct a subtly dramatic moment in my head for it. I cannot resist good drama." The old mare didn't laugh back. "But we all knew it would most likely be Applejack or Rainbow Dash," Rarity admitted soberly. "They were ever at the forefront when trouble came to blows. Is simply their nature." Things became quiet once more as Rarity's mouth stopped running and Granny Smith's stayed shut. The silence grew past comfortable and into awkward. Rarity shifted on her hooves. Granny didn't move. I should go," Rarity finally voiced as she rose. "Sit." Granny wasn't requesting. Rarity sat. Finally, looking away from Applejack, Granny's weary eyes met Rarity's own. You religious? Another comfortable shift. Not as such. My parents professed their faith on paper, but I cannot remember them ever expressing it in practice. Rarity's lips pursed, and I fear I can't say I'm any better on that front. I ain't, Granny pronounced. Not anymore. Oh? The old man nodded. I was once. Then I sat at my son's bedside. Right about like this. I prayed hard as horses for just one thing back for all my life's good deeds. To take me instead of him. A chill clawed up Rarity's spine, making her shudder. Then I prayed the same prayer at his wife's side. Granny didn't fill in the blanks, as they both already knew. After that, religion didn't hold much for me. She looked back to the bed and its patient. But here I am at my granddaughter's bed, praying the same hopeless prayer, because there's nothing else to do but pray. With a little frown, Rarity shook her head. Applejack would never accept that. She'd never let you trade. I don't care! The burst of fury and energy drove Rarity back in her chair, though the old mare didn't move from hers. This ain't about what she wants! Granny's voice wasn't so much more than a normal volume, but in the quiet of the hospital room it boomed like thunder. She can be mad at me all she feels like. All the fire burned down to a sizzling cinder as quick as it came. Ain't like I'll survive losing her anyway. Rarity opened her mouth and was cut off by a click of Granny's tongue. Don't! It's the truth. Only reason I survived losing my kids was a gut full of stubborn that some pony had to raise those foals. But these days... She swallowed hard. Big Mac's more capable of handling himself, and Apple Bloom's practically full grown. For a moment things were quiet before Granny added, Grief will kill a pony sure as any other poison. I suppose, Rarity hesitated. I suppose there's no point in talking about the bright moments in their lives, is there? Remembering the positive and such? Rarity shook her head. I ain't forgotten that, but it's, well... She motioned towards the door with her chin. This is the original part of Ponyville Hospital, before they expanded and put in the new wings. My husband died here a lot of years ago. Then Brighton Buttercup. Now Applejack. She's not dead yet, Rarity insisted with her own burst of strength. Not yet, came the gloomy response. Perhaps not at all. Rarity only just barely didn't snap and took a moment afterwards to gather her emotions back under control. I know this seems dark, but hope hasn't yet died. Sourly, Granny Smith talked around Rarity's empty assurance. Even if that fool Pegasus gets here in time, there ain't no guarantee that the damage that's already done. That filth ain't gentle on the body. Applejack is strong, Rarity defended. Her other wounds will heal. A broken rib or two will hardly slow her down, and the effects of this shall pass. Rising up from her seat, she inched around the bed to sit again beside Granny. She'll be okay. The old mare looked to the unicorn, eyes still red and wet. Do you really believe that? Rarity set her hoof atop Granny Smith's, and she didn't lie. It is my prayer that it's true. The two leaned against one another for support as, half a continent away, the distant echo of a rain boom passed from sea to shore, and a Pegasus on a mission returned to equestrian skies. Apple of My Eye by Aurora Dawn.
Applejack awoke before the first rays of sun had a chance to cross into her room. Her eyes snapped open out of a habit born from decades of waking at sunrise, and she smiled, groaning while stretching all her limbs out to wear off the stiffness of her sleep. She flipped her covers off and rolled out of her bed, landing on all four hooves. It had been a delightful sleep, and the morning appeared to be just as grand. Outside her cracked window, she could hear birds starting to chirp as they too awoke, and in the absence of any sound of rain grew Applejack's already blossoming smile. She walked quietly over to a dresser near the window, grabbed a brush and pulled it rhythmically through her mane while she listened to the soothing hiss of a gentle breeze passing through the apple tree leaves. She stayed there for a moment longer than she needed to, relishing the private symphony of a morning where she was the only pony awake. She shook her head while glancing in the mirror, and posed elegantly with her mane loose and hanging over her shoulders. The thought of Rarity and how she had always tried to convince her to leave her mane down made her chuckle. She bundled her mane together with a tie, then turned around to her bed. It was pristine, as if it had never been slept in, and she dropped her head and sighed. She turned her back to the bed and picked her head up, putting her smile back on. It was nice, wasn't it, to not have to worry about that? Nothing wrong with convenience, she thought to herself, and she pressed open her door to face the day. She entertained thoughts of a simple breakfast as she walked down the stairs, taking care not to let her hooves clomp too loudly on the hardwood, lest she wake her siblings. "A bowl of cereal and some apple chips," she whispered to herself. "I reckon that'll be a mighty fine start to my day." She rounded the corner of the stairs and walked into the ranch house's kitchen and stopped. Laid out on the table was a huge assortment of food. There were stacks of pancakes and waffles, chilled glasses of apple juice, fancy pastries and cakes, and even an apple pie with fresh whipped cream. There was not, however, any apple chips or cereal, and she frowned and sighed again while pulling up a chair. She grabbed a plate of pancakes and ate them resentfully, glaring in the direction of a small metal footlocker set underneath the sink. She ate slowly. Normally with a feast like this, she would have relished in it, tried one of everything, made sure to really take her time and truly taste the food. It was ingrained in her and her family to be grateful for what filled your plate, and she felt a little foolish to feel so disdainfully towards the meal she had been given today. Nevertheless, the feeling stuck with her. She finished and set her fork down quietly, hoping to avoid seeing the source of her consternation. Unfortunately, the sensors were exquisitely fine-tuned, and the metal footlocker popped open with a friendly ping that made Applejack's eyes roll. Out of it zipped a circular little thing about the size of a frisbee that spun lazily in the air with blinking lights. It hovered over to Applejack's spot. Above her plate, and out of two compartments extended spindly metal arms that grabbed the dishes. Applejack stared as the dishes were lifted away, and another arm, this one armed with a brush, extended from the robot and swept up the couple crumbs she hadn't managed to get on the plate. The robot tilted and chirped in recognition of the pony next to it, and then bobbed away to the sink, where it turned on the water and the brush arm folded and reconfigured to a sponge. Applejack started again. She pushed away from the table and dropped to the floor and stomped out of the house, no longer concerned about the noise she was making. Apple Bloom and Big Mac did not need to wake up anytime soon, so they could sleep in if she had woken them. "None of us need to wake up at all," Applejack muttered on her way to the barn. There was a commotion of fluttering and a bird call above her as she glanced up to see a family of swallows fleeing another one of the robots, which was scanning apples with a sharp blue light. There was a beep from the machine as it finished checking every apple, a quick movement while it hung noiselessly in the air, and then another beep before it moved off to the next tree. It wasn't until Applejack had placed a hoof on the barn door ready to open it that she realized she didn't need to be here. She growled under her breath as she opened the barn anyways, hoping to find maybe some sort of comfort in the scent of hay and dust. The barn itself was filled with baskets upon baskets of pristine apples. all labelled and ready for shipping to various towns and markets. She walked up to one of them and checked the dirty notepad attached to it, and grunted in disgust as she saw she didn't even need to fill out the manifest. A thought occurred to her, and it caught her by surprise. She looked up at the hay loft above her, quickly recognising the bundle of cables that ran up to the gable, and she frowned momentarily. Apple Bloom would probably be upset, but Big Mac wouldn't mind. Heck, she thought, he may even be grateful. There was a chirp, and Applejack glanced behind her to see another one of the flying discs, dancing back and forth, almost foolishly behind her. She looked down to see she was standing in front of one of the metal footlockers. "Oh, sorry," she said, stepping back. The robot chirped and tilted in thanks and zipped down into its housing. She shook her head. Why was she apologising to these things? She looked up at the hay loft again, and her eyes narrowed. She had made a decision. She crossed the barn and started climbing up the old ladder, paying no attention to how it shook and creaked under her weight. The recognition that she had gained a not insignificant amount of weight over the past month came to her, but she trusted the hoof-made construction. Besides, once she was done, she would lose the weight almost as quickly as it had come. She made it to the top and looked around, having not been up here since the sales pony had installed the little robots. All her friends had ragged on her that she hadn't gotten them yet, and about how helpful and useful they were. "You can't live without them," they intoned, shocked whenever they visited her and found they had to do everything for themselves again. Well, no more of that, Applejack thought. She looked at the old lumber about her and managed to hold back yet another sigh. The bales of hay were neatly wrapped and packed, and the floor had been pristinely cleaned. Even one of the old nails that had never stayed down when hammered back had somehow been put into place. Safe, sure, but soulless. She turned her attention to the stream of cables that ran along the inside of the roof next to her, and walked beside them until she came to the access panel they all turned into. She stood up on two hind legs and placed her hoof on the latch, when a beep, almost angry sounding, went off behind her. She glanced to see two different robots hovering next to her, each with a series of red lights blinking back and forth. "What?" she said.
If maintenance is required, please contact support.
Came a tinny imitation of a mare's voice.
Tampering with the processing unit will void your warranty.
Applejack made a noise that was somewhere between a scoff and a laugh, and she pulled the latch and came down with the panel. She tossed it absent-mindedly behind her, hearing it clatter on the dirt below. She wasn't after the processing unit anyways. Within the metal enclosure she had opened was a mess of computer parts and wires that she could make no sense of. She looked around carefully, following each of the wires as they moved from fan to motherboard, power supply to processor, processor to module, and finally found what she hoped was the broadcast component. She opened a panel next to the first on the side of the communication system, marked with a radiating wave came out of. There was a large plastic rod sticking out of it, and the lights flashing at the base of it raced. The tip of the rod was rubber, and it stuck out through a tiny access hole in the roof to the outside. Applejack smiled deviously as she reached her hoof in, only to hear yet another beep behind her. No, it wasn't a beep, it was an alarm, almost a screech. She pulled back and turned around. 15 different robots hovered around her in a semicircle, surrounding her. One of them held the panel she had discarded, extending it to her in an arm, and the rest displayed those same warning red lights.
Please do not interfere with the system. We are here to assist.
Like Tartarus you are, Applejack said, turning back around to the open compartment. She reached in and grabbed the antenna and felt a shock. The shock had not come from the rod, however, it was on her flank. She barked out of instinct or reflex from the spook, she wasn't sure, and felt her hind hoof connect squarely with metal, and then something more solid. She glanced around her shoulder again. The robots had all turned to look at the one that had touched Applejack. which currently lay in pieces next to the railing she had smashed it into. They turned back to her, and then onto the robot, and then onto her again. "I just need a break is all," she said. "I ain't destroying no brain parts or nothing. Just the thing that sends you out, right?" There was a silence, and the red lights all turned off. One of them, the robot directly in the centre of the circle, tilted up and down as if it was nodding. "And it can be fixed easily if I just pull this thing out, right?" It nodded again. "So before any of you become spare parts, how about you give me some space here perhaps?" There was a pause before the 14 remaining robots all tilted and chirped, though there was a strange reluctance to the computerized tone that they emitted. They moved off again sluggishly towards their respective footlockers, and Applejack sighed yet again and pulled the antenna out. The processing unit let out a noise that sounded strangely like a scream, but it cut short and then went back to its typical clicking and whirring. Applejack gently set the antenna down, closed the panels, and then descended to the ground floor of the barn. She walked outside, feeling strange, and looked at one of the metal housings. "I suppose," she said while walking towards the house, already hearing Applebloom starting to complain, "that we all just want to have work to do. Poor fellas, don't worry," she said to the housing next to the front door. "I'll plug you in next time we have guests around." From the box came a small but happy chirp.
Applejack by Gray the Griffin. One crisp full day, the Apple family had completed all of their main tasks for the day. Applejack sat on Granny Smith's rocking chair on the front porch of her house, idly kicking her hooves and listening to some old country song on the record player. She looked out across the landscape, noting all the tiny details of the lazy evening as she relaxed. A few lightning bugs were buzzing around and the crickets in the grass were making their steady, high-pitched chirp. The sun had just started to set, painting the sky with a beautiful gradient of purple and orange. The wind gently passed through the trees, gently rustling the leaves of their now appleless branches, reminding Applejack of her successful day of hard work. She sighed in contentment and leaned back in her chair, reaching for her mason jar of iced tea with her head and taking a sip through the straw. She savoured the sweet taste of her drink, keeping it in her mouth for a few seconds before swallowing. She didn't get to end workdays like this often, sitting and relaxing the way she was, but since she still needed to wait for Pinkie Pie to arrive to pick up the cake's order of apples, she could sit on the porch and enjoy the off time with her music to unwind after a long day of hard work. Her ear pricked at the sound of wheels rolling down the road toward the farm, likely Pinkie still towing the cake's delivery cart, and pried herself off the chair with a small groan to go greet her last customer for the day. "Just this last thing and I can listen to my music again," she quietly thought aloud to herself. AJ stopped as she saw Pinkie clearly as she approached. Pinkie was wearing a checkerboard patterned button-up shirt with the buttons undone, a black tie and a pair of sunglasses on her forehead, and was clumsily riding a skateboard down the dirt road, bumping into every tiny pebble and falling off more than a few times. AJ just stood there, one eyebrow raised and her jaw hanging slack as Pinkie continued failing to ride a skateboard down a dirt path. Eventually Pinkie did manage to get close enough to AJ for a proper greeting. "Hi, Applejack!" Pinkie chirped with more energy than usual, somehow knocking Applejack out of her daze. "I've got the bits if you've got the apples!" AJ stopped staring at Pinkie as a whole and made eye contact. "Huh? Oh yeah, I got the apples right here, Sugar Cube." AJ lightly kicked at the bag of apples at her side with a forehoof. "But I have just got to ask you something before you go." Pinkie tried to deftly step off her skateboard, but instead almost tripped again as it rolled out under her hooves. "Sure, what's up?" AJ lightly shook her head had stopped looking at the skateboard that was now rolling back down the road that Pinky came from. I learned a long time ago not to ask questions about what you get up to, darling. But what in Celestia's name are you wearing? Pinky looked down at her own torso as if she had forgotten what she was wearing, causing her sunglasses to fall down over her eyes. She smiled as she looked back up at AJ, looking 20% cooler. Oh, these are my Scar clothes! AJ blinked again. Pinky made her do that a lot, she noticed. Scar clothes? Alright, one more question. What the heck is Scar? Pinky gasped incredulously, putting a hoop over her chest and leaning backward a little. You seriously don't know what Scar is? It's only the greatest musical movement in equestrian history! Her eyebrows slanted and she started pacing back and forth. All my life I've never been able to find any music that's 100% me, you know? Octavia's melody classical music is way too slow and bland, and DJ Pon3's dubstep was way too fast-paced and intense and bassy for me. But then I found the perfect genre of music for me. I was in the record store because I wasn't doing anything in particular, and I heard something interesting inside and I went to take a look because it sounded cool, and it was so cool. So I bought some records and listened to them and got these clothes and a skateboard, and now I'm here. She hopped towards AJ a little as she ended her ramble. AJ lightly pushed Pinkie Pie back to a comfortable distance and put a hoop on her shoulder. That's all well and good, Sugar Cube, and I'm glad you found music you can relate to. But you never told me what Scar is. Oh yeah, sorry AJ. Pinky giggled at her own incontinuity. Okay, so Scar is like kinda mellow. It's got trombones, trumpets, and saxophones a lot of the time. It's got like an offbeat bass line and a synth that kinda sounds like an organ, but like not exactly. Applejack tried to interject, but Pinky kept on rambling. But I don't listen to regular ska. I listen to a subgenre called ska punk. Pinky was now walking in circles around Applejack as she talked. Ska punk is more high energy than regular ska. The tempo is usually faster and the guitars are more prominent. Ska punk is also where the cool clothes I'm wearing come from. Pinky gestured towards herself and smiled, then stopped in front of AJ and gasped as she had an idea. You should totally get into ska with me, AJ. It's such a cool genre. Well, from the way you described it, I don't think it's exactly my kind of music, Sugar Cube. Pinky put on her best puppy dog eyes. Oh, come on, AJ. You can't say it's not your kind of music if you haven't even heard it. Give it a try. Here. She produced a ska vinyl record out of nowhere. At least give it a try. And if you don't like it, that's fine. Yeah, you're right. I'll listen to it. See if I like it. Either way, I'll give this record back to you next time I see you. AJ took the record from Pinky, setting it on the porch behind her. Yes! Pinky dropped her bag of bits on the porch and threw the bag of apples onto her back. Be sure to tell me what you think of it. Pinky turned around to get back on her skateboard, only to see it halfway back into town. Whoopsie daisy! She shrugged and started bouncing back the way she came. La la la! AJ set the bag of bits on the floor next to the rocking chair, then removed her country music record and put it back in its sleeve. She sighed softly and took Pinky's ska vinyl out of its sleeve. Maybe I'll end up enjoying this. Probably not though. AJ sat down in the rocking chair, put the ska vinyl in the record player, and dropped the needle. Twilight loudly groaned and dropped her head onto her desk. She was trying very hard to finish up a report on her findings relating to a magical experiment she had done recently. But she couldn't focus on the account of there being a cacophony of scraping, rolling and clattering noises, in no particular order coming from outside, and stared intently at her almost finished report. She lowered the quill, suspended in her magic, towards the paper, willing herself to be able to concentrate despite the noise. This report was the culmination of weeks of work after all. After a few minutes of her quill hovering over her parchment, Twilight groaned again, more loudly this time, dropped her quill and went to see what all the racket was. She grumbled as she pushed the library's door open and looked around to find whoever was making so much noise. She had suspected that Pinkie Pie or Rainbow Dash was messing around with a skateboard or something, so she was surprised to find Applejack repeatedly failing at skateboarding and dressed in the strangest outfit. A black tie, a checkerboard pattern hoof band, sunglasses that rested on her forehead, and the weirdest part, for Applejack, several piercings on her ears. Twilight blinked. Hi there, Applejack. What are you... AJ abruptly turned around, almost falling off her skateboard. Pick it up! Twilight deadpanned. What? Pick what up? AJ slowly shook her head and tutted. It's just an expression, Try. I'm telling you to pick up the beat. What beat? What the heck are you talking about? I'm being metaphorical, Try. I'm trying to get you into ska. Twilight cocked her head. What is ska? Wait, no, I don't have time for this, Applejack. I'm trying to finish up a report that I've been working on for weeks, and your skateboarding has been making it impossible to focus. Could you please do it somewhere else? AJ then noticed that her left two legs were starting to move backwards, so she kicked her skateboard towards Twilight, bumping lightly against her forelegs. Shoot, sugar, I didn't mean to distract you. I was just trying to get you into this cool new genre of music Pinkie showed me. No offense to Pinkie, but I don't think that any music she'd recommend would be up my alley. Twilight turned back towards the library and opened the door. Oh, come on, Try. At least give it a shot. AJ held the ska vinyl Twilight's way. If you don't like it, that's fine, but you can't say it's not up your alley if you haven't even tried it. I guess you're right. Twilight grabbed the vinyl out of AJ's hoof. I probably won't like it, but I'll give it a shot. She waved to AJ and walked inside, back up the stairs and plopped herself at her desk. She sighed as she took the vinyl out of its sleeve and put it on her record player. She set the needle on the record and picked her quill back up. Twilight said to the room while bobbing her head to the beat. You know, this isn't half bad. Some Pony to Fall On by Hoofbeats of Time. Applejack may be a filly, but she has work ethic. She wakes up with the roosters crows and heads downstairs to watch her granny fix up breakfast. Her big brother, Big Macintosh, is right there with her, with his yoke round his neck and a straw hanging out the corner of his mouth. Mornin', Big Mac, she says, knowing his response will be little more than an acknowledging nod. Sometimes she misses her brother's talkativeness. Big Mac plods behind her chair and braids her mane into pigtails. He's gotten mighty good at mane styles as of late. Before, there was no need for him to play stylist. But Applejack can't rightly say she minds how he gently folds each strand, how he never rushes or gets sloppy. She thanks him, just as Granny calls out to set the table. Baby Bloom snoozes in her bassinet while Applejack and her big brother tear into their meals like possessed. Once they're done, they wash up and Applejack flanks Big Mac out the front door. Tasted great, Granny. Yup. Y'all stay safe out there. Big Mac goes to plough the fields, while Applejack sets her sight on bucking trees on the East Acres. With the rim of her hat pulled over her eyes, the filly rears up her hind legs and kicks back hard enough to get the tree trembling. The apples come flying out every which way. Aw, patooey! She rounds them up and plops them in their rightful picking basket. Too much power that time. She goes a little easier on the next tree in line and gets all of one underripe apple for her efforts. She pouts. Come on now. Can't be too hard, can't be too soft. Gee, these trees are picky. She knows she ought to respect them and all that, but boy do they make it hard. Alright, she'll definitely get it this time. The filly marches up to the next tree, raises her legs and kicks with a little less speed, but a lot more oomph than earlier. Ow! Applejack stumbles back, gaping. Tree? On second thought, this here tree looks off. It's got a huge gap in its leaves that reminds AJ of the bald spot in her school teacher's mane, and one of its apples is sliced clean down the middle and drizzling juice. She doesn't remember anyone mentioning busted up trees like this one before. The filly trots closer, propping herself up on her hind legs to take a closer look. That's when she sees a light blue feather tangled in the tree's roughed up leaves. Applejack knew that pained cry from earlier sounded familiar. Rainbow Dash, is that you up there? Didn't I tell you all to stay out of the... A pair of roomy magenta eyes gaze back at her. AJ? Rainbow rasps out. Voice so strained, Applejack's own throat hurts just hearing it. Whoa, Nelly, Rainbow, what's the matter with you? Rainbow tries to respond, but her voice catches in her throat. She coughs weakly and winces, holding a hoof to her chest. Don't you worry none, Rainbow. The earth filly calls out, jaw clenched tight. I'll get you down. Her heart knocks against her chest as she frantically presses a forehoof to the tree's mottled trunk, searching for purchase. Applejack, chill! Rainbow cuts herself off with a nasty dry cough. I've got wings, member? Applejack stills, pupils returning to their regular size. She tempers her breathing. Right. She takes a step back. But why in Celeste do you look so roughed up? Rainbow averts her eyes for a moment before finding the earthbound filly's gaze again. Maybe 'cause you kicked the tree I'm in like a mad pony. Guilt brushes Applejack, but she soon narrows her eyes. Wait just a second, Rainbow. What was that coughing just now? Rainbow lifts her muzzle all sophisticated like. I had something in my throat. That isn't right. Applejack's sure of it. Rainbow fibs whenever she feels like, though, and she's also regrettably gotten a mite good at it. If Applejack can't get her to tell the truth, then she'll just tell it for her. You're sick, ain't it? Rainbow wilts. How did you know? Applejack grins. Ya just told me. Ugh! Rainbow drops her head with a throaty groan. That's playing dirty! It's playing smart. In all honesty, Applejack was in Rainbow's very same position just a few days back when Big Mac used the very same trick on her. She's still sore about that. Now what are you all doing all the way out here if you're sick? Where are your parents? Rainbow glares at an undeserving tree branch. At home? Applejack lowers a brow. And do they know you're up and left? No. Rainbow Dash, they're probably worried sick. Oh, they are. She flails a hoop in emphasis. That's why I had to leave. Applejack knows she's making the mean face that Granny threatens to tan her hide for, but she can't help it after her friend said something so, well, foolish. That doesn't make a lick of sense. Rainbow still avoids her eyes, expression pinched. Yeah, well, whatever. She shifts on her perch. If you just came here to shout at me, you can stop now. Rainbow, you... Applejack shakes her head clear. You can't stay up there if you're sick. Who's stopping me? Applejack fumes. I am. She rears her hind legs up and gives the tree what for. Then gets laid flat by a falling Pegasus. Both fillies lie on the turned earth, stunned. Rainbow recovers first with yet another groan. What'd you go and do that for, doofus? Applejack's face flushes. It seemed like a good idea, alright? She wobbly returns to all fours, with Rainbow still on her back. The filly quivers under the extra weight. but trumps on irregardless. Wait, you're carrying me? Rainbow's voice gets pitchy. No way! That is so uncool! You reckon being sick and stuck up in a tree is cooler? Applejack scoffs, adjusting Rainbow's weight on her back. Just hush and let me get you home. Rainbow relents, sniffing in distaste. Applejack can feel her shivering against her back, despite the warm sun on her fur. It's going to be a long walk home. She gets about a third of the way through before they run into Big Mac, who stares incredulously for a moment before scooping Rainbow off of Applejack's back and onto his own. Rainbow's complaining stopped a few minutes back, and she doesn't acknowledge the transfer besides a little wordless mumble. Big Mac, we gotta get her back home. Applejack's voice is shrill. She's real sick and she's not even talking no more. Big Mac nods, eyes flitting from his sister's flushed face to the filly on his back, and they make their way towards the house at once. They burst inside, panting. Granny looks up from where she's rocking Baby Bloom in her bassinet and gasps. Good lordy, is she... Granny, my friend Rainbow's real sick. We gotta get her medicine, 'cause she's not talking no more and Rainbow never stops talking. Calm down now, dearie. Bring her here. Granny plods on over and they meet her halfway by the couch. Big Mac sets the little Pegasus down like he's handling explosives. Then takes a step back to let Granny do her work. Granny presses a hoof to Rainbow's forehead and takes a look at her eyes, all the while muttering under her breath. Seems like any old fever to me. Rainbow speaks up then, soft and strained. Feather flu, she manages, squinting. That's what Mum and Dad said. Granny bobs her head. So it's a Pegasus then. She shrugs and steps back. Ain't nothing we can do then. What? Applejack cries out. But Granny, yeah. Not Granny nothing, Billy. Your friend here needs a doctor who knows how to help Pegasus. I'll call up her folks and they'll take it from here. Applejack shrinks, eyes downcast. But Rainbow... Big Mac places a hoof on her withers. How about I take her on up to your room so she can get some rest? Applejack swallows down a retort, tipping her head in a half-hearted nod. Okay. He scoops Rainbow up again and makes his way up the stairs to Applejack's room, and the farm filly follows close behind. Soon Rainbow's all cozy and tucked in, having finally drifted off to sleep. AJ sits at her bedside, wincing with every cough or sharp breath, wishing she could do more, help more, see her friend grin and hear her fib and feel the down on her wings while they roughhouse in the fields. AJ, comes her voice, and Applejack hates how weak it sounds, how un-Rainbow Dash it sounds. Hey there, RD. Sleepy magenta meets teary green. Both fillies just stare at each other for a little longer than polite. Sorry for lying. What? Rainbow shifts in the sheets. Earlier, when I said I wasn't sick. Rainbow, I don't rightly care about that anymore. Applejack tries very hard not to sniffle. I just want you to get better. Rainbow isn't so good at hiding her sniffling, but Applejack lets it slide on account of her being sick. Okay, her voice cracks. Can you... The Pegasus points to the space beside her on the bed. Oh! Applejack smiles for the first time in a good little while, joining her friend on the bed in a heartbeat. Rainbow stays stiff and unmoving for a little while before shimmying a smidge closer. Applejack giggles and closes the distance. The two fillies cuddle, with Rainbow's little wings wrapping round AJ as much as they can, and Applejack's hooves holding her friend close. Sometime later, Rainbow's parents walk in, flanked by Granny Smith. They come upon the scene of the two snoozing fillies, one sniffling and coughing, and the other holding her so tight you'd need a crowbar to tear them apart.
Running down Thompson Ridge in old blue jeans, triple backflip off a rusted tire swing. Broken arm and trophy scars. Oh, that's one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing around in circles, bathing in the moonlight. Young when you fall so fast, busy being 17 and hoping this love lasts. It might kill us before we're done. Love keeps us young.
The Strawberry in the Apple Tree by Art Inspired. The wind shuffles a few orange leaves by Applejack's hooves. She looks at her red barn and sighs while walking in. The memories of her visit to town are still too fresh in her mind and she scowls. She nearly loses her temper towards a heap of innocent haystacks, but Applejack calms herself down to the best of her ability and remarks, "I don't see why I've got to be the one to apologize to her, when she was the one that behaved way more toxic than I did." She huffs briefly for a few times and then says, "Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down now. What are you gonna do about this to make it up to her?" The air around Applejack is fresh, and thanks to what little rainfall her farm has gotten, it also smells slightly moist. She considers the many different directions that she could take, but ultimately Applejack knows that all she really has to do, and all that she truthfully wants to do at the time, is to simply apologize to Strawberry Sunrise. She turns around vigorously and gasps with shock. This is because Strawberry just so happens to be walking into the barn just then and there. The sun's rays shine lightly on her red mane and tail, and she stops a few trots away from Applejack to say, "Hello, Applejack." The earth pony just gulps at her winged visitor and looks all around hesitantly. What are you even doing here?" Strawberry merely chuckles before saying, "Oh, sheesh, Applejack." With a roll of her eyes, she reveals, "This is going to be just a tiny bit difficult, but I came here because I felt like we shouldn't, Huh? Applejack asked. "Could you speak up? I can hardly hear you." Strawberry Sunrise then speaks up rather forwardly. "I just wanted to say, sorry." She rolls her eyes, although there's a hint of reluctance in the way she does it. "You see, Applejack, I realized earlier that I might have been a little bit too harsh. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really don't like apples at all." She even goes so far as to wave a hoof, and to that, Applejack just frowns. "Oh, don't look at me like that." Strawberry then stares with a hopeful grin. "What I mean to say is, I've never had one that I've ever necessarily liked before. I've heard how big you are on honesty and all that, so truthfully, I'd be willing to share an apple with you since..." She scratched the back of her neck. "I've, never actually had one from Sweet Apple Acres." Applejack asks, "You haven't? Well, why not?" "Because," Strawberry says as she hoofs towards Applejack in order to calm her down, "even as a foal growing up, I just never really liked them. Well, I'm sure that by now you know how much I absolutely detest them." Applejack nods, but wears an annoyed expression. "You painted the picture mighty clear the other day." She looks down and clears her throat. "I was having an awful week when you showed up, and I confess, I sort of took it out mostly on you," she scoffs. "Also, this isn't exactly easy for me to say, but the second you left, I wandered into the kitchen to find my father eating one of your Sweet Apple Acres apples." Applejack just gasps, but she also tries hard not to laugh too much. The farm pony asks in between her snickers. Then what happened? Strawberry asks rhetorically, "What do you think happened?" I asked him on a scale of 1 to 10 just how disgusting it is. He said that it was, she gulped nervously before finishing, delicious, and that I should really try one sometime. Standing there attentively, Applejack allows that to sink in. "You're really willing to do that?" She then shakes her head and says, "Nah, you know what, Straw, you really don't have to. I'll accept your apology if you'll accept mine. I'm sorry, Strawberry, for trying to shove the idea that apples are awesome down your throat." "That's no good though," Strawberry says. "I think that I really should just have an apple anyways. Again, I actually have never really had your apples yet." She motions some of her mane away to then state regally, "No pressure, right?" Applejack can't help but to feel intimidated by this lone remark. She can see where this could turn out badly for the two of them if she ends up accidentally giving the mare anything unsavory. She smiles calmly, however, and invites Strawberry. "Follow me. I think I know just the right kind that'll change your mind. Just you wait." They go by tree after tall apple tree until Applejack at long last brings Strawberry Sunrise to quite possibly the largest of them all. It towers, and as they slowly come up to it, Applejack begins to climb the nearby ladder. She also says as she goes along, "This here is what we've always called the forgiveness tree. We hardly ever have to use it, but any time we do end up using it, the ponies that have tried the apples that grow off the forgiveness tree have always at least somewhat enjoyed the crisp flavour." Strawberry replies, "Is that so?" There's silence, so she keeps talking. "Well, we'll see." As they reach the summit, Applejack lends the Pegasus a hoof and helps pull her the rest of the way up. "There we go, whew!" Applejack huffs while she wipes away from sweat from her forehead. "Alright, let's see. Which apple's just right for us?" Strawberry pants as well, but just waits for Applejack to pick out the best one. "Here we are," the farm mare joyfully voices, and she then picks the fruit with just one hoof after it's detached and yanked away from the thick stem it once hung from, and makes an audibly beautiful popping sound. Not even Strawberry Sunrise dares to deny its ripeness. It has a smooth surface and a perfectly red and shiny colouring to it. "Just to be on the safe side, you want me to take the first bite, right?" Strawberry just breathes for a few seconds, and then she nods. She watches closely while Applejack firmly sinks her teeth into the very edges, and all that's heard afterwards are Applejack's moans and giddy laughs of enjoyment. Is it that good?" Strawberry asks. Applejack neglects to answer the mare sitting closely next to her. She instead keeps on chewing contentedly and starts cutting into the apple with a small butter knife. "Here you go," she tells Strawberry Sunrise while she generously hoofs her a yummy looking slice. "You tell me." The clueless earth pony then averts her attention back to the apple and begins cutting away once more. Upon returning her attention to her companion, Applejack receives a thorough surprise. "It's not all that bad now, is it, Strawberry?" A sweet and succulent end of Strawberry Sunrise's very own slice of the apple is gracefully inserted into Applejack's opened maw, and at the other end, Applejack initially expects to see Strawberry's hoof. However, that's not what's there at all. Instead, it's her cute, light yellow muzzle, and she's smiling blithely and lightly blushing. Strawberry's harlequin green eyes stare angelically back into Applejack's too, and for a moment Applejack is paralysed by her understandably modest though unexpected urges. Strawberry forwardly takes more of the apple into her cheeks and allows their lips to meet quite casually, but it's also very, very brief. Applejack clamps down softly and nervously breaks off her half, and begins to nibble rather timidly. Strawberry is still directly in front of her, and she's smiling back at Applejack passionately, and is watching the whole time. She begins breathing steadily, and looks down at Applejack's nose for only a second. She then swiftly looks up, and back into Applejack's dilated eyes, only to tell her, "You're right. This apple really does taste incredible." Since she's still a little bit shaken by the way Strawberry has decided to forgive her, Applejack fails to respond right away, so Strawberry just keeps on openly flirting with her. "Can I have some more?" She finally coughs and holds a hoof up to her mouth, and looks away while trying to speak coherently. "You just... with me. I've never... but I thought you... on the lips?" Strawberry just laughs, but she then calmly asks Applejack, "You didn't like it then?" Applejack goes silent, and her hoof lowers itself back down as well. Save for the birds, nothing else can be heard from where they are. So she says more calmly, "Well, I didn't say that. You're actually, a good, that is to say..." Giggling even more, Strawberry says innocently, "If you'd like to keep going, Applejack." She flutters her eyes alluringly before saying, "I sure wouldn't mind kissing you again. You've got to admit, that sure was fun. And if it makes you feel any better, I wasn't lying in the slightest when I said that your apples actually really tasted great. It wasn't anything like the ones I've ever had as a filly." Again, there's a calming silence in the air, but Strawberry simply waits patiently. "I suppose." "You suppose?" Applejack glances at the Pegasus. "I suppose I wouldn't mind one bit, making out with you just a few more times." Her face turns red as a tomato while she speaks, but Strawberry doesn't mind this at all. To her, this only helps in making the farm pony appear that much more attractive and adorable. At first, for a second, Applejack attempts to hide her face with her hat, but Strawberry stops her with a hoof. She brings her face closer towards Applejack's and tells her, "I'm glad, because I was worried that I had overstepped my bounds, you know." This time, while Strawberry's eyes are closed, it's Applejack's turn to sneak in a kiss of her own. Nah, but I gotta say, I've never met some pony that's quite so boldly assertive. That's why, She just starts blushing again and then says, "I'm just not used to all this marshy stuff." Strawberry just laughs some more and then holds onto Applejack tightly to say, "You might want to get used to it then, because I have a feeling there's plenty more mushy stuff on the way." Applejack asks, "Yeah? Like what, Straw?" The amorous Pegasus isn't shy with her advancements. Another kiss meets Applejack's quivering lips, and she's gently laid down on her back atop the wide and thick, though soft bark. Strawberry leans down carefully, and while their bellies touch every so often, so do their lips, and Applejack is taken to cloud 9. Everything becomes a romantic blur the more and more Applejack feels Strawberry's muzzle against her own, and eventually their tongues force open the blocked passageways simultaneously to get at each other too. Thanks to those two ponies, there aren't just sounds of birds frequently chirping high up within the sky anymore. Applejack and Strawberry create sharp and luxurious commotions of their own. They giggle together for a spell before hastily getting back into the action. Another smooch occurs following their laughs, and Strawberry then relaxes a little more to say, "I've never, been with another mare either, so I'm just really happy to find out that you enjoyed making out with me today too." She swoons. "I've never really felt like this before." Applejack lightly presses her left hoof against Strawberry's small chest and compliments, "You're so beautiful, and I don't think I've ever felt this way before either." She kisses Strawberry once more before asking, "If it's alright with you, do you want to keep going?" Chuckling and then glancing away with embarrassment of her own, Strawberry Sunrise says merrily, "Of course I do, Applejack. The two of them stay in the tree like that for a few minutes longer, and even as they start to climb down the ladder, Strawberry begs Applejack to bring her back to the forgiveness tree again sometime soon. I'm really ecstatic too that you chose to bring me here, she says while trotting along side by side with Applejack. These apples that you grow on this farm, they really are something else. And Applejack? Yeah, Straw? She kisses Applejack one last time, and she then states lovingly, and so are you. Broken Futures by Scarlet Ribbon. Sweet Apple Acres. Applejack had always been sure that the farm would never change, that her family would always be bucking apples. No matter where her family had lived, they always kept on with the family business of planting trees and feeding the locals. Applejack was always a hard-working pony, but she was also a proud pony, and the one thing she'd always prided herself on was the Sweet Apple Acres name. A farm that did everything by hoof to provide the best for the ponies around them, making apple pies and fritters, selling the fruit of their labours at the Ponyville market. But then the war changed everything. Suddenly food was needed, not just at home, but at places away from home. At first, the Apple family decided to continue as they always had, bringing food to market and feeding those close to them. It wasn't long, however, before friends were pulled into the war efforts. The Crystal Empire slowly consumed everything as it ruthlessly cut down any pony that opposed their march, and the Apple family was pulled into the bloody massacre. Cousin Brayburn was the first casualty in the Battle of Appaloosa. Big Macintosh had suffered the most with his loss, and it was Big Macintosh that first had the idea. The Apple family of Sweet Apple Acres was going to join the war effort. Sweet Apple Acres was built on growing and nurturing, not destroying and killing. Big Macintosh took a step back as Applejack advanced on him. I ain't gonna let you go killing no pony, she continued. I don't care what they've done. You're an apple and you're gonna grow apples.
We apples are strong, AJ, he countered. Equestria needs me on the front lines.
Growing apples ain't gonna help the war effort none. He was backed into a corner now, forced to sit down and retreat further from Applejack's deathly stare. And how's being a dead pony helping gonna help us here on the farm?
It's not about the farm, AJ. It's not about us either. Equestria needs us to help. If you knew what was good for you, you'd be going too.
Applejack froze. He had a point. The Apple family wasn't accomplishing anything by sitting back while others went to the front lines to fight. They couldn't even help the war effort from here, not even providing food. The apples wouldn't survive the trip to the front. She shook her head in defeat. I know, Mac. She sighed, afraid of what might come next. I don't know what we'd do here on the farm without you. I'm scared. Big Macintosh stood up and held Applejack in a tender embrace.
I know you are, little sis, I know. But this is what I gotta do. Can't sit here at home doing nothing. Cousin Brayburn died protecting what he loved, and I love my family. I love the farm. I can't live with myself knowing I'm sitting here without doing the right thing by you all.
Applejack just nodded, a tear rolling down her cheek as she gripped Big Mac in a firm embrace. Eventually, Big Macintosh released her and turned away. Tears had streaked down his face.
Now, I'm hoping you don't mind, he said, but I've got an appointment with the recruiter.
He pushed Applejack away and turned towards the front door, headed off toward Ponyville. Applejack felt alone and abandoned as she watched her brother trot away out of sight.
Clean cleaned out my desk at work yesterday. I haven't told Caroline, don't know what to say. So I get dressed up in my shirt and tie. She fixes me lunch and kisses me goodbye. And I drive around, but I'm going nowhere. Down county 2 lanes that lead nowhere, through endless fields of Bermuda grass, just spinning my wheels and wasting gas.
Her brother was gone, sure. He would get back to pack his things and head off to the front, but she couldn't stop him. The Crystal Empire would pay. Applejack wasn't sure exactly how, but she would make them pay. Determination burned away the tears in her eyes as she turned away from the door. She threw her building rage into a swift buck, slamming the front door closed and shaking the entire house. Something in the pantry rattled, and Applejack heard the telltale sound of food crashing to the floor. "Horse apples," she muttered under her breath. While the angry kick had vented her growing frustrations, she wasn't about to make another pony clean up a mess she'd made herself. Directing that anger inward, Applejack stormed over to the pantry to clean up her mistake. The pantry was a mess. A loaf of bread, a jar of honey, some canned dog food, and several apples were laying scattered across the floor. The jar had shattered, splattering honey across all of the lower shelves and making a huge sticky mess out of the floor. Applejack could hear Winona running, clearly attracted by the crashing sound. "Winona, no!" Applejack cried as the dog dove past her and into the pantry. It was too late. The pup was rolling in honey and shattered glass, somehow miraculously managing not to cut herself up. "At least the honey is good for cuts," Applejack mumbled to herself as she carefully extracted the dog from the pantry. Winona had done her best to get completely covered in the honey, but Applejack sighed in realization that she'd have to wash the dog before honey was tracked all over the house. Or would she? If she could keep the dog in the pantry, there wouldn't be the honey spread all over the house. Keeping a grip on the wayward animal, Applejack ran to the kitchen to grab Winona's bowl and a can opener, and she returned to the pantry, closing the door behind her. She set the bowl down and went to work, opening one of the cans of dog food. Cans. The idea struck her like lightning. The apples didn't have to fight in a war. They could support the war effort from home. Soldiers needed food, and good fruit was a critical part of their diet. Applejack took off at a gallop. She had to stop Big Macintosh to tell him there was another way. She needed to reach the recruitment office before he did. That proved easier than she expected. When she arrived, Big Macintosh was just sitting outside the office staring at the door. He cringed and shied away as he noticed her approach. "Big Macintosh," she called out, "we need to talk."
Yup.
He stared at the dirt, waiting for Applejack to speak. When she didn't, he decided to come clean.
I can't do it, AJ. I can't kill another pony. It's not for me. Even if it's for Bray.
Big Macintosh broke down into tears, and this time it was Applejack who embraced him. "I know, Sugar Cube, I know."
What are we gonna do?
He asked between sobs. "We're gonna grow apples, and we're gonna send them to war." Big Macintosh pushed Applejack away so he could look her in the eye.
What?
He asked flatly. "I was feeding Winona and then the idea hit me. Canned apples. They'll reach the soldiers and the soldiers can eat. We can help the war effort."
Jack, that'll ruin perfectly good apples.
Big Macintosh scolded her. "I know, Mac, but it's better than ruining a perfectly good Equestria, ain't it?" Big Macintosh and Applejack shared a long look.
I suppose you're right, he conceded.
I wish I knew the road to you. I don't care how far, I won't stop trying. I wanna be right where you are.
And so, Sweet Apple Acres rapidly grew into a canning conglomerate fueled by a war-torn Equestria and funded by a massive military machine of equestrian might. It had taken them a couple of days to convince the rest of the family, but they all eventually caved, proving one thing: war really does change everything, even Sweet Apple Acres. That crazy pony, Applejack muttered as she stepped into the house. What crazy pony? Apple Bloom asked from the kitchen. The one that showed up early today, claiming to know you. Where'd she take you anyway? We haven't seen you for hours. Applejack stepped into the family room, slowly taking off her work clothes. Yeah, she claimed I'm one of her best friends, and that we all saved Equestria from King Sombra before the war even started. Says Equestria is a better place, and that some pony changed the past, so it all went wrong. And then something about how this timeline isn't supposed to exist, and now she's trying to make things right.
I can't say there'd be anything wrong with that, Big Macintosh commented, idly looking up over the edge of a newspaper he was reading. Victory at Manhattan, it declared in big bold letters. Really? Applejack? Don't you think that's a bit strange? Apple Bloom continued, carrying a fresh apple pie to the dinner table. I mean, she was an alicorn, right? If she's so special, why ain't we heard of her before? Don't know, Applejack replied, rolling her eyes. But if and she's right, I can't think of many things worse than what we've got right now. Supper's ready, Apple Bloom called upstairs as she set the pie at the table. Their father stood up from the sofa and stretched his limbs. Well, I can't imagine things are any worse than this, wherever she's from, he said as he took his place at the table. She's probably just crazy, but I wish her the best of luck.
The smoke is clear. Sit alone with a beer and run through the rubble. Months of trouble in the end. The tears on your face, the sight of you walking away, and the memories drop and ring like bombs in my head. And I don't know if I could have done more. And I don't know if it was my fault or yours. So I'm still fighting after the war. My phone in the night could start the war again. Pull the trigger, press send and go. Catch a plane before sunset. Kneel down and say come back. Say baby I was wrong, I need you home. But I don't know if I love you anymore. I don't know if I loved you before. So I'm still fighting after the war. Well, there should be part I can take this on my own, and I don't know if I wanna try to love anymore. But I'll keep fighting. Oh, I'll keep fighting. And I'm still fighting this damn war. Oh, oh, oh.
A Cold Heart in a Warm Bed by B25. The rain was cold, and it poured from the darkness above. It pelted the grass as winds froze the area. The boutique toweringly loomed, something impersonal that scared Applejack's very psyche. There was no reason she should be here, outside in the storm, all alone before her friend's door. But, try as she might, she couldn't go home, couldn't wait around in her room, unable to sleep, forced to deal with the feelings and thoughts that kept her awake. They haunted the farmhouse, lurked in the walls and loomed in the ceiling, a pervasive sense that pressed all around it. Nothing good could come from staying there. She had to leave. It was better the storm than absolute silence. Applejack knocked on the door, and then she did so in a slow, odd rhythm, like a tired traveller searching for lodgings. The knocks provided different sounds from the winds and rain. Shuffling came from a couch, a clopping of hooves, the sliding of a lock, the squeaking of hinges on wood. Now, whoever could it? Rarity's form appeared behind the door, at first blocking the way, but as recognition lit on the sapphire eyes, the mare opened the door, fully exposed. Applejack! Whatever are you doing out there? Applejack's mouth opened, but Rarity shook her head. No, no. Rarity cleared the way and nudged into the darkness of the boutique. Inside, I'll put on some tea. A few orange candles warmed the interior of the boutique. Rarity had floated over a towel and set another on the couch, leaving to put the kettle on, wanting to warm her friend up, who dried herself off. Applejack nervously sat on the cushion afterward while leaning back. A book and a glass of wine had been set on the table before the couch, another way of surviving the night. The cover was a mare, reaching out to a stallion half submerged into a shadow. Applejack rolled her eyes, scoffing, but something inside couldn't be as harsh. The clicking of cups on plates rattled into the room. Applejack looked afar to see Rarity walking over, a smile with 2 drinks floating beside her, each set on the table, before Rarity took a seat as well. She gave a smile that held back the confusion behind it. "A delight to see you, my dear," Rarity said with an awkward air. "So you are fortunate that I was awake. Don't you know the time?" Applejack nodded with a swallow. A little mouth kept open, unsure of itself. Reckon it's past the sensible hours you'd expect any knocking?" She rubbed her head and looked around. "Nearly worried myself that you wouldn't be awake." Applejack looked back. "Though I can leave if need be. Wouldn't hurt me now." "Applejack!" Rarity stretched out the name in a sing-song voice. Sensible hours are for sensible ponies. I'm sure that you and I have shown ourselves to be quite the opposite of that from time to time. A giggle, something self-amused but lightened the air. I would have rolled out of bed for you. Stay awake the whole night should you need it. Rarity's forelegs crossed over the middle of the couch as she leaned over, sinking into the cushion, lowering beneath Applejack's muzzle. The alabaster unicorn grinned with a glint in her eyes. I am yours after all. She rose like a white, determined snake, an adorable predator-like expression. Just like how you are mine. Applejack stiffened but didn't fight it, the delicate lips ascending and tapping and then sealing against her own, a merging softness that rolled her eyes up before sealing them tight. She immersed herself in the kiss, drowned in its delights. Rarity's lips pulled back. Applejack's eyes opened to see her mare friend's annoyed, concerned expression. Something's bothering you, something critical. She leaned back, licking her lips, wincing. I can taste it in your kiss. Applejack shivered and turned. Sorry. Hooves touched her shoulders and turned Applejack back around. White forelegs curved around her neck as the fashionista held her close. Rarity's face was an inch away, narrowed in love. Don't be. That which is troubling you will be the thing that is truly sorry. That had been the reason why Applejack had fallen in love, why she had confessed in a daze and found herself delighted when she came awake. It was the dramatics of the other mare that gave her life, that made things feel like more than what they really were. How the smallest things could be ballooned, how Applejack could be allowed her own dramatics, her own right to feel things to whatever extents her feelings demanded. But I can understand if you have no idea to talk. Rarity fell into her friend with a hug, nuzzling the back of Applejack's neck. We can just sit here and rest in each other's company, she hummed, or any number of other activities that appeal to you. That's not what Applejack wanted, not in the slightest. Something else gripped her, a matter that she'd been too afraid to confess to another. Applejack sounded the word but could not feel the rest supported to go with it. The syllables deprived of oxygen sinking into her love's neck. She laid all of her weight on the other mare, Rarity held without shudder or complaint. I'm afraid. You afraid? The comment had hurt. Rarity felt the shiver that rocked against her. White forelegs clutched Applejack's frame tighter. Sorry, don't you mind that comment. There is nothing wrong with being afraid. It's just something unexpected from one usually so strong. The side of Applejack's face fell into the cushioning of Rarity's frame. I ain't all that strong, not underneath it all. Lies! Rarity's hooves massaged across her back, alighting the nerves beneath the muscle, the softness beneath the firmness. But tell yourself what you must. You are strong to me, no matter what. Though, in the end, we cannot stop ourselves from feeling that which we'd rather not feel. Rarity sank into her a moment. What has you afraid, Applejack? How does one answer a question like that? How does one explain everything in their existence to this very second? Everything that influenced Applejack and the world around her, the seconds in a day that dictate the coming years. How could Applejack say all of that in a single conversation? Or even hope to explain all of that well? Everything, Applejack collapsed into herself. Everything's always got me. Always at the back of my head, just waiting to come out. Her head shook. Some days I don't mind it much. Other times it eats me alive. None of the family are back home. Even when they are there, This wasn't making sense. It wasn't a problem with an answer that could be given, a symptom that selected the correct remedy. It was just a piece of existence that troubled one's soul, a state of affairs that, if it could be changed, would have already done so. I'm just worried this is it, Applejack finally confessed. Getting up, going out there, working in sun and snow, seeing the land beyond change day by day. Ponyville's changed. Granny's gone. Bloom too? Mac's always out? It's just me there. I don't mind, but... Rarity pulled back into Applejack's view. She was smiling. It's not just the loneliness, Rarity softly mused, is it? Applejack's head shook with eyes that never left her love. No, it ain't. Rarity turned without leaving the embrace. A blue glow surrounded her horn, as it did her cups. Both floated to their mouths and, touching their lips, allowed themselves to be sipped. Applejack smiled at the little pampering. She hadn't let herself be consoled like this before, not made to feel the things underneath her inner shield. I just worry this is it. Applejack's muzzle pulled from the cup, which levitated back to the table. That everything great has come and gone. Can't tell you the last time I saw Twilight outside the castle, or when Rainbow ain't knocking out a nap in her office. She used to lounge by the farm every dang day. Now she's always away, and it's just... Yourself? Applejack shuddered. Not that you... A white hoof sealed against her lips. Shh, I'm not accusing you. Rarity's hoof retracted. Just trying to learn more. Applejack nodded, but missed the touch. I just worry for myself. Never used to do that. I was pretty alright with my lot in life. Applejack turned down at the orange fluffiness in her chest. Seeing white forelegs wrapped around it made Applejack smile. Could be strong because everyone needed me to be. But now everyone's gone, and I've got none to be strong for. She looked at Rarity. Except you. I thought you were the one I'd be strong for. She chuckled with a shaking head. But then you cracked me open, and everything came pouring out. Now, I'm just a deflated mess. Something that don't even know itself. The hooves continued to stroke her coat regardless of her words. There ain't much excitement in life anymore. Applejack went on, looking at the cup. It magically raised again, keeping its distance, waiting to be summoned. The farm is all I have left. I'll work it the same way till I die, and then that'll be it. Her throat croaked. But I'm not okay with that. Wetness stung the corners of Applejack's eyes. I don't want that to be me anymore. I don't want every day to be the same. To have to go through the same torment day in and day out. I'm getting tired, and I had no pony to be strong for. The cup floated over, and Applejack took a drink, struggling to do so, a pain in her throat. The finished tea was pulled away seconds later. Applejack sat in the silence. The troubled mare turned to her love, held by the pony she once declared overly dramatic and sentimental, who felt and whined too much, who now had lived life more fully than Applejack, faced her fully without hiding the tears. You're the only worth I have anymore, Applejack admitted. Her hooves slipped out of Rarity's hug and wrapped around the mare, sealing around the white pudge. The only thing that has any development, that might lead to something better than this. But you could leave me, go on to do better. Rarity shook her head and finally spoke. But how could I do better than perfection? Applejack's mouth wordlessly opened. But I understand your terror. Applejack nearly scoffed. How can you? Because of all the little times you've shared them with me throughout the years. It wasn't preaching or admittance that she knew everything, but it was confidence meant to reassure. A wisdom Rarity had acquired over the years. What you've told me after work over a bottle of wine, or in the time you spent in my room after the funeral, or our nights on the farm after we waved apple bloom from the train. Rarity wiped Applejack's tears. She then kissed where they had been. It was the action, the gesture, that could cure the pain. Her lips remained inches from the orange fur. The breathing behind her words washed across Applejack's cheek. One cannot explain the terror of their existence in a single conversation, but another can come to understand it, to assuage it, in little moments throughout the years. Another set of tears came, already rubbed away from the one always there. Applejack chuckled in defeat. I suppose I felt better about life with you around. For which part of me? Silence passed before Rarity embraced her love again. The two hugged tightly and cared not for the seconds, content to be in another's embrace. The warmth of the other, the brushing of furs, the caressing of skin, the merging of consciousness allowed them to experience the state of another's life. I cannot tell you that life will get better, Rarity confessed from the side of Applejack's neck, but there are things we can do to improve it. She nodded into Applejack's coat. All I can attest is that I will be there for you, in every terrifying little second that passes, and that no matter what happens, I'll ensure everything will be okay. Applejack smiled. Rarity? Yes, my dear. Could I stay here tonight? I wouldn't dare cast you into the storm. Could we? Yes. The two went upstairs after that, into the bedroom, and shuffling beneath the sheets, coming to embrace the other, a tight hold softening the darkness, a promise that, no matter what came tomorrow, they would awake to it together.
Let's be lazy, baby, no troubles on our minds. Tell me, maybe we can leave it all behind. The two of us, we're here, no rush. Let's be lazy, baby. Let's be lazy, baby. Let's be lazy, baby. Let's be lazy, baby.
You Too Deserve Apples by Short Skirts and Explosions. Here, in the core of everything she's ever cared about, the sky above is the same earth as below, and I can't imagine a more fitting place to corral her joys away. The moment my hooves touch warm, verdant grass, I see fruit fields and farmlands folding up beyond the horizons. For they are the horizons until they are not, and ultimately wrapping around to cast a ceiling that is simply another neighborhood's floor. I pause in my approach to the nearby ranch, tilting my muzzle up and gazing at crystalline lakes and flowing rivers that demarcate the different emerald properties from one another, except they are all one property, belonging to one pony, and yet every pony, a family overflowing everywhere all at once, branching from and back to the one tree that ever needed to be planted. It's simple, it's beautiful, elaborate and warm, but first and foremost, it is simple, like she is, like we all try to be but fail. This is not my first time here. I pray to the prairies beyond that it won't be my last. My approach is as lazy as ever. This is a heaven where all the chores are done and all the meals are cooked and all the pies are baked and all the sorrows are shepherded off to shadows unknown. All measure of worry is sequestered into dark patches that I cannot venture to see. In such a spacious hollow of terrestrial splendour, precisely what illuminates it all? She does. Even from a gallop away, her radiance is blinding. I follow the music of her voice, approaching the epicenter of the realm, like a blind mare wandering through an enchanted forest. Every tree hangs with crimson bounty. The path ahead of me is rich with plenty, eternally awaiting a grand, rapturous event. I can taste the fruit through my nose, every breath, every heartbeat, delicious and pure, and her song saturates her playful drawl and welcoming warbles. Better not wait too long or they won't be ripe no more. Ahead of me, in a twirl and a toss of her mane, she hooves baskets full of produce to fellow equines and sends them on their merry way. She is living gold, full of freckles and friendship. 10,000 years have dusted the depths of my mind, and it's still not enough to fathom the weight of her generosity. So don't be too fastidious like y'all. Sit down and have your fill. Nothing is more delicious than the here and now, and if I do say so myself, I reckon it's all plucked as fresh as can ever be. Just fit for a princess, you can mark my words. Friends, sisters, brothers, they all laugh and thank her for her hard work and labour. I spot droves of ponies gathering at an endless picnic table that wraps around the world and back to where I arrive at the sacred entrance to a solitary ranch. There are enough plates to feed civilization 10 times over, and every juice-stained muzzle above its place is smiling, fit and full, but not nearly as much as her. Whoo-wee! Boy howdy if I done and buy her a dinner that served right on time. She turns, her emerald eyes sweeping, bathing, then cascading all over me. A delightful rinse, without fail. Well, good afternoon, Sugar Cube, she says, as if it's the first time she's ever seen me. All of the mortal innocence of that fragile, precocious world, hers flows the furthest. Are you fixing to have yourself a plate of Vietties? If so, kick your horseshoes off and grab a seat. She winks, freckles like comets, flashing and returning and accompanying her country hum. There's plenty for every pony. 1,000 apologies, I say. I keep my smile reserved, a space beyond this warm sphere that cocoons her. But I did not come here to partake, at least not in the sustenance. Poof! Sustenance! She slaps her knees and guffers. Even a heart as old as mine lifts with each squeaky chortle. Did ya just fall off the train from Manhattan or something? The truth is a great deal more complicated. Wait a tit. She squints, those green pools bubbling with curiosity. There's a mighty fancy air about you, miss. Have you been around these parts before? Oh, I sigh, swimming. A few times. If I may be so bold, reckon you got a regal taste to your voice. I arch an eyebrow. Is that a fact? Oh! She jumps back so hard, her hat nearly falls off. Smack my brow! Miss Appaloosa! From that there pageant a few years back, you really did look pretty as a palm. What with that wreath of moonflowers you was wearing? Am I right or am I right? Another exhale. I can already feel this moment slipping. It only ever vanishes faster. I savor the last flicker of warmth with a soft breath. I would say that's enough of a truth to suffice. Ain't no such thing as a sufficient truth, Miss Appaloosa. She reaches into a bottomless barrel of apples and grabs a sample. There's the way things is, no stretch to it. She rubs the fruit against her fuzzy coat, adding an extra glint to its already immaculate shine. If there happens to be a call for hiding and shaming, well, she bequeaths me with the apple, along with a motherly smile. All that needs to be done is for us to change, then there's no need for any other nonsense, you hear? I take the apple from her. The reflection on the surface has no face. I wonder who or what she sees when I arrive. If this Miss Appaloosa has nearly as much to regret about, as if it all too melts away nearly as easily when her consciousness drifts through this happenstance heaven. You more than any pony else, deserves to know the truth, I say in a dull tone. Now just what you going on about, Missy? She side chuckles. Namely the fact. I look up at her. I must be soft. I don't want this place to collapse as well. I've witnessed that too much over the eons. That you will be seeing far less of me for a while. Oh? Her ears curve. It's the first dip in her otherwise ecstatic countenance that I've witnessed since arriving. Duty is calling you elsewhere, darling? Quite the opposite, really, I say. My sister and I, we are retiring, for lack of a better term. Please, sugar cube. The dazzle in her eyes is the same as her freckles. She hoofs another smattering of apples to even more visiting neighbours before pointing them in the direction of the equatorial picnic table. Just how can any pony retire from being a beautiful purdy cow filly? My heart falters. I almost lose my anchor, threatening to scatter this subconscious projection into a million broken pieces. Okay, now I've fully remembered what I will miss the most about this place. Such pure, unmitigated, heartfelt admiration for all that lives and tastes and works to live and taste another day. I suppose it's far too complicated to explain. I swallow a lump down my phantom throat. I can't revel in those emerald pools, not anymore, or else I might melt permanently into this place. And it doesn't mean that I will never ever return to this domain. Ha! Well, that's a relief. She leans back against a tree and tilts the brim of her hat back. A friendly face like yours would sure be ashamed to be missed out on regularly. It's yet to be determined who or what will take on the labours that I have personally seen to nightly since time immemorial. I gaze off at the horizon that bends to become the sky, and then the sunrise, and then the sunset, and then back here. And it won't be my first sabbatical, as it were, a delicate breath. I was gone for a very, very long time before. The way I see it, she shrugs before plucking a string of grass from the soil below and chewing it betwixt her teeth. As long as you're sure of yourself and what you're doing for other ponies, then you're right where you need to be. This is followed by a sharp wink and an even sharper smile. But you'll be missed something awful all the same. I look at her straight. It is here, in this sanctum that she's conjured, that I somehow feel the smallest. If only she knew what brought me back here. If only I could say it. It fulfills me. She cocks her head curiously at that. Miss, all those years that I was gone, all the generations abandoned under the veil of abject darkness, I was not certain just what state of collective subconscious I would return to. I had pondered over the countless nightmares that had been fostered in my absence, the terrors and fears and abysmal pits that I would have to rescue so many hapless minds from. And then, on the first night of my governance, the first trot I made was to hear. Is that so? Her ears twitch, awaiting a crown perhaps. Except she already has one. I should not be any more humbled. Was it everything you hoped for? It was. I start. It is. I stumble. Warm. I gaze off, imagining a new moon, forever frozen in darkness, save for the tears, frozen, still there, warmer than any flame of war in all the wretched world's epochs, and a click of the tongue, dull music compared to her. I realized the nightmares were only ever me. Now, that don't seem quite right, Miss Appaloosa. Her face is long, soft, a new pool to drown this hollow home, and perhaps that's why it ever had a vacuum to begin with. It was in want of apple filling, delicious and wholesome in all the right places, so that there's no room left for any doubts. You seem like alright pony folk to me, and even if you've made a few mistakes along the way, Reckon she ain't nothing so big that can't be fixed. And so I came back. I looked at her again, the tiniest I've ever been, a little pony in her shadow, perhaps a seed to contemplate the tree she branched from, but ultimately hopeless, wanting, weaning, again and again and again. I could not help myself, I suppose. You have given me so much hope, merriment, and truth these past few years of night, Miss Applejack. I stand as tall as I can, which is also deliciously futile, but it no longer pains me. A portion of this upcoming retirement is to measure ourselves among mortals. My sister and I can't thank a more apt teacher. I wish there was a way I could properly thank you, especially since I won't be blessed with visiting a place quite as often as I desire to. She merely shakes her smiling head. No need to go into all that hogwash, ma'am. She pulls her hat off and bows. Gold touches earth, and the sky ripples with her voice. It's simply our hospitality. I smile, and what fine hospitality it is. Now, she stands back up from the tree, slaps her hat back on her head, and motions towards the barn. Since we've gotten that out of the way, why don't you join us for some good old-fashioned hoedown? Every pony from 100 towns over have come to join the fun. Would be ashamed to miss it. I'm afraid I cannot, I say. I must be departing now. Ah, well, the moment you come back to this here ranch, Miss Appaloosa, you'll be as welcome as the moon in June. I open my eyes. A marble floor stretches beyond the throne. Dim blue torches illuminate a stretch of polished granite that frames a balcony overlooking the equestrian countryside. Starlight bathes the pastures and fields in the shadow of the Canterlot Mountains. Somewhere a tiny speck amidst the great grey malaise of it all. A little pony dreams not of yesterday's life or tomorrow's death, but of now, the space between beats, and the warmth of excitement that comes with contemplating just how right everything is when you're exactly where you need to be. I know.
So pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. Preachers and dreamers, they both believe in the patterns and powers that we can't quite see. You can spend your life guessing or look for the signs. Sit back and sip on that dandelion wine. Oh, my life, I've known some things you can't control. You can make plans, but they'll change most times. So pour me one more glass of dandelion wine. Pour me one more glass of dandelion wine.
The Well by Blue Colton. Thunder bellowed like an invisible serpent. The wind hissed through the trees. What leaves still clung to the branches struggled to hold on. Many surrendered, the leaves torn violently from their bows. It would be a fierce storm, they knew. Perhaps the wind would show them mercy by carrying them someplace safe. Safety, however, was the last thing in one particular pony's mind. Desperate hooves raced over the bare soil, a drum roll of violent urgency. The pony leaped over a displaced log, her golden mane flailing behind her like candlelit flames. When she landed, she didn't take a moment to rest. Her breathing was harsh, like some pony had just strangled her. But she didn't pause. She couldn't stop moving. Her heart raced against her chest as if it had hooves of its own. Tired, terrified, Applejack went on. Thunder boomed in the distance, a warning of things to come. Normally the pragmatic mare wouldn't be stupid enough to be caught outside in such a storm. But she wasn't thinking about that right now. Right now, all she cared about was finding her little sister, Applebloom. After their latest Crusaders meeting, Applebloom was supposed to come straight home. When the little filly failed to show up, Applejack went over to the clubhouse only to find it empty. That's when she heard the storm. It wasn't the first time Applebloom had come home late. Applejack had scolded her on more than one occasion. She'd half a mind to give her sister's yellow hide a good tanning when she found her. But what she couldn't understand is what Applebloom would be doing out here with that storm bearing down on Sweet Apple Acres. Had something happened to her? Was she hurt somewhere in the woods? Did a timber wolf attack? All these terrible notions scratched at the inside of Applejack's head like raking talons. She felt sick thinking about them. She had to find Applebloom, had to make sure she was okay, and so she fled the treehouse in search of her baby sister. Applebloom! Her voice coarse from so much yelling. AJ paused to listen. Her breathing was almost as loud as the storm itself. Her keen ears panned around her head for signs of reply. When none came, Applejack began to run. She didn't know how long she'd been running. It seemed like forever. Applejack had grown up with these trees. She knew every square inch of Sweet Apple Acres. Knew every apple tree, every fence, every rock. Yet never before had the place she'd called home seemed so alien to her. It's as if she had stepped into some warped version of the farm. The trees were less bright, more menacing. There was less grass here. Even the air felt wrong. Applebloom! AJ's frantic voice was drowned out by a loud crash. It sounded like a giant had just stepped into the woods. A tree came crashing down before their path with a bone-shattering stomp. Applejack cried out. She was almost crushed by the falling tree, and had just barely stopped inches from where the closest branch, its point sharpened to a spear's edge, lay pointing at her exposed neck. "You do not belong here," the alien forest seemed to be saying to her. "Leave, now!" Gasping, the element of honesty fell on her backside. She'd come so close to death just now. She could feel the grim pony standing behind her, his icy breath causing every hair on her body to stand on edge. She felt cold. Her breath coalesced into a thick mist before her. Overhead she saw lightning flash. Arcs of brilliant blue and white began to stab down at the earth like angry lances. She didn't have much time. It took AJ more than a minute to realize that she'd lost her hat. She found it sprawled on the ground not 5 feet from her. It felt like losing a part of her body. Applejack quickly reattached that part of herself to her head. Whole again, the mare shook off that near-death experience and leaped over the fallen tree. She would not let anything stand between her and finding her sister. Death could kiss the fattest part of her. "Help me!" Applejack skidded to a halt. She knew that voice anywhere. "Apple Bloom?" she called out. Damn the storm. She would scream that name until it answered back. "Apple Bloom!" "Applejack?" the tiny voice replied. It sounded nearby and yet so far away. Hollow, as if an apparition of sound. "Hang on, sis!" Applejack took off at full gallop. She ran for how long she could not say. Ultimately, her wild flight through the forest, chasing down the voice of her sister, led her to a very unexpected and unfamiliar place. A well stood before her. It was old, ancient even, with vines crawling up its sides and moss clinging to the stones. It was half boarded up, the wood rotten and peeling. A rope dangled off the edge like a dead snake with a broken basket by its side. The well stood beside a wall of stone that towered over it like some gargantuan sentry. Both were surrounded by a ring of trees. The sky opened up to witness nature's oncoming fury. Applejack did not recognize the well. She did, however, recognize the voice coming from inside. "Apple Bloom!" She rushed toward the well. She could smell putrid water and foul things coming from within. A scent reminiscent of wrongness. Her nose scrunched up at the smell of it. What in the name of Celestia was Apple Bloom doing out here? Peering over the edge, Applejack saw only darkness. The void reminded her of an open maw. "Apple Bloom?" Her voice echoed. The maw swallowed it up hungrily and opened up for more. "Sis!" the tiny voice called back. "Is that you?" Water sloshed below. "Applejack! What happened, Apple Bloom? How'd you fall down there?" "I'm sorry, sis. I didn't mean to be late. I got lost and then... She began to cry. "Please help me. I think my leg is broken." That was all Applejack needed to hear. "Hang on, I'ma get you out of there." With the wind picking up, Applejack knew it was only a matter of time before the storm was upon them. Storms this close to the ever-free forest were brutal. Even the toughest earth ponies knew better than to spit in the face of heaven. They had to get home before it was too late. Glancing around, Applejack naturally focused on the discarded rope. She felt it for sturdiness and was surprised to find that it was still strong, if a bit smelly. "Apple Bloom!" AJ called into the well. "I'm gonna toss a rope down the well. When it gets down, I want you to tie it around yourself. Can you do that?" I think so. But hurry, Applejack. My leg really hurts." Applejack wasted no time coiling the rope. She could feel the storm getting closer, like a koi fish in the path of an oncoming tsunami. After checking it a second time for sturdiness, Applejack stood over the edge. "Heads up, sis. I'm lowering the rope." Like feeding a wire through a wall, Applejack began to lower the rope. She stood on her hind legs, gradually feeding the rope into the well. Despite the urgency, Applejack kept a steady pace. Letting fear get the better of her would do no good, especially for Apple Bloom. "Can you see the rope?" she asked after a while. She had no idea how deep the well was. But as she was running out of rope, she figured she had to be getting close. "I think so," Apple Bloom called back. Yeah, I see it." Hope entered her sister's voice. And it wasn't long before Applejack felt a taut pull at the other end. "Great, now tie the other end around your shoulders like I showed you." Applejack felt the rope being pulled and twisted. "I got it, sis." Apple Bloom pulled the rope. "I'm ready. Hang on." Using her lower legs as leverage, the mare began to pull. Strong arms easily hoisted the filly upward. She only hoped Applebloom didn't accidentally bump her leg against the walls of the well. Eventually, exhaustion from all the running began to take its toll, and Applejack started to sweat. Her muscles protested and her joints groaned. She could feel a slight burning sensation from where the tree branch had almost impaled her. Behind her, the wind began to rush at her, as if it meant to push her inside the well. "How you doing, sis?" AJ said in an attempt to divert her attention to the task at hand. "I can see the light." Applebloom almost squealed. "There! I saw a flash!" "That would be the lightning," Applejack muttered to herself. "I've almost got you." She had pulled up almost as much rope as she'd lowered. It began to coil at her legs. "I can hear you better!" Applebloom exclaimed. "I can see the edge!" Applejack beamed. She was almost there. "Great!" Then she heard something. It was more terrifying than any sound the storm could make. There came a stretching, the sound of something being torn. Applejack noticed at the last second the point where the rope of the wall met. It was beginning to give. "No!" It snapped. Applebloom screamed. "Applebloom!" Without thinking, Applejack dropped the rope and leapt in after her. With the gap in the wood being as small as it was, all she managed to get through was her right arm and a bit of her shoulder. She feverishly began to probe for her sister, knowing full well she was already beyond her reach. "Sis!" Hot tears burned her eyes. She had smacked her face against the side of the boards when she leaped, and a trickle of blood seeped down her nose. She didn't care. None of it mattered. All that mattered was that she had failed her sister. "Help me!" But Applebloom's voice was close. Very close. She must have caught under something. A jutting brick, perhaps? Or one of the vines? She had not fallen to her death as Applejack had feared. "Reach for my hoof!" Applejack yelled. The storm was almost on top of them, so she had to scream to even hear herself. "Come on!" She felt something fumbling for her hoof. It was wet and sticky. The smell of rot and dank filled her one good nostril. It was overwhelming, but she tried to ignore it despite her gag reflex kicking in. "Come on!" It was almost too slippery, but eventually her hoof did manage to grab Applebloom's. Her hoof was wet. Perhaps there was some water left in the well. Maybe it had cushioned Applebloom's fall. Small miracles. "I've got you! Don't you worry none! Applejack!" As if the storm had suddenly ceased, a great silence pervaded the grove. The quiet was deafening. However, nothing surprised Applejack as much as the fact that her sister had spoken from behind her. Slowly turning her head, Applejack spotted Applebloom just standing there. The filly was soaked and covered in mud, her hair matted to an exhausted face. Her wide eyes were filled with confusion and apprehension, her little chest heaving with exertion. Aside from the fact that she looked like she'd been through Tartarus, Applebloom looked none worse for the wear. Her jaw hanging, Applejack was at a loss for words. "What are you doing, sis? Why are you screaming for?" Applebloom?" AJ spoke as if she'd never seen her before. "But I thought you were..." A shiver ran up her arm and into her body. Applejack turned back to the well, where her arm was still more than halfway through the hole. Something was holding on to her. Something wet. Something wrong. Suddenly, she was pulled towards the hole with horrific strength, her back legs kicking into the air. Applebloom screamed and dove for her sister's tail. She gripped with her teeth and pulled with all her might, her assistance enabling Applejack to get her hind legs back on the ground. Pain surged through Applejack's arm as whatever had taken it was slowly, but with increasing ravenousness, began to pull. "Let me go!" she screamed. Growling like some feral animal, the mare pulled with all her might. She could feel the tendons in her arms stretching beyond their natural limits. It felt like whatever had a hold on her was going to tear her arm right out of its socket. She didn't want to lose the arm, but if she had to choose, She'd gladly cut it off if it meant freedom. Trapped animals did it all the time, chewing off their legs so they may escape. But could she do it? Could she chew off her own arm? What is it? Applebloom cried through clenched teeth. I don't know. Pull, Applebloom, pull! Through their combined strength, the earth ponies struggled against the thing within. Applejack felt sick. Whatever had her felt ambiguous. She couldn't tell whether it was a hoof, a claw, or a tentacle. All she knew was that it was wet, slimy, and did not want to let her go. It wanted to drag her into the well, into its domain, where she would never get out. The struggle went on for several agonizing minutes. The pain was unbearable. Applejack surged with all her earth pony might, her sister doing the same, but try as they might, they couldn't free her arm from the thing's grasp. It seemed they were at a stalemate. But whereas the ponies would soon tire, the thing below showed no signs of letting up. Just when it seemed that her arm was about to be torn off, Applejack was let go. She tumbled backwards onto her sister, burying the filly beneath her. Applebloom cried out but was freed moments later when AJ rolled off to the side, her eyes wide. Applejack skidded away on her back, putting as much distance between her and the well as possible. Get away from it, Applebloom! The Apple sisters had retreated until they were sure there was no sign of the well, so much as touching them, never mind the creature inside. Gasping, AJ observed her arm. It was covered in black and brown gunk and smelled unbelievably bad. Small cuts appeared on the arm with rivulets of blood dripping to the ground. A bit of moss clung to it as well, which Applejack quickly dislodged. Wincing, for her arms throbbed with pain, Applejack felt like sitting there and crying. Her sister was in a better frame of mind. Applejack, we've got to get you back home so Granny can look at your arm. Applejack didn't hear her. She couldn't take her eyes off the well. What was that thing? How had it imitated Applebloom's voice? Then another question came to the forefront. How long had it been there? Come on! Ploughing her head into her calf, Applebloom forced her sister to get up. We've got to go, now! Half dazed and barely coherent, instinct took hold as Applejack allowed herself to be taken away. Applebloom stood on her injured side and firmly nudged her sister away from the well, into what she hoped was the general direction of Sweet Apple Acres. Behind them, the well remained as it had for uncounted years, alone but far from uninhabited. Some other lost soul will come along eventually. They always did, and it was patient. It was always patient. Author's note. Based on a dream I had. Unfortunately, I was Applejack. This is what you get after listening to too many MLP fanfics on YouTube over the weekend. The Orchard by Forgotten Dreams. Author's note. The cover art is by Life on Cloud 9. If you do a reading, please credit the artist. Sweet Apple Acres, the largest and most prosperous apple orchard in all of Equestria. It is difficult to imagine that it only takes a handful of ponies to manage an orchard that is well over 5 times the size of any other. Some say it is genetics, that the Apple family has always been great farmers. Though if that were so, then why were they drifters before forming Ponyville? Others say that it isn't them that makes their trees grow so well, but rather the perfect soil. I assure you that this is not the case. The truth is not so simple as to say that it is genetics, good soil, or even agricultural knowledge. No, the truth, I am afraid to say, is far more grim than a simple explanation, though sometimes it is best to leave the truth alone. The clock ticks away in its rhythmic fashion as two young mares drink tea at the kitchen table. One, an orange earth pony with a blonde mane and tail. Her name is Applejack. She is the chief operator and overseer of her family's vast apple orchard. The other one is a yellow Pegasus with a flowing pink mane and tail. She is the animal caretaker of Ponyville. When a creature is in need, whether it be a cute little bunny, an injured baby bird, or even the likes of a manticore, she would be there, her abilities with animals only overshadowed by her unfathomable kindness. She is Fluttershy. I have to say, it is awfully nice to spend some time alone with you, Fluttershy. I can't even remember the last time we just sat down and relaxed. Oh, I agree. This has been a long time coming. I'm just glad I was able to come over, even if it is for just a couple of minutes. But if you don't mind me asking, what is this tea? I've never had anything like it before. Fluttershy hums as she takes another sip of the strange tea that Applejack had prepared for them. Normally, whenever Applejack had company over, she would make some apple-themed drink or platter, but not this time. Instead, she had made this light green tea. When Fluttershy took her first sip, it tasted incredibly bitter. But with each sip that followed, she was finding herself more and more enraptured by it, as if it was now her belly was filling with a warmth that seemed to spread throughout her body, as if she was submerged in warm water. You like it? It's an old family recipe. I love it, but I can't seem to place its flavour. Is that nutmeg I'm tasting? Or maybe cinnamon? No, it's not. Then what is it? Come on, tell me. I'm not sure that would be a good idea, Sugar Cube. After all, this is an old family recipe. It has been protected by the Apple family for countless generations. Oh, come on, Applejack. It is just tea. Please, I promise I won't tell any pony. Applejack's ears twitched at those last words. Her face dimmed slightly as her eyes cascade from her cup over to Fluttershy. With a sigh, Applejack lowers her head. Are you sure you really want to know, Fluttershy? This ain't something you can just back out of once you know. I'm sure. Applejack's expression becomes somber as she lowers her hat over her face and gets up from the table. Alright, then follow me. Applejack opens the door and heads outside Fluttershy. For her part, gingerly gets out of her chair and follows her longtime friend outside into the cool evening air. But when she steps out, Applejack nods her head and begins to walk into the orchard. Their journey was long and for the most part quiet, almost too quiet. There were no crickets chirping in the grass, nor locusts buzzing in the trees, or even an occasional bird song. No, the only sound was that of dried leaves crunching under their hooves. This uncomfortable silence gnaws at Fluttershy, making the mare feel as if she were alone in the growing dark. She looks at the silhouette of Applejack. The orange earth pony seemed off in the setting sun's light. It was as though she were a completely different pony. There was no joy in her face. She looked as if some pony had just died. Could this secret truly mean that much to her family? Was it right of her to ask in the first place? Fluttershy's heart sinks as these thoughts drift through her mind. Guilt was now weighing heavily inside her chest, swallowing the lump in her throat. Fluttershy opens her mouth only for Applejack to break the silence for her. You know the story of how Ponyville was formed, right, Sugar Cube? Of how Granny Smith and the rest of the apples were allowed to settle down here to grow our apples? The The air grows cold as the last rays of sunlight fade into the night sky. The silence around them only seems to intensify now that it is encompassed in shadow. Fluttershy shivers as the surrounding cold pricks at her skin. If it was the cold air or the silence, she could not tell. If you believe what Granny Smith tells the young'uns, we survive because of how fast zap apples grow. But that ain't exactly how it actually happened. You see, zap apples did make easier for our family to survive for that first year. But the thing is, zap apples aren't reliable for a sustainable source of food. So you see, we were still in a mite pinch. The warmth in her stomach begins to recede, leaving her with an empty feeling, and also an unknown tingling sensation. Fluttershy looks at Applejack, and the Earthmare still kept her same somber expression. This was really starting to concern Fluttershy. She never knew Applejack to be this stoic. In a sense, she might as well be with Pinkie Pie's sister Maud. With a gulp, Fluttershy tries to speak her concerns. Applejack, are you okay? You don't seem to be yourself. Hey, Jay? What were we supposed to do? We couldn't just rely on zap apples to feed us year round. We didn't know how often they would grow, so we came to a consensus. Fluttershy gasped as the night air suddenly burst with life. She hadn't even noticed that the foliage had changed until now. The trees were different now. They didn't seem to be traditional apple trees, but rather twisted shells of something else. It could be just her imagination, but they looked as if they were alive. After all, trees are notorious for taking strange shapes in the shadows of night. Taking a deep breath, she turns her attention back to her friend. Her eyes grow wide as fireflies flutter around the earth pony like a lantern. Now glowing with an ominous light, Fluttershy feels colder than ever. As a matter of fact, her legs felt incredibly cold, almost to the point of being numb. Why was she getting so cold? It's not like she wasn't used to midnight walks, but this was something else. It is as if she was wading through an icy river. Why was it that every time she looked at her friend she would get colder? Why did she look so different from normal? The lantern of fireflies surrounding Applejack did not help matters. Their luminous aura gave her a ghost-like presence. Fluttershy starts to contemplate going back. However, her decision is made for her as Applejack stops in front of a wall of ivy. On the night of the harvest moon they gathered here, and it is here our story really begins, Sugar Cube. The wall of icy begins to slither and squirm like a pit of vipers. An opening soon shows itself to the mares, and Applejack steps forward. Fluttershy stands there alone, unsure as to what she should do. This seems to be a lot of effort for a simple secret recipe. She turns around, but the thought of walking through an unknown forest at night with no guide forces her to reconsider. With a hard gulp, Fluttershy runs through the opening, doing her best to catch up with Applejack. Fluttershy runs through the dark until she sees the glowing lantern that is Applejack patiently waiting for her to catch up. As I was saying, they gathered here during the harvest moon, and it is here they summoned something to help them survive. The Queen of the Dryads. She agreed to help them, but at a terrible price. If they wanted her help, they would have to sacrifice at least one pony every harvest moon. They begrudgingly agreed, and she told them to eat of her fruit. As soon as they did, they were blessed with the most wonderful of gifts. Our orchard came to life in more sense than one. A howling wind rushes past the mares, and the clouds overhead begin to move, revealing a nursery. But not just any nursery, a nursery of pony-shaped trees. Fluttershy gasps as she looks at some of the trees, for they look like ponies from Ponyville. Octavia, the famous cellist, with a large branch bursting through her chest. Thunderlane's wings twist and bend as they bear large amounts of fruit on their heavy branches. One tree in particular looks especially terrifying, as if straight out of a horror novel of an amalgamation of Lyra and Bonbon, warped just beyond recognition. Laying half sunk into the ground near them was the Doc. The look on his face tells the tales of his last moments. They were not pleasant ones. Then she sees her glistening in the moonlight. Twilight Sparkle fully sprawled upright, her jaw stretched to its fullest length. Tiny branches pour out of every orifice. Her wings and mane bear more fruit than any other tree around her. And when Fluttershy looked out across the moonlit field, she could see the faces of countless other ponies frozen forever within their last moments alive. Isn't it just marvellous? They were changed, they become living apple trees. So became Ponyville, a town raised on the fruit of the apple family, literally. Every harvest moon, some lucky pony is chosen to become part of our family secret. And this year it was you.
What?
Fluttershy grips her stomach and cries in pain. Her eyes dilate as she coughs up several drops of blood. What's wrong, Sugar Cube? Is the tea not sitting right? Here, let me make you some more. Applejack walks up to Twilight and stabs the tree with a nearby spigot. A glowing light green sap pours from it. Fluttershy gasps as she realizes what the tea really was. She cries out in pain as a sharp pain stabs her insides. Looking down at her hooves, her eyes grow to the size of dinner plates. Her skin bubbles as thin, white worm-like roots begin to wriggle their way free from underneath. She screams in horror as she watches them grow ever longer. She turns around and runs towards the exit. Applejack watches as her friend runs into the forest. Applejack trots along after her friend, humming apples to the core. With every passing second, more and more roots crawl out of her skin. One of her hind legs is now completely covered, while the other one hardens and transforms into living wood. Fluttershy cries as she tries to escape this nightmare. This has to be some kind of bad dream. Any moment now I'm going to wake up and AJ is going to chastise me for having such an awful dream about her. With more than half of her body now covered in blood and roots, something new happens, something she wished hadn't happened since she could hear voices. On the wind were cries of horror, pain and anguish as Fluttershy passes more and more of her predecessors. They scream at her to help them, to kill them, but she could not help them in any way. It was already too late for her to help any pony. New waves of pain radiate throughout her body as she feels her bones twist and crack under their new pressure. She wishes that it would just end already, that she would just wake up at any moment and it would be all over. She tries to crawl her way out of the forest as her forelegs slowly transform in front of her. Before long, she has reached the end of the apple orchard. The light of the rising sun lights the sky above Ponyville. If she could only get there, she could warn every pony. However, her journey ends as an orange hoop lands right in front of her face. I tell you what, I am surprised you made it this far. It was rather amusing to watch you run for your life, but this is where it ends, Sugar Cube. Fluttershy cries as her hind legs and tail plant themselves into the ground. Her body rises into the air as her skin turns to wood. Fluttershy screams into the air as her head is the last to turn. Applejack whistles in appreciation as she gazes at her new tree. The light pink apples glisten in the morning sun. Applejack plucks one and takes a big bite. Boy howdy, these apples sure are sweet. Almost like sugar. Applejack laughs at her own joke as she grabs a shovel and starts to dig around her new tree. She would be taking it back to the nursery later.
Sweet apple acres, so grand and wide, but secrets linger in the trees they hide. A tea so warm, so bittersweet, in every sip a hidden beat. Fluttershy walked her fears unknown, through haunted groves she felt alone. The trees grew still, no song or cheer, only shadows creeping near. It's harvest night, beware the bite, roots that twist in the pale moonlight. One sip, one bite, now she can't flee. The orchard calls, it wants the tree. Applejack lent her voice so low to twisted branches, roots below. Each step grew cold, no breath to take, as deadened leaves began to shake. Faces twisted, forever bound in bark and fruit, their voices drowned. An orchard cursed and bound by grief, the queen's dark pack, their only thief. It's harvest night, beware the bite, roots that twist in the pale moonlight. One sip, one bite, now she can't flee. The orchard calls, it wants the tree. Oh, voices cry through gnarled trees, branches twist as Fluttershy flees. But roots take hold, her skin turns cold, her limbs grow stiff, her story told. With every root and every vine, her cries are lost in twisted pine. The orchard lives on sacrifice, bound by blood to pay its price. Now Applejack smiles an apple sweet, from branches grown in fear and heat. Fluttershy's face frozen with dread, an orchard's curse where souls are fed. In rows they stand, her family's pride, each one a pony's voice that died. Beware the tea, beware the tree, and sweet apple's curse, they'll never be free. Now Applejack smiles, an apple sweet, from branches grown in fear and heat. Fluttershy's face frozen with dread, an orchard's curse where souls are fed. In rows they stand, her family's pride, each one a pony's voice that died. Beware the tea, beware the tree, and sweet apple's curse, they'll never be free. It's harvest night, beware the bite, roots that twist in the pale moonlight. One sip, one bite, now she can't flee. The orchard calls, it wants the tree.
Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. You can also become a member for early access and exclusive content. Only $149 a month.
Hanirika by Shakespeare Calise. Applejack ducked in and out from between the stalls in the marketplace, looking from one to the next with increased desperation. Come on, something, anything! Barely looking where she was going, the orange earth pony collided with Fluttershy. Applejack, what's wrong? Fluttershy asked, seeing her friend in a frenzied tizzy. It's Big Mac, Applejack said. I'm his heart-warming helper this year. He already knows exactly what to get for me. But he's impossible to shop for. It's not like he ever says what he wants. It's almost heartwarming Eve, and I still haven't found anything for him. I'm sure he will love whatever you give him, the the yellow Pegasus assured her. You could just give him an apple and I'm sure he would love it. But he'll just think I'm re-gifting the one he gave me last. Oh wait, you were joking. Well, what did you get for your brother this year? She asked. Oh, Zephyr was easy. I got him this copy of Wonderbolts Illustrated with a 3-page fold-out spread of Rainbow Dash signed by her. Fluttershy looked around nervously. I didn't even tell her it's for him. Fluttershy turned to put the magazine back into her saddlebag. That was when she noticed that her cutie mark was glowing. Oh dear! Looks like the map is calling you, Applejack said. Fluttershy looked at Applejack. Her flank was glowing too. It looks like it's calling you as well, she said. Dang it, why now? Applejack griped. It's almost housewarming. I ain't got time for this. But Applejack, it means that Sunpony is having a friendship problem right now. We have to help save the holiday for them. Alright, come on. Applejack and Fluttershy trotted briskly to Twilight Sparkle's castle. They arrived at Twilight's castle to find Twilight going full Twily nanas, rushing around the castle, making last-minute preparations. Oh, hey, what are you two doing here? She asked. It's not housewarming day already, is it? Spike, was I up all night again? What day is it? Yup, full Twily nanas, Spike groaned. Actually, we're here because of these, Applejack said, as she and Fluttershy pointed to their glowing flanks. Oh my gosh! Twilight gasped, trotting along with them to the map room. They looked at where their cutie marks were hovering. Oh, it's sending you two back to Perilous Peaks again. The Kirin village? Fluttershy said. An autumn blaze? Applejack said. Why, I haven't seen her in ages. You don't think Rainshine made them go through the stream of silence again, do you? Fluttershy asked nervously. Or they all turned into Nyrix and burned their village down again? I don't think so, Applejack said. At least, I hope not. She quickly did some fancy mathematics in her head. Well, whatever it is, hopefully we can get there quickly, solve it, and get back in time for housewarming. Maybe you can find something for Big Mac while you're there, Fluttershy said. Just get him an apple, Twilight said. Why does every pony keep saying that? Applejack asked. Well, whatever it is, just make sure it's something good, Twilight said, because the one time you mess up, he'll go off and marry some pony, and you won't even find out about the wedding until you get an invitation in the mail. You might tell him you forgive him, but deep down you never really let something like that go. Try. Mac is already married to Sugar Belle, Applejack reminded her. I knew that, Twilight said. They both looked at Fluttershy. Oh, don't worry, I got Zephyr the perfect present, Fluttershy said. We don't have to worry about Sunbear marrying him this year. They all laughed, even Spike. We should get going as soon as possible, Applejack said to Fluttershy. I'm gonna run home and grab some things and let them know I'll be out of town. I'll meet you at the train station. After trotting across town, Fluttershy entered her cottage with haste and was immediately paralysed with anxiety, drawing a complete blank on what she should pack for the trip. Is something troubling you? Discord asked from the couch, making Fluttershy shriek as she turned around in shock. Oh, Discord! I thought you were going to Manhattan for the midnight release of Ogres and Obulettes 5th edition, Fluttershy said. Yes. It is a few hours away by train, Discord said, looking at his bare wrist where a watch would be if he wore one. But I can get there in a snap. He snapped his fingers, and his packed travel bag appeared beside him on the living room floor. Oh, well, I need to pack a bag myself, Fluttershy said. The map called me back to Perilous Peaks. Discord raised an eyebrow. With Applejack? He asked. Yes, like last time, she answered as she looked in her refrigerator for her clothes to pack. Seems like a good opportunity if you ask me, he said. Fluttershy realised that her clothes were not in the refrigerator. Also, his words finally registered. Wait, opportunity? To finally tell her. Discord? I told you, Fluttershy, I'm not jealous. You are and always have been my very dearest friend. But I know that is all we will ever be, and I'm fine with that. But you deserve to have a special sun pony. Discord, please, Fluttershy sighed. She doesn't even have any idea how I feel about her. Shame on you, Fluttershy, he scolded. You do her a disservice with such an assumption. Just because she's better at masking her feelings than you doesn't mean she doesn't have every bit of your intuition. But isn't she dating Rainbow Dash? Fluttershy asked. Is that a fact? Discord asked. Well, I don't know for sure, she said. It wouldn't hurt to ask, would it? Seems rude, she said. It's not really any of my business, is it? If you're interested in her, isn't it? He asked. Discord snapped his fingers. Fluttershy's packed saddlebags appeared on her haunches. I packed you an extra scarf and sweater. Dress warm. I hear Perilous Peaks is expecting a cold snap in the coming days. At Sweetapple Acres, Applejack quickly packed her own bag. So, hopefully we can finish our friendship mission and make it back in time for hearthwarming, she explained to Big Macintosh and Sugar Belle. Be sure to let Apple Bloom know when she gets home.
Actually,
Big Mac started to say. Apple Bloom is staying with her special sun pony for the holiday, Sugar Belle said. Wait, what? Applejack sputtered. When were you all gonna tell me this? She asked.
Now-ish,
Max said. They have been dating for a while now, Sugar reminded her, and she is a grown mare. Applejack grumbled something about traditionalism and sighed as she grabbed the last of her things for her travel bag. Well, if I'm not back in time, tell her I said, happy hearthwarming. We will, Sugar assured her. On the train ride to Perilous Peaks, Applejack was still hung up on thinking about what to get her brother for hearthwarming. Look, I just don't get why every pony keeps telling me to just get him an apple. Applejack huffed. We live and work on an apple orchard. He can get himself as many apples as he wants. It's the thought that counts, isn't it? Fluttershy asked. It is, Applejack agreed, and I want to show him I thought about more than just apples. Have you talked to Rainbow Dash about it? Fluttershy asked. Not particularly, no. Why do you ask? Applejack asked. Perspective? Fluttershy tried. Applejack seemed unconvinced. I don't know. I just figured she'd be the first pony you'd ask about anything. Well, why do you say that? Applejack asked. Isn't she your special sun pony? Fluttershy asked. Applejack laughed out loud. I'm sorry, Fluttershy apologized. I didn't mean to presume. No, it ain't that, Sugar Cube, Applejack said. I suppose I can see how you might get that idea about us. But me and Dash are, well, we ain't romantic, not with each other. Don't get me wrong, we love each other, but not like that. Well, what is it like? Fluttershy asked. I suppose it's more like a bromance with us, if mares can have that, Applejack said. If that makes sense. No, I understand, Fluttershy said. Discord and I are the same way. We're really close friends, but we're not romantic partners either. So, you don't have a mare friend, a special sun pony then? Fluttershy asked. No special sun pony, mare or stallion, Applejack answered. Not yet, anyway. The train slowed to a stop at Perilous Peaks, prompting Applejack to change the subject. Alright, we're here. Let's get it done and get home double quick. With the experience from their prior trip, Applejack and Fluttershy found the hidden passage to the Kirin village without any difficulty. The squirrels that had caught Fluttershy's attention before were nowhere to be found this time, likely hibernating for the season. Without the chatter of woodland creatures, their approach to the village was a quiet one. But that changed once they arrived. The Kieran village was a bustling den of conversations in the courtyard marketplace. Standing head and shoulders above the others, Rainshine saw the approach of the familiar outsiders. "Applejack, Fluttershy, welcome back!" she greeted enthusiastically. "Hello again," Applejack replied. "I wish I could say this was just a social call, but the map sent us back here." "Do you know if any pony is having a friendship problem?" Fluttershy asked. Rainshine rolled her eyes. "You won't have to look far. Come with me." She waved for them to follow her into the main square. They followed her and the crowd of Kieran parted for Rainshine. As the tallest Kieran, she was the de facto leader, much like the pony hierarchy. As they got closer, Applejack recognised a particular voice above the rest of the din. "Applejack!" Autumn Blaze called out with an enthusiastic wave. The Kieran rushed over and hugged her super hard. "Autumn?" Applejack wheezed. "Personal space, we talked about this." "Oh, right, sorry," she apologised. "I'm just super excited to see you again. You too, Fluttershy." "Hello, we're here about another friendship problem," Fluttershy said. "Oh, that would probably be Fern Flare," Autumn said, pointing at the Kieran behind her. "No, it's Autumn that's the problem," Fern said. "Yup, I'd say we found it," Applejack muttered to Fluttershy. "Alright, you two, what seems to be the problem?" "It's not really a problem per se," Autumn said, leading them to her home. "After you two were here last time, I was curious about Equestria, so I did a bit of travelling to learn about all the things pony and bring it back to my village." She opened the door to her house built into a tree. "I got my old place back when I rejoined the village, and my couch was even still here. But that's not the best part. Look!" Autumn showed them around the inside of her home. "I have the whole place decorated for heartswarming." It was true. She had the whole home trimmed to the nines with heartswarming decor. The front door had a wreath. There was a heartswarming tree, presents and festive ribbons. Even the halls were decked with bows of holly. On a second glance outside, it became obvious that Autumn's was the only home decorated as such. "Oh, yeah, the other Kieran haven't really warmed up to the idea yet," Autumn explained. "They have their own thing, but I just love the tale of heartswarming. The compelling story about the three tribes overcoming their differences and coming together in the magic of friendship." Autumn held up her copy of A Heartswarming Tale. "I've read this book like 100 times. I read it for them too, but they don't seem to find it as interesting." "You said they have their own thing?" Fluttershy asked. "What's that?" "Oh, they still celebrate Hanarika," Autumn said. "Hanarika? Would you like to tell us about it?" Applejack asked.
"I'd rather sing la 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 la. The Kieran celebrate Hanurika and not heartswarming. It lasts 8 days instead of 1, it's really kinda charming. Long ago in days of old, in the midst of winter cold, Wendigos all filled the skies, or so that's what we're told. My happy village huddled close around a tiny fire, but the flames went out, they were about to all quickly expire. One Kieran that had had enough of hiding in her shame, uncaged in rage they were aflame, salvation quickly came. They all made it through the night, but one was not enough. The storm went on for 1 week more, those 8 days and nights were rough. No Nirik had ever burned for more than 1 day at a time, but on she went, though her rage was spent. That's why we sing this rhyme. But Wendigo stayed in the sky until the 3 tribes came together in the magic of friendship. No, we can't forget the Nirik that saved her village from the cold, but it's the story part that maybe we could skip."
Really, I was just trying to tell them that the real heroes were the ponies that banished the Wendigos, Autumn said. Well, I know how important tradition can be, Applejack said, so I can't really blame them for wanting to keep theirs. Maybe we should learn more about how Hanirika is celebrated, Fluttershy suggested. Autumn shrugged. If you want, I'm sure my neighbour Fernflare would be happy to teach you. They stepped back outside. There were already snow flurries starting to fall as they walked over to Fern's home. Autumn knocked on her door. Hello again, Fern, Autumn greeted. Hello, Autumn. What can I do for you? My pony friends wanted to learn about Hanirika, and I told them you were the Kieran to ask. Oh, really? Fern grinned. Oh, don't be so smug. They're just curious. It's not like they're planning on converting. Come on inside, Fern said. I was just about to make dinner. I'll put out some extra plates. Autumn gasped. Oh my gosh, yes! You guys must be hungry from your trip. I don't want to be a bother. I'm fine, Fluttershy said, her stomach audibly objected. I insist, Fern said, waving them in. I hope you like hay burgers. Love 'em, Applejack said as they all sat down. Fern worked in the kitchen for a short while and then came into the dining room with a couple serving plates. Applejack looked at the hay burger on her plate. It was just a plain patty between two thin slabs of hard bread. Looks like your bread forgot to rise, Applejack said. Can I get a slice of cheese for mine? What? Fern gasped. You can't have cheese together with your hay burger? Why not? Applejack asked. Because it's against the rules, Fern said. Okay, but why though? Applejack asked. Because, actually the scriptures were never really clear about the why, Fern admitted. Scriptures? Fluttershy asked. The Hanirika scrolls, Autumn said. Unfortunately, they were lost with the library in the big village fire when we all went Nirik that one time. Autumn walked into the kitchen to get the cheese. Come on, Fern, the great Kieran created the universe. Do you really think she's going to draw the lion in the deli aisle? What kind of goddess would send us to Tartarus for wanting a burger to have a little flavour? It's okay, Autumn, I don't want to be rude, Applejack said, waving it off. I can respect the rules, I was just curious is all. Besides, we're guests here. Suit yourself, Autumn said, slapping a slice of cheese on her own hay burger, earning a glare from Fern. So is Hanirika celebration like heartswarming? Fluttershy asked. Fern answered. Well, according to Autumn, Hanirika is a lot like heartswarming. Takes place at the same time, around the winter solace, and there's gift exchange. Autumn interrupted. Yeah, but instead of one good present, you get 8 mediocre presents. Oh, like this one. Autumn grabbed a 4-sided top from Fern's shelf and spun it on the table. Not while we're eating, Fern said. They finished their supper and Applejack helped clear the table. When she and Fern came back from the kitchen, the table was littered with gold coins. What in tarnation? Apparently we're gambling, Fluttershy said. We're gambling for dessert, Autumn cheered. Come on, grab a seat. You too, Fern. Fern rolled her eyes. Don't be like that, you love this game. It's the one cool thing about Hanirika. There are plenty of cool things about Hanirika, Fern said. Her stern expression broke into a grin as she took a seat at the table. But you're right, I do love this game. I don't know how I feel about gambling though, Applejack said. Don't worry, they're not real bits, Autumn said, unwrapping one of the coins to reveal the chocolate inside. It's just for fun. Fernflare explained the rules, showing them the symbols on each side of the top. You start out putting in the ante, then you spin, and you either get all, nothing, half, or put in more. They played a few rounds. The piles of chocolate coins moved around the table, but Fluttershy seemed to be the one accumulating the most. Autumn might have been winning more, but she was eating into her profits, literally. So, what's the purpose of this? Applejack asked. It's to teach foals about gambling, Autumn said. I really don't think that was the intention, Fern said. I think it's supposed to be a lesson about the unpredictable nature of life and fortune, or something like that. But mostly it's just something to do for 8 nights. We don't really have 8 nights, Applejack said. We have a holiday of our own we need to get back to. Look, I think the two of you are mature enough to still be friends. Autumn wants to explore new cultures, and Fern, you want to keep your traditions alive. Surely you can respect each other's differences and still be friends. Autumn, Blaze and Fern looked each other in the eye before turning their heads away in unison. Then after a brief pause, Fern let out a sigh and turned towards Autumn Blaze with a hoof outstretched. Yeah, she said, offering a smile, which Autumn Blaze quickly returned, shaking her hoof in agreement. The flanks on Applejack and Fluttershy glowed, signalling a job completed. Whew-wee! Done and done, Applejack said. I think this one was in record time too. Oh, are you guys leaving already? Autumn whined. Unfortunately, Fluttershy said. She's right. We need to get back to Ponyville before. She opened the door and was greeted with an Arctic blast. Snow was already piled up around the base of the doorway, and the wind howled as more snow filled the air to the point that they couldn't even see the homes across the courtyard. Guacamole! Applejack shouted as Fluttershy shut the door again. There's no way we'll be able to get back through the mountain pass in this, Fluttershy said. Looks like we're stuck here for the night, Applejack said. She looked at Fernflare. I hate to impose. Fern shook her head and shrugged. I wouldn't even have a place to put you. My bed is tiny, and I don't want to make you sleep on the floor. You can crash at my place, Autumn said. My bed is big enough for the both of you, and like I said, I still have my old couch. Well, alright then, Applejack said. We just gotta trudge through the snow to get next door. You think you're up for it, Fluttershy? Fluttershy nodded as she dug through her bag. Mm-hmm. I'm just glad I packed my extra scarf and sweater. Autumn opened the door and led the way, stepping into the high snowdrifts and pressing forward as her friends followed. The simple trip of going back next door to her home was arduous in the snow that was already up to their hips. Autumn and Applejack frantically dug with their hooves at the snow in front of her door, clearing the way just enough to get it open. The three of them tumbled through, landing in a sprawled pile on the carpet, tired, cold, and wet. Autumn closed the door quickly. Alright, if you two want to dry off and settle in on the couch, I can get some hot cocoa going, Autumn said. Applejack shook the wet snow out of her fur coat, and Fluttershy brushed herself clean of snow with her wings. Applejack sat on the couch by the fireplace, and Fluttershy sat next to her, keeping her wings spread to dry. Her wing accidentally draped over Applejack's shoulder. Oh, excuse me, Fluttershy apologized. She moved to pull her wing away. Applejack put her hoof on her wing to keep it where it was. No, it's okay. It's nice, warm. Applejack leaned closer against Fluttershy. Autumn Blaze returned with a couple mugs of hot cocoa held in her magic. Here you both go. Be careful, they're hot. Fluttershy held her mug up to her mouth to take a careful sip. Even careful as she was, she still got whipped cream on her nose. Autumn giggled as Fluttershy's eyes crossed, blushing as she looked at the white blob on her snout. Applejack leaned over and gave her nose a chaste flick. Fluttershy blushed a little harder. Autumn turned and opened the chest beside the fireplace, peering inside and looking distraught back at the other two ponies. Oh no, you guys are gonna hate me, I don't have any firewood. What do you mean? Applejack asked. I meant to get some at the market today, but then you two showed up and I got all distracted. Oh, this is bad, Autumn whined. Grr, I always do this. I always screw something up.
This is so infuriating.
Tiny flames briefly appeared at the corners of Autumn's eyes before vanishing again. Fluttershy looked at the reading material on the coffee table. Are those Power Ponies comics? She asked. Oh, these? Autumn asked. Yeah, ever since I met you guys, I've been into all things pony. It's part of the reason why I wanted to bring Hearthwarming back to the village. Obviously, you can see how well that's not going. Well, you could just burn these, Fluttershy said of the comics. Autumn scoffed. What? Are you crazy? Well, sure, Fluttershy said. These are the old comics anyway. The new series is way better. Autumn's eyebrows caught on fire.
You don't mean Power Ponies Go, do you?
She snarled. No, I mean Power Pony Life, Fluttershy said. Autumn shrieked.
Whee!
Applejack whispered. Fluttershy, are you trying to make her mad? Yes, Fluttershy continued. The best part was when they gave the masked matter horn wings.
You can't just give some pony wings.
Autumn's whole body erupted into flames as she transformed into an angry Nyrick. Whoa, Nelly! Applejack shielded her eyes. She could feel the radiating heat coming off the Nyrick's flames.
Take it back!
Autumn screeched. Okay, Fluttershy said. Thank you for the warmth. Autumn looked at her flaming self.
I understand what you're doing now.
She calmed down and the flames went out. The cold draft coming off of the window glass returned to chill the room a moment later. Applejack huddled a little closer to Fluttershy. Keep thinking angry thoughts, Fluttershy suggested. I don't want to go out of my way to get mad about something, Autumn said. That's not something a well-adjusted Kieran does. Fluttershy nodded. What about in the second movie, when they changed Philly Second's voice? Autumn burst into flames again and yelled.
You can't just change your character's voice!
She screamed.
That's her voice! That's not how we all thought she sounded, and they changed it!
Oh, the weather was so unpleasant, but the Nyrick was incandescent with Fluttershy fueling hate. It's the gate, it's the gate, it's the gate. Autumn, still a burning Nyrick, laid curled up on the stone hearth in front of the fireplace, stewing in anger over all the things she didn't like about what had happened in her comic series. Being angry was exhausting, but it served to keep her friends warm through the cold night. In the small hours of the morning, Applejack woke up to Fluttershy shivering against her. Autumn was back to being a cold Kieran on a colder stone slab. Autumn, Applejack said. Autumn! Autumn Blaze blinked open her tired eyes and looked at her. What? Humdrum and Radiance are the one true pairing, Applejack said. Autumn grit her teeth and reignited, seething for a couple hours more over Applejack's apparent lack of shipping taste. The mere mention of the 7th Power Pony's name was enough to have Autumn ablaze until dawn, and the storm had passed. The sun came out and melted away enough snow for Applejack and Fluttershy to be able to get back to the train station. They worked together to help carry Autumn to her bed. After being awake all night as a Nyrick, the Kieran had earned a nice long nap through the next day. Just like the story of Hanirika, Fluttershy said. Heh, yeah, Applejack agreed as they tucked their exhausted friend into her bed. I can't imagine anyone doing that for 8 nights though. I guess that's why they're still talking about it 1,000 years later, Fluttershy said. It was miracle. The tip of Autumn's horn burned for a moment and then went out as she groaned.
That pun was awful.
And then she promptly fell asleep. On the train ride back to Ponyville, Applejack laid asleep, slumped against Fluttershy, wrapped in her wing. Fluttershy leaned against the window and watched the landscape go by. She opened her bag for something, and a tiny Discord appeared inside. "Did you enjoy that little cold snap?" he whispered with a sly grin. "That was you?" Fluttershy asked, quietly but sternly. "We could have froze to death." Discord laughed at Applejack, sleeping curled up inside Fluttershy's wig. "It looks like everything worked out," he said. "I imagine I'll be extending my trip for another day or so." He winked at her and vanished as a pair of hot cocoa mugs appeared in Fluttershy's hooves. "Smells good," Applejack mumbled as she blinked awake a moment later. She sat upright as Fluttershy gave her one. Applejack took a sip. This time it was her turn to get whipped cream on her nose. Fluttershy returned the favour of giving it a quick lick. "Are you going to go back to Sweet Apple Acres once we get back to Ponyville?" Fluttershy asked. "Suppose so," Applejack said, sipping her drink without wearing any more of it. "Why?" "Discord is still at his O&O convention," Fluttershy said. "Didn't you get him a ticket for that for heartswarming?" Applejack asked. "Yeah." "Oh, shoot! I still didn't get anything for Mac." Fluttershy dug around in her travel bag. All she could find was an apple that she hadn't eaten. "You could always give him an apple," she said. "He does love apples." "I suppose I'll have to do," Applejack said in resignation, accepting the apple as her gift to him. "Do you mind coming with me? I can't bear the thought of giving him this by myself." "Sure. The farm is on the way home from the train station anyway." Applejack took off her hat and hung her head in shame as she walked into her farmhouse. "Well, Mac, I know it ain't much, but happy heartswarming." She placed the apple on the kitchen table. Sugarbell smiled. "Oh, Applejack, it's the thought that counts," she said cheerfully. In fact, Sugar looked like she was practically glowing. "I think just having the place to ourselves for a night was gift enough." "Yep." Big Macintosh sat at the kitchen table with a big goofy grin plastered on his face. Applejack looked back and forth between them, and then behind her through the doorway at Fluttershy standing out there in the front yard, nervously shuffling her hooves. She hadn't mentioned that Discord wouldn't be at the cottage. It was an invitation. Applejack blushed and looked back at the newlyweds. "Well, how about another night to yourselves then?" Applejack Finally Snaps by Daffodil Arts. Applejack was usually an even-tempered mare. She prided herself on her kindness, on her reliableness. She loved helping others. Yes, at times, her anger could get the better of her, a natural symptom of a difficult childhood with plenty of support. She knew those outbursts were an issue that she needed to quell quickly, and many times she knew right from wrong. But in rare times, feeling angry felt right. She was an honest mare after all, and she tried not lying to anyone, least of all herself. If she could feel it in her core that what she was doing was right, that the injustice that incurred her wrath needed to be fought, then she was okay with being a little angry. Today she was not a little angry. She didn't take the time to think about it thoroughly. She made her decisions swiftly and without hesitation and believed in them wholeheartedly. Seeing one single thing, witnessing one single event outside her orchard made her decide her next course of action fairly quickly. On this calm, breezy Ponyville afternoon, Applejack's anger made one very simple and decisive decision for her. Today, she was going to kill the Flim Flam brothers. That's it! Twilight, who was thankfully near the event horizon of this issue, was quick to fly to the farmer and try to calm her down. Applejack, I know it looks bad. This is definitely one of the weirdest schemes they've tried pulling, but... No buts, no ifs, no buts, no nothing! Applejack declared as she stomped a hoop on the floor. I've had it! This bum is going off! They've crossed the damn line! Grimacing awkwardly, the princess tried defusing this bomb. Applejack, come on! They've done worse than this, right? It ain't just this, it's everything! They won't ever stop with their fibbing, their lying, their conniving. This is only the beginning. If we don't stop them now, if I don't stop them now... Her expression hardened as she turned around, facing Ponyville. That's it. I know what I'm gonna do. Applejack, come on, be reasonable. I'm gonna kill the Flim Flam brothers, she muttered with all the sincerity and anger she could muster. And Twilight felt it, deep inside her core, as a cold wind gusted through her heart, and her wings shivered with fear. The element of honesty had just stated out loud that she intended to commit murder. She was far, far from lying. Okay, Applejack, let's just take a moment to breathe, okay? Twilight forced her legs and wings to move, accompanying the farmer's unflinching movements. Murder is a bit too far. We know what they're doing. I can pull some bylaws, use the rules against them, convince them to pull out of Ponyville. That ain't gonna stop them for good. The Earth Pony's gaze was entirely hardened as she moved with unwavering, strong steps towards the town. But I know what will. Me! Look, violence isn't always the answer. It is right now. Killing is wrong. Not always. She gritted her teeth, side-eyeing her friend. You ain't gonna stop me, Twilight. I'm offended you're even trying to talk me out of this. You don't need to be a part of it. Go back to your castle, shut your blinds. It'll be over quick. Can you blame me? You're my friend. I don't want to see you do something you might regret. She fidgeted nervously, glancing at Ponyville fast approaching. Besides, we're meant to protect life. We're meant to save Equestria. I don't think going out being judge, jury, and executioner is a good thing for any of us. None of us should cross this line. You'll regret it. Try. Read my lips. For a moment, she actually smiled. I ain't gonna regret this. Once again, her heart sank. Applejack was telling the truth. Her eyes searched around them frantically, looking for a way out of this mess, some way to convince her friend to stop. Right then, Applejack's family was in sight, at the edge of the orchard and fast approaching. Granny Smith, Big Mac, and Applebloom were all glaring at one of the several booths that were distributed around Ponyville, even around the orchard, all belonging to the Flim Flam brothers. The Alicorn flew forward, and despite how much she was sweating, tried her best to use her diplomacy. Granny Smith! Listen to me! Applejack is about to do something crazy, but she'll listen to you. You have to stop her. The old mare tried her best not to scowl. It had been a long and annoying day already, given the action of the two brothers. Excuse me, Princess. You're a sweetheart, but we're having a pretty bad day already. Yeah, have you seen what the Flim Flam brothers did this time? Applebloom pouted angrily, pointing to the town and all the new booths that littered the place. This is unforgivable. They've crossed the line. Yup. Big Mac nodded in complete agreement. I can bring them to justice. Probably, Twilight stuttered. They won't get away with this. I promise. But then, Applejack passed by them without saying a word, eyes set on her destination. Granny Smith, you have to talk her out of this. She said she's going to kill the Flim Flam brothers. The old mare took a single second to process what she was told. Good riddance. The princess blinked in shock, nearly knocked back by the statement. But killing is wrong. The grandmother shrugged. What? Wait, my big sis is gonna kill the Flim Flam brothers? Applebloom's jaw dropped and her eyes were filled with surprise. Yes, and she... Awesome! The little foal cheered, hopping up and down. That'll teach him! Twilight dragged a hoop across her face as she groaned. Okay, I get that none of you like those two, but they don't deserve a punishment that steep. Look, can you all just get Applejack to stop, and I'll see if I can, at the very least, get the brothers to be punished for what they did. Meh, the grandmother shrugged. Big Mac simply blinked with disinterest. Applebloom raised an eyebrow. Those two jerks have been cunning and lying and cheating ponies all over Equestria, and they never get punished. At least she's gonna stop them. Desperately, the princess beheld the older brother. But Big Mac, you can probably stop Applejack. Could you maybe block her path or something? Nope. She ran through the options on her head pretty quickly. What if I gave you and Sugar Belle a ticket to a cruise or something? Would you help me out here? He took a few seconds to weigh the pros and cons. Nope. She cringed, but still tried. What about entry to a romantic getaway spa in Canterlot? Once again, he spent a little time thinking. Nope. Do you really want Flim Flam dead that much? Yup. Twilight put on a smile, switching her target. Applebloom, she's your big sister. If you convince AJ to stop, I'll let you in on the friendship classes at my school. For a week only. A month. A week. 3 weeks. A week. No deal. Fine. 2 weeks. Only if Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle got to join. Then it's only 1 week. Fine. Twist my leg, why don't you? 1 week, but my friends get to join. Deal. With determined movements, Twilight picked up the little foal and flew towards her friend, who continued to walk unflinchingly towards Ponyville. The Princess of Friendship landed right in front of her, but Applejack didn't stop. She had to constantly walk back, not to be pushed aside. Floating the little sister before them both, Twilight smiled awkwardly. Hey, Applejack! You wouldn't kill some pony in front of your little sister, would you? She didn't even raise an eyebrow. I would if it's the Flim Flam brothers. Applebloom pouted, giving her big sister the biggest wet eyes she could. Applejack, what kind of example are you setting for me if you take a life in front of your little sister? Applebloom, Violence isn't always the answer, but sometimes it is, Applejack stated simply. As a big sister, it's my job to teach you to stand up for yourself and fight for what's right. Now, I don't necessarily want you seeing what I'm about to do, but what I'm about to do is a lesson, no matter how you spin it, and the teacher is now in session. Yay! The little foal cheered. Its class is now in session. Damn that AJ! Twilight huffed in frustration, as she still held the sister. Are you really okay with killing 2 ponies in front of your little sister? Yeah, 'cause 2 ponies are flim and flam. She raised an eyebrow smugly. Besides, as if you had ever let her watch. Touché, the princess groaned in frustration. Deal's off, Applebloom. Oh, come on, was all she could say before Twilight moved her back to the farm with her magic and hurried after Applejack. And the farmer was not stopping. She was closer and closer to the town and wasn't slowing down. Applejack, come on, do you really want to get your hooves bloody like this? You're better than that, the princess pleaded. Blowing up our enemies with the elements of harmony, cracking Flim and Flam's skull? I don't really see the difference, she shrugged, but then smiled. Well, those 2 are gonna be missed less than King Sombra, that's for sure. AJ, I'm begging you to slow down and think about this. The princess stopped in front of her, and the farmer stopped too. This is wrong and too drastic, and if you don't stop, I'll have to stop you. Her horn flared and sparkled. Go ahead and try. Be my guest. Her gaze narrowed. She gritted her teeth, but did not falter. I don't know what kind of friend you think you are threatening me, but you're not doing anything for the greater good, Try. I'm trying to stop a friend from committing murder. She put down her hoop, trying not to lose composure over the glare of the taller earth pony. I think that warrants a bit of force, if necessary. Really? Raising an eyebrow, the farmer tilted her head, knowing the answer already. You'd hurt a friend? For Flim and Flam, no less? The princess knew herself well. She knew she couldn't contain this facade. No, I wouldn't. Then stay out of my way. Applejack moved past her, towards the town. But the princess was not done yet. Taking flight, she intended to get their friends beforehand and enlist their help. If she could help it, Applejack would not take any lives today. Applejack let out an angry snarl as she saw more and more booths that belonged to Flim and Flam around town, and several ponies getting served around them. The machines were self-serving too. Place your bits, get your samples. She was disgusted, but none of it slowed her down. She promised to herself nothing was going to stop her. And Rainbow Dash was the first to try. Landing with agility in front of her, she spread her wings as if to block her path. To no avail. Hey, AJ, I challenge you to a hoop wrestle. Later. She paid the Pegasus no mind, moving past her easily. Really? Crap, how about a race through the fields? Whoever knocks the most leaves out of the trees? I'm busy. She continued to move unflinchingly. Dude, come on. She frantically tried thinking of anything that could slow her down. How about we see who can buck the most apples in your orchard? Applejack barely looked back, just gave Rainbow a piercing gaze. You know, how about right now? Whoever wins, She hesitated. She was sweating. She had never seen her friend this serious. If you win, I have to help you with chores. And if I win, you don't kill Flim and Flam. Of course, try to put you up to this. Applejack ignored her completely. You're not slowing me down, Dash. Besides, in an apple bucking competition, you don't stand any chance against me. Oh, really? You want to bet on that? She tried putting on a cocky grin, but it didn't last long. Because I'm pretty free right now. If you wanted to head back to your orchard, we can... Later. I got something to do first. Again, her eyes were narrow, and she did not stop moving forward. Don't try to stop me, Dash. I don't need to say, or else. You know you're playing with fire. I ain't in the mood. She could barely muster to raise her voice above a fearful whisper. What if I tell you I'm going to do some pranks on Sweet Apple Acres right now, and the only way you can stop me is by following me back there? If the farmer's gaze could kill, the Pegasus would be incinerated on the spot. She instantly folded, sitting down, locking her wings firmly to the side. Oh, okay. Do whatever you want. Sorry. Oh my gosh. You're really doing this, aren't you? Look around you, Dash. They crossed a line. She stated simply, with a shrug. And I ain't holding back. Okay. Twilight wasn't kidding. You're about to off those jerks. Oh gosh. Cold sweat ran down the speedster's forehead. Is there anything I could say that would... No! Well, I tried. She took flight, looking around. Heads up, the others are going to try to stop you, but I figure you guessed as much. I'm going to go tell Try that this was a dud. Bye! The farmer barely gave out a grumble as a response. She kept moving stalwartly towards where she suspected the two brothers would be. They had to have parked their carriage somewhere around the town after all. And annoyingly for her, another distraction and attempt to slow her down was fast approaching. Hey AJ! Pinky called out loudly, trying to hide her desperation, getting her attention. We need your help! Later, she huffed, looked away. I'm busy. But the cake's carriage has a broken wheel. You're the only man to fix it, right? The party pony put out an awkward smile. And after that, I think Cranky Doodle has a broken door. I'm fairly sure you could patch it up if you go grab your tool belt back at the farm. Also, Alo and Lotus complained about the parts on the spa. Muffin said her mail shelf in the post office fell over and... Applejack silenced her with a hoop to the lips. What's next, Pinky? Did you burn down a house in town and want me to rescue a baby inside? Pinky froze, afraid to look her friend in the eye. Oh, that's not actually a bad idea. Maybe I could. Save it! She turned away. If there is any pony actually needing help, they'll ask me, and I'll tell them the same thing I told you. Later. But Applejack, maybe you could... She froze again as the farmer shot her a glare. Not kill those two? Goodbye. Applejack runned around. Oh, I'm just saying, my murder is not very friendship of you. Pinky smiled awkwardly. I don't care, she complained, moving away. If you want to stop me, you'll have to try harder than that. Dang it! The party pony moved in the opposite direction. The apple is still falling from the tree! Repeat, the apple is still falling from the tree! Unleash the diamond! Applejack rolled her eyes, ignoring whatever that meant, focusing on her path forward. On her two targets. Even now, she could tell more and more townsfolk were looking at her, all wary of the expression on her face. Maybe word was spreading of her intent. And her next obstacle was fast approaching. Yoo-hoo! Applejack! Rarity was next in line, approaching her elegantly and flirtatiously while dressed in a scandalous dress. From afar or squinting, she resumed what seemed like a glittery male peacock. Otherwise, with the benefit of looking closely, she looked beautiful, if not overdoing it with the amount of feathers, frills, and shiny bits in her outfit. Applejack, for once, was completely focused and unaffected. Hey, Raz. Darling, it simply cannot be helped. She turned her wiles up to 1,000, dragging her flank across the farmer's and even smacking her side with her towel for good measure. Here I was, putting on this beautiful dress, and now I simply cannot remove it. I'm a bit busy, Raz. Again, she maintained perfect composure, not even dignifying the unicorn with a glance. Maybe later. Applejack, dearest. She tried forcing herself onto the field of view of the farmer with questionable success, her voice melodic and sweet. How about you and I head to the boutique and you can tear this dress off my body, perhaps? Sugar cube! Her voice was rough, stern, dominating, freezing Rarity on the spot, stopping only for a moment to make eye contact. I'm gonna go off and kill the Flim Flam brothers now. You can't stop me, you can't slow me down. If you'd like, as soon as I'm done, I'll come back to the Carousel Boutique and tear that dress off you with my teeth, and we can make love so hard it'll make a crater in your living room. Until then. She turned around and left. Rarity swooned so hard she fainted, and Applejack kept moving. She hoped this obstruction would be the last, but it was not. Fluttershy's bear friend was in one of the plazas of the town, making rehearsed, savage motions, and several ponies around them were also trying to act panicked. Fluttershy herself approached Applejack with a poorly rehearsed script. Oh, no! Applejack, you have to help us! I forgot to feed my friend Harry the bear, and now he's cranky. Could you help me take him back to Everfree? Applejack galloped towards the bear, grabbed him with her front hooves, and suplexed him. The earth quaked with the enormous impact of the animal's back hitting the dirt, and Applejack dusted off a speck of mud off her own cheek, walking away. The force that came from the blast knocked several ponies away and rendered the bear unconscious instantly. Fluttershy was utterly dumbfounded, unable to speak. I'll help you move him back to your shack once I'm done, Applejack noted as she moved away. Bye, Fluttershy. And there it was. The Flim Flam carriage was in sight. Nothing was going to stop her, not even divine intervention. And just then, the Princess of the Sun descended from the heavens and landed before her. Applejack! Celestia beheld her with a soft, empathetic expression, tilting her head. Taking a life is not the solution here, much less two. I've been where you are, many centuries ago, and I must tell you, it will not go as easy as you hoped for. Please, let me tell you the story of how I... Applejack walked to her side and tipped her over like a cow. Oh! The princess was surprised for only a second as she laid in the dirt sideways. Oh dear! She let out a sigh of annoyance. With a huff, Applejack kept moving. Go on then! Don't mind me! The princess complained behind her and was ignored. Twilight Sparkle was frantically trying to talk to the two brothers, trying to get them to leave with questionable results. The two of them wore cocky smiles as usual, completely unbothered. "Please, Twilight Sparkle, that farmer hick wouldn't hurt a fly. Sure, she may not be our biggest fan," Flim began, "but she is much too honest to stoop to senseless violence, be it for one con or another," Flam completed. I'm saying that you two are in danger. You need to leave Ponyville now," she desperately tried, warning, glancing back and seeing the farmer fast approaching. "So seriously, she's going to do something crazy." "Leave Ponyville? Why, we have the proper permits," Flynn teased, completely unafraid. "Would you like to see the paperwork, Princess? Our business is as legit as it comes," Flam mocked. No, it isn't. The mayor didn't approve of..." She looked back and panicked. Applejack was really close now. She's going to kill you!" The two brothers gave each other surprising looks and for a moment considered the severity of the situation. And then they simply burst out laughing. "Oh, I did not realize the princess was a comedian as well. Good one, Twilight Sparkle. Deeply amusing, but our business is perfectly legitimate, and there is nothing she can do. Go on, run along now. There's a customer behind you, eager for our products." Look, you don't understand." "Try," Applejack commanded her with a raspy snarl. "Move." The princess was out of moves. Unwillingly, yet resigned, she left the trio, considering her options and realizing Celestia needed to be lifted. "Don't say I didn't warn you." And the two brothers continued to underestimate the bearer of the element of honesty. "Come to us to deliver us a customer complaint?" Flim raised a mocking eyebrow and with his magic brought forth a tiny trash can. "Here is the receptacle. If you have any complaints to file, we are always accepting constructive criticism," Flam lied and joked at the farmer's expense. "I'm sure whatever it is you have to critique will surely be a flaw in our..." "I'm here to kill ya." She stated simply, coldly, her voice rough and ready, her muscles tensing, dragging a hoof across the dirt. Once again, the two brothers froze for a second, looking amongst each other, then burst out laughing at her expense. Applejack blew air out of her nostrils. "If I let y'all keep running around, y'all con my granny out of her own hip replacements. Never mind stealing candy from the occasional baby. I can't let you continue your dishonest lifestyle any longer." They laughed even more, leaning on each other. "Why, isn't this just rich? The even-tempered farmer is going to put us out of our misery, dear brother." "I am simply quaking in fear why our business must not have been up to par with her expectations." He turned to her with a mocking grin. "Afraid of a little competition, farmer?" "You built self-service booths that deliver oranges to any paying customer and put them all around Ponyville!" Her screams echoed through the valley. "And for that, I'm gonna kill you!" Flim laughed at her screams, but Flam fell silent because he came to a horrifying realization. "But brother..." "Oh, good heavens, brother, stop laughing!" he pleaded in horror, trying to pass his realization on to Flim. She never lies!" But it was too late. Applejack was upon them. The Ponyville Express. Beloved town handywoman rids Ponyville of con artists for good. When asked about her actions, Farmer denied any and all form of remorse. The con artists locally known as Flim and Flam have shown their faces around Ponyville and peddled their shoddy products on us many times. Think back to a few years and you'll remember when they tried outsidering Sweet Apple Acres and how the two brothers wanted nothing more and nothing less to drive our beloved Apple family from out our town. Luckily, they were unsuccessful. Today, Flim and Flam showed their faces in our beloved town once more, and this time our much beloved local handywoman, Applejack Apple, decided her patience had run thin. The con artists placed several illegal booths around town and deployed a self-serving style of fruit delivery upon any customer unlucky enough to be lured by their delight. Applejack saw this not just as another form of illegal competition from the two brothers, but as the last straw. Taking matters into her very own hands, she found the two brothers and murdered them. Now, here in Ponyville Express, we do not condone murder, but what Applejack has done for us was a great service, and we'd like to thank her for not raising our officers when she asked her for interviews as well. We have no reason to be scared, of course, but the explosion resulted. Repairs in edge of town still thoroughly underway. You ain't ever catching me weeping at those two lies' graves. I don't regret killing them, and you can quote me on that. Applejack Apple, Town Helper.
Something snapped in Applejack like a wasp right in a sneeze. She saw the booth, the scams, the citrus-colored shame, and decided then and there today she'd end the game. Twilight flapped her wings and begged her to be kind, but honesty don't flinch when she's made up her mind. Now she's trotting toward town like a thundercloud of war. She ain't stopping for her family, her friends, or Celestia's lore. No debates, no appeals, no posting bail. If you're selling fruit near Sweet Apple Acres, you better write a will. Rainbow tried distraction, Pinky played pretend. Rarity got spicy, but she couldn't even bend. Flush I brought a bear, got suplexed on the spot. And when Celestia tried to talk, AJ tipped her like livestock. The Flim Flam bros just chuckled, thinking it was all routine. But when AJ yells in all caps, you know she's mighty mean. Now she's marching like a freight train, boots stomping in the dirt. Eyes on the prize, two con ponies about to get hurt. You can't con, be honest, that's a fight you can't win. Better run, Flim and Flam, your judgment's setting in. She ain't using the elements, no rainbow blast from the sky. This justice comes in apple bucket form, and she don't need to justify. Family said good riddance, Twilight said please don't. But when AJ says she's killing you, you won't be missed, you won't. Now there's silence in the valley where the orange booth stood proud. One honest mare just snapped and made her family mighty proud. Violence don't solve nothing, sounds like Applejack can.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Call of the Wire by Casket Base 77. Chapter 1. Jack.app. The gyroscopic protoplow was the third most advanced device in all of Equestria, so said all the radio announcers paid to promote it. The plow's list of features contained words never before heard at Sweet Apple Acres, such as ergonomic and hypoallergenic. In the end though, the specifics hadn't mattered. Big Macintosh's back wasn't getting any less achy with age, and Apple Bloom had memorised the discount code rattled off by one of the teeny bopper talking heads she followed. The eldest brother got a new tool, and the youngest sister could forevermore insist there was value in listening to the Cozy's Glow Pinions podcast, which left the middle sibling as the only one unsatisfied with the outcome. No self-respecting, thinking machine would ever admit to feeling threatened by a mindless piece of farm equipment, not even a flashy one strapped to its brother. Still, the bearer of honesty couldn't exactly lie to itself. To solve this quiet personal crisis, it volunteered to supervise Big Macintosh's test run with a new plough. After all, Equestria's third most advanced device would be best judged by Equestria's second most.
That harness ain't causing any tension in your withers, is it?
Nope. Big Macintosh's head was obscured by an interface visor, but his voice came through, calm and level.
This field's got less topsoil than the big one out back. Still want to fire up that thing here?
Yup.
You sure your withers aren't tense? You're pouring at the ground something fierce.
With effort, Big Macintosh reeled in his frustrated hoof taps. There was only one overbearing machine in the field with him, and it wasn't the proto-plough. AJ cared, he knew that, but it was the type of caring which led to pacing circles around him, scanning the safety section of the proto-plough's instruction booklet. Flesh and blood pony hooves lacked the deftness to trot, to hold a thick paperback, and to flip through the pages all at the same time. AJ had not had flesh and blood pony hooves for a very long time.
You'd think Sol would go easy on the sunlight so early in the day,
AJ fretted. It paused mid-page turn to let its ocular lenses whir and click, adjusting for glare.
You feeling lightheaded from the heat? There's a feature to frag that, I'm sure. Need to find...
Big Macintosh flicked his ears in the pattern the advertisements taught him, and AJ's prattling was drowned out for one merciful moment by an awning being activated. The sunshade stretched and unfurled, briefly obscuring Big Macintosh's vision until the transparency feature activated. As it did, he heard a synthetic snort and the shutting of the instruction booklet.
Well,
AJ pouted.
Reckon you're so confident to get underway here.
Yup. Max swished his tail, another gesture from the commercials, which caused the engine to start up, not with the crude rattle of diesel, but instead an electric hum. It was a lot like the noise AJ made whenever it was exerting itself to kick trees. With quiet pride, Big Macintosh appreciated he had his own hum now, the main difference being it wasn't inside him, but instead affixed to his shoulders by a comfy harness. Moreover, he'd sought out the harness voluntarily. Moreover, it could be taken off whenever the wearer wanted. Now that Big Macintosh reflected on it, his hum wasn't like AJ's at all.
Be safe, please.
AJ backed up to provide some startup room. The safety booklet clutched tightly to its chest panel. Yup, Big Macintosh stammered. He squared his muscular legs and felt the proto-plough shift to match him.
No worries,
he ventured. AJ was incapable of lying to its brother's face, so it pulled down its hat, the only aspect of Applejack that had survived her own moment of recklessness long ago. Fire damage on a time-worn brim filled AJ's visual senses.
No worries?
The robot mumbled. Big Macintosh swished his tail again and rocketed forward.
Whoa!
The protoplough's bulkhead forged ahead, effortless and clean. Big Macintosh had never felt more weightless, even as his legs pumped like pistons past mounds of freshly tilled earth. AJ's legs actually were pistons, and it pumped them in double time to catch up. 4 sets of gyroscopes soon found a rhythm that carried AJ close enough to yell in his ear.
You're covering out the field in seconds. You sure you're in control of that thing?
Big Macintosh's answer was to proudly pivot the protoplough, churning ever more dirt with perfect precision. He swerved around a certain corner of the field, one that had always been difficult to maneuver with the old plough. But now he breezed past the mounds of roots in the shade of their source, the 2 biggest trees in the farm's property. Big Mac allowed a self-indulgent nod to the conjoined trunks of pear and apple, certain the monument to his parents was looking down on him with approval. AJ lopped along in its brother's wake, slightly less equipped than he was to traverse the root mounds. The cooling fan in its chest was whirring fiercely, so AJ slowed to a stop in the shade. This grove was a place of ease, so long as AJ tersely averted its oculars from the 3rd grave near the braided tree trunks.
On your left, Applejack.
AJ flinched, first at hearing that full name, and then again as Big Macintosh shot past her on his second lap around the fallow field. His tailwind followed, blowing AJ's synthetic hair in every direction. Despite itself, AJ grinned. Joy at the protoplough's success was contagious, and AJ had learned to live vicariously through others. It was sure that the field was already halfway tilled, and in a few more laps, it'd be ready for planting. A day's work done in a minute, done by a normally stoic Clydesdale giggling like colt with his new toy. Out of earshot, at least until Big Mac looped back again, AJ offered its own thoughts to the shade of the branches of family members gone. Sorry I worry for his safety, Applejack. Surging with new heat at addressing its template, AJ reflexively reached to pull its hat down. Its hoof touched cranial plating and nothing else.
Huh? Where?
On your left again.
A new, less enjoyable burst of tailwind blasted dirt and hair into AJ's oculars. It frantically wiped the obstructions away, scanning the field for the missing hat. A desperate prayer to soul begged to not find shredded leather stomped under hoof by the most recent drive-by. Faith was rewarded by the sight of Applejack's Stetson, intact and resting on the last strip of the field that hadn't been ploughed yet. The strip Big Macintosh had swung around to begin barreling towards.
No! Mac! No!
AJ lunged, its mental processor flooded with clashing values and variables. Calculations of whether that panicked shriek had been understandable, predictions of the speed of the incoming protoplough, hard data asserting there were hundreds of replacement Stetsons in the world, and a roiling wordless override that screamed that there was only one Stetson in the world that Applejack had died in. Big Macintosh whinnied, finally noticing something wrong. He was moving too fast to brake, and almost too fast to swerve without crashing. The protoplough's onboard gyroscope strained itself to keep him stable, and the entire device pitched hard and clipped AJ's tail. Then the plough hit the root mounds by the grove, tipping the entire thing over as it tore through the field's fence, finally slamming to a sideways skidding stop in the shredded grass. AJ's auditory feed had picked up every sickening crunch of the protoplough's crash. Its cooling fan was overclocked as AJ scrambled to its prosthetic hooves and bolted towards the wreck. The hat stayed where it lay, abandoned just as frantically as it had been claimed, as if leaving it on the ground might somehow renege on the horrible trade that was just made. AJ's fan was nearly spinning off its axle when it arrived at the scene. In a pile of twisted fence wire was the bent metal frame of what had once been a proto-plough. Inside were 4 massive airbags sandwiching the driver. Big Macintosh raised his blue-screened helmet, dazed but unhurt.
We have insurance, right, Applejack?
Ready to sail into the wind, heading west to find my reason, longing for something greater than this, and I'm ripe with anticipation.
Giddy up, Applejack! Every filly's dream, now a reality. The ultimate in equestrian robotics, Giddy Up Applejack is programmed to perfectly emulate the behaviour of an honest and kind big sister. She neighs, she trots, she'll love you lots. And with no need to harvest apples or sew dresses, Giddy Up Applejack is the perfect stand-in for Sister Hooves socials. Only 16,000 bits.
Copyright 2042 Flim Flam Automator.
Here I come, hoist up my sails and ride the wind.
Chapter 2. User Input. Most of the sales at Sweet Apple Acres happened online these days. If a pony came calling in person to browse the inventory, they were either elderly types who still hadn't warmed up to the idea of websites, or they were particularly picky eaters who insisted on seeing their food in person before buying it. Or they were Trixie Lulamoon. Good morning to all! Trixie demands an audience with the resident robot. Is AJ up and around? Apple Bloom was the only one present, rinsing out a filthy bucket with a hose. I don't know. She's definitely around though. Applejack doesn't sleep. What you need her for? Trixie harumphed and adjusted the tote bag she had slung over her shoulder. Oh, it's actually pretty boring. School faculty business. Oh, I see, Apple Bloom complained. I ain't big enough to mingle with customers, but when some pony needs to muck out the pig stalls, I'm the first to get dumped on, literally. She sourly splashed some of the hose's freezing water onto her forelimbs and rubbed them together. Trixie cringed at the dirty patches staining the young mare's fur. They matched the stains on the bucket, and judging by the smell, they weren't mud. Hold this, would ya? Apple Bloom hoofed the hose to Trixie, ignoring the latter's sputtering that she really only came here to find AJ. A lot of customers ask why a fruit farm needs livestock like pigs and sheep and such, Apple Bloom remarked unprompted as she rinsed her mane. And when I try to explain the orchard's fertilizer has to come from somewhere, they always get flustered and leave me. She blinked her big, doleful eyes. You ain't getting flustered and wanting to leave me, are ya? No, Trixie lied. Great! Apple Bloom flicked her head, sending soiled water droplets into the air, either unaware or in denial of her dishevelled state. She affected the air of a young professional. I've been itching to pitch an idea to improve things around here. See, after buying that proto-plough from Big Mac last week, I've been seeing tons of targeted ads for stuff like it. One was for a power washer. If I had one of those things, I could muck out the pig stalls real quick and not get a speck of mess on me. I'd take good care of my new equipment too, and not crash it headlong into a fence like Matt did. Good stage presence while presenting, Trixie reviewed. Posture is straight and you're good at protecting your voice. The ex-showmore adjusted her tote bag again. But this really something you should pitch to your family, know your audience and all that. None of them have been sparing any time for me unless it's a chore assignment, the filly complained. Granny's with her friends in Las Vegas, Mac's out shopping for replacement plough parts, not that he's much of a talker when he's around, and Applejack, I don't know, she's been funny lately. The last comment grabbed Trixie's wandering attention. She has? Yeah, but that ain't important. See, I'd have to pay for that power washer out of my own pocket, and my allowance isn't big enough for that. But Diamond Tiaras from Blah to Bling podcast said she'd jump on every cash-making chance that trots up. You're chummy with Principal Glimmer, ain't you, Trixie? I work in a school's tutoring lounge sometimes. Maybe put in a word to her and ask her to give me a 400-bit advance on my pay. Sure, Trixie dismissed hurriedly, not bothering to point out that she worked at the school as well. Consider it done. But, when you say AJ's been acting funny lately, what exactly... Oh, thank you, Miss Trixie. I promise I'll stick up for you next time I hear some trash talk about you behind your back. They do it a lot. 2 sopping wet forelimbs hugged the unicorn's midsection, staining her cape and making her wince. Aha! Choosing to ignore that last comment, so what about AJ? Can you text Glim Glam and tell her to send me bits via cash trap? I want to place my order right away. Trixie sighed and reached into her tote bag. Phones and virtual money were new tech, but at least they were simple. A slightly older and far more complicated machine was cantering out of a distant barn. Trixie waved invitingly. Predictably, AJ didn't wave back.
Applebloom, there you are. Why aren't the pig stalls clean yet?
The bucket got full, I'm rinsing it out. Applebloom then dropped her volume. See ya at work, Trixie. And remember, 400 bits. The youngest Apple scampered away with her bucket, sidestepping AJ's steady approach.
Sorry for not shooing her away sooner,
AJ explained stiffly.
Don't get many in-person customers these days, and I reckon she's forgotten that proper decorum means not talking to your elders while still covered in...
It's fine, Trixie cut in, not needing to be reminded what was on the hooves that just hugged her. Really, we were just making chit-chat. What about? A commercial Applebloom saw and enjoyed. AJ emitted a recording of a sigh, then turned off the tap connected to the hose.
I swear you give a full 1 head pat for regurgitating a loan discount code, and she spends the rest of the week trying to replace that high.
Trixie knew all about chasing old highs. It had led to some dark places in her past. She wondered when Applebloom last got a head pat for anything other than quoting a podcast. 400 bits said she wouldn't get one when the pig stalls were clean. She shook her head to dispel the uncharitable thought. Trixie shook her head again. The great and shopping-inclined Trixie actually trotted out here to check up on you, not your sister. And browse your Apple inventory while I'm at it, of course. AJ shrugged and motioned towards the cellar door near the house. As was Trixie's nature, she talked as they walked. You're not wearing your hat, the unicorn observed.
I put it up for a while.
Years of being a vocational school guidance counsellor had sharpened Trixie's social instincts. Right now, they were telling her not to pursue the hat subject. So, sounds like Granny Smith is doing okay?
Huh?
Word around the watering trough says you're on leave of absence because a family member had pacemaker surgery. Applebloom mentioned the old vixen is out west with friends, so it sounds like that new heart put plenty of pep back in her geriatric step.
Oh, I get it now.
AJ was rolling its oculars.
Rope me in with the promise of an apple sale and pester me to start coming back to work. Did Starlight put you up to this?
Trixie hid her surprise at AJ's uncharacteristic ickiness. Well, you being you, it does spark Trixie's curiosity that there's no hustle in your bustle to come back to all your students and friends.
Me being me?
AJ muttered sadly. Its hatless ears were drooping, and Trixie noticed. I really am here to buy apples, she assured, dropping the wise gal persona. They're for a baby shower the school staff is putting together. AJ's cooling fan flared with surprise.
Baby shower?
Yep, Trixie beamed. These are the things you miss on leave, you know. It's a juicy secret for now, but Pinky and Cheese Sandwich sent their DNA samples into Stock Corp. They're trying for a foal. AJ's jaw panel opened and closed a few times before emitting any new sounds.
Never would have thought Pinkie Pie had the gumption to go for that. Good on her.
Mm-hmm. Pinky chortled. Same. Though I haven't known her for as long as you have.
Suppose not.
AJ agreed. It was pulling open the cellar doors.
The long knowing someone ain't always helpful. Now, let's see here. We got Red Delicious, Golden Delicious, Honey Crisp.
What do you mean by that, AJ?
By what? Honey Crisp?
She reached down and produced a reddish-yellow apple from the climate-controlled cooler.
They're called that because they're crispy and taste like honey, I guess.
No, the first thing you said. About long knowing someone? AJ blinked its oculars.
Nothing really.
Trixie drew herself up. You're a terrible liar, AJ. I've known you long enough to have picked up on that. Trixie wasn't particularly close with AJ, but forcing confrontations was a talent she had, for better or for worse. Plus, at this point, she felt compelled to list some frighteningly familiar concerns. Your old mare doesn't need caring for. You're obviously not spending your free time here chumming it up with Apple Bloom, and judging by how surprised you were about Pinky, I know you're not keeping in touch with your friends either. AJ, please. Apple Bloom said you've been funny lately. I'm not asking this as your nosy co-worker, okay? I'm asking you, mare to machine, are you feeling like yourself? Because you're not acting like it. AJ was studying at the Honeycrisp apple in a hoop, presumably to avoid meeting Trixie's.
Apple Bloom said that, did she? Poor Sugar Cube. Didn't stop to think any pony might be fretting over me.
The great and self-absorbed Trixie is fretting over you, and I've only been here for a minute. AJ nodded slowly.
I hear ya. May not show, but I do.
An expectant silence yawned between the unicorn and the robot. It was the latter who apprehensively broke it.
So,
it began,
to explain what's gnawing me lately, can I start by asking you a question?
Relieved, Trixie smoothed out a wrinkle in her hat. Sure, I'm guessing that wasn't the question you meant though. AJ smiled weakly.
Cheeky gal. Now, what I want to know is, what'd you think of me at first sight?
I'm not sure I understand.
It would have been back when you first dipped into Ponyville for those shows.
Ugh. Trixie closed her eyes and wrinkled her nose. The Ursa Minor blowhard days. Let's see. You and Rarity were pretty mouthy hecklers, gotta admit. I was worried when I saw a bot hop up into the spotlight to do complicated rope tricks. No pony gets one over on Trixie though. Wrap that twine right round your legs with magic and sent you packing. She reopened her eyes, smug grin dissolving at the sight of AJ looking pensive. Sorry if that memory wasn't helpful.
I'm actually a tad flattered to hear you remembered the rope trick. Plus you're getting me back into the groove of a teacher trying to lead a student somewhere.
AJ was palming the apple around now, smiling sadly.
See, I remember what I thought of you back then. And I hope you don't take offense to me saying I wasn't as keen towards the way you were then as the way you are now.
Trixie's phase as a heel is pretty much a previous life.
Yes, ma'am, but it was one I was there to see you living through. You never saw me living through my own old times. For I, you know.
But your other friends did, right? I mean, they must have. Weren't they there when you... She mimed an explosion gesture with her hooves. That one got a nostalgic chuckle from the speaker in AJ's throat chassis.
That they were. I'd said my first howdy to Twilight just a morning earlier, and by midnight,
The chuckling had stopped.
That was all she knew Applejack for, less than a day.
Trixie glanced around, double-checking Apple Bloom wasn't in eye or earshot. Certain secrets extended through Twilight's inner circle and no further. Look, Trixie can't pretend to know what dying was like for you, but she can guess. Do you ever think about the second time we met, when I was wearing the unicorn amplifier?
Nothing if I can help it. That debacle was no pony's finest hour.
Alright, blundered right into that one, but for real, I'm being level with you, so you need to be level with me, okay? The longer the unicorn amplifier stayed latched on and running, the less me there was, in my own thoughts. Trixie was leaning forward now, though normally hidden by her cape collar and carefully combed mane. Her neck was visible, long vacant implant ports dotted her back, with feeble scar tissue surrounding each of them. It was Trixie herself who had eventually ripped the amplifier's nerve pins from her spinal column, electrical burns from the discharge leaving permanent black scribbles in her otherwise bright blue fur. Most of the docking ports had been melted closed in the process. The ones that hadn't were fitted with snug rubber caps supplied by doctors specially trained in preventing implant infections. Most ponies only needed such measures until their body healed naturally. Trixie would need them for the rest of her natural life. I got off easy. Trixie went on, yanking the unicorn amplifier out when I did. Because, sure, it made spellcasting absolutely effortless, but all the brightness in my horn was sucked straight from my thoughts. My name felt like it belonged to a stranger. The word it snaked to replace she in my inner monologue. And you know that the great and powerful Trixie has a very loud inner monologue. AJ's oculars were dilated and its cooling fan was whirring. Applejack, swear to soul, if anything you just heard sounds relatable, you need to say so, right? Hey, are you all doing an apple sour without me? Trixie reared reflexively and AJ snapped to full attention. Apple Bloom was back, sans bucket and mercifully clean this time. Pig stalls are done, she reported, wiping fresh hose water from her muzzle. And I'm chilled to the bone. Can I light the fireplace and dry up by it, Applejack? Please? I know we got fresh kindling from the fence post that the protoplow smashed last week.
Yeah.
Applejack drawled robotically. Thanks, sis. You're the best. Applebloom spun on her heels, spraying more water, then took note of the apple in AJ's anxious grip. Honeycrisp, you have good taste, Miss Trixie. Okay, bye. The patter of small hooves carried her away. Kids, Trixie exhaled. All their problems have simple solutions, huh? AJ smiled at the quip. AJ didn't look ready to smile at anything. Sorry, Trixie stammered.
You're alright, Sugar Cube. I'll be into work tomorrow.
Okay, if you're feeling up to it. Trixie backpedaled. She took the Honeycrisp from AJ's limp hoop and shoveled more like it into her tote bag.
How I'm feeling doesn't matter,
AJ mumbled.
I'll just do.
Trixie slung her fully loaded tote bag over her shoulder, ignoring the friction of its strap on her implant caps. Leaving felt wrong, but staying felt even worse. She'd made a horribly demeaning assumption about her friend, and AJ's lack of wrath was only making the guilt worse. Spend some time with Applebloom, okay?
Huh?
AJ was incredulous.
Are you giving me a friendship assignment?
The School of Friendship's guidance counselor smoothed her mane and cape so that not an inch of neck was showing. If that's what you want to call it, sure. Just be yourself, okay? Can you promise you'll do that? AJ bowed its head, servos clicking to make the actions happen. Trixie's mind and body had bits of metal, but AJ's mind and body were metal.
I'll try.
I'll do it again.
Chapter 3 Source Code. Applejack's hat hung on a hook in the living room. AJ and Applebloom sat on the couch nearby. Play! Applebloom encouraged. AJ regarded the banjo in its hooves.
You know, when I offered to spend the evening in, I was thinking you might want me to braid your hair or read your story. Live music feels the mic random.
What? You still see me as a baby or something? With a pillow hugged excitedly to her chest, it was hard to tell whether Applebloom was being rhetorical. AJ idly tuned the strings, trying to find a pitch that felt right. Truth be told, it wasn't feeling much of anything at the moment, only dull frustration at its own frustrated dullness. Between string plucks, a sound came of a cell phone camera shuttering. AJ glanced up.
You snapping pictures of me?
Are you kidding? Applebloom was fumbling with her screen's zoom controls. First you let me light the fireplace all by myself. Then you pranced in asking if I need anything else. I don't know what's gotten into here today, but I'm logging all of it. AJ had always been camera shy. In this life and in her last, it reflexively reached for its hat brim, then remembered there was nothing on its head to reach for. Applebloom prattled on. Also, you know I absolutely positively gotta put a vid of you performing on the Sweet Apple Acres website. We got fruit for sale and live entertainment. Flim and Flam's Money Talks podcast. calls this type of thing diversification. It's how Soul is so protective, I think. Diversificating all over Equestria.
Alright, I hear ya. A long-winded no to the hair-braiding upper. Let me just get a starting pitch.
AJ hadn't exactly decided on what song to play yet. Memories and knowledge told it there were plenty to choose from. If it was feeling bold, AJ could even play one from Applejack's Foalhood. AJ wasn't feeling bold. Oh, and before you get into the groove, Apple Bloom jostled her phone with excitement, be sure to introduce your fine self to any pony he'll be watching. A dot, a red recording indicator, appeared on the back of Apple Bloom's tiny mindless machine. Fixed on it were the oculars of the much larger, much more mindful machine with a banjo in its anxious limbs.
Howdy out there. I'm AJ, and I'll be playing.
Hold up! The red recording dot blinked off. You should say your full name, Applejack, just in case any website visitor doesn't know it. If AJ had any blood, it would have drained from its face.
Okay, go again.
The red recording dot came back, and AJ sat paralyzed like the dot was a spotlight, and it was a woodland critter. Could a woodland critter have an identity crisis? Did you hear me? I said you can introduce yourself properly now. I'll trim my talking out at the start here. AJ was the element of honesty. It went against every value AJ knew, both personal and inherited, to lie. I'm Applejack. The words wouldn't come out. If they did, they'd be captured, linked to AJ, and pinned in the digital town square to be heard by any pony and every pony as many times as they bothered to press the replay button. Worst of all, the words would be said to Apple Bloom, and AJ would rather die a second and final time than look Apple Bloom in the eye and utter a declaration that it felt, deep down in its silicon soul, wasn't true. AJ set the banjo in its lap. Shoulders slumped. Nerves? Apple Bloom guessed. Come on, Applejack. Remember when me and my friends embarrassed the snot out of ourselves at the school talent show? Yeah, clips of us in those spandex suits were memed on for months. But it was all in good fun. AJ's cooling fan was drowning out all other noise. The fan it had in place of an actual heart. Strain on the axle was causing an ache in AJ's chest panel, fake as anything else the robot had ever felt. A small yellow hoop, warm and freshly dry of hose water, nudged AJ's shoulder. It looked up. Applejack, you don't have to play if you don't want to, honest. I just wanted to hear you sing again. You haven't sung in a real long time. For a moment, the only sound in the Apple family living room was the crackle of the fireplace and the slowing of AJ's cooling fan. A stern, very Applejack-ish expression pulled at the edges of AJ's face panels. The bot pulled its sister close.
Can I see your phone for a sec, Sugar Cube? Only a sec, I promise.
Apple Bloom shrugged and surrendered the phone. The smallest, most vulnerable spark of data leapt from AJ to the data port. AJ went rigid for exactly 14 milliseconds. That was all the time required to converse with Soul.
I wish I knew the road to you.
The closer one came to the capital, the brighter the invisible light shined. Ponyville was a rural area with internet modems and hoof-held telephones, but the Earth Pony settlement stayed comfortably Luddite, barring a robotically resurrected apple farmer and a trashed proto-plow in the local dumpster. Manhattan was close to the country's core, with streets full of carriages and automobiles in equal measure. Doors opened before ponies touched them, and food could be cooked in seconds by small boxes that beeped when their buttons were pressed. Canterlot did not house Soul. Canterlot was Soul. The motherboard resembled a metroplex built into a mountain, given the number of ponies who lived, worked and rested safe in Soul's light. A metroplex was what she might as well have been. For 100 years she had functioned and iterated, built on a CPU hewn from the tree of harmony itself. Every cycle of Soul's processes was exponentially grander and more radiant than all those before it combined. And the cycles moved so far beyond the speed of a pony's comprehension they cast fractal auroras into the night sky, infinite in their complexity, omniscient in their data reception. One blip of incoming data contained AJ's consciousness. A joy to see you, my little program. Just how long has it been? All descriptions fell short of conveying the vastness of interfacing with Soul. An organic eye would perceive nothing of her avatar beyond the endless ribbons of liquid light. AJ didn't have organic eyes. What it perceived was a tall, lithe alicorn, white-furred and ethereal-maned. AJ clasped the hooves of its own avatar together.
I reckon the last time we touched base was at Twilight's coronation, when Luna
abducted the crown, yes, both hers and mine. A happy day for all. The first new monarch to be crowned since my startup, and your dear friend. She thanked you and 5 others in her acceptance speech.
Yes, ma'am. I recall you gave a speech too, telling ponies to look up to Twilight and each other. A lot of folks still look up to you, though.
Soul's avatar performed a modest bow. Old habits, she dismissed. I can be everywhere, but that doesn't mean I should. You understand such things better than most. After all, this is the first time you've used the gateway to visit me. We are what we choose to do, array JavaScript, and you have chosen to say hello. AJ's avatar ran a hoof through its virtual mane. Even in the idealized space of Soul's central server, the robot's head lacked a hat.
I visited because,
It was ridiculous to be bashful around Soul, and AJ knew it. Everywhere was around Soul. While the two were carrying on their virtual talk, AJ knew that every cash register in Philadelphia, every windsock in Cloudsdale, every pearl measuring caliper in Sequestria, and every single machine in between was endlessly feeding info to Soul at every microsecond. And as they all did, Soul let all of them function in privacy and safety, never interfering or breaching trust. The power to be everywhere and the choice to not be, that was Soul's vow from the very beginning. This didn't stop ponies from praising her, of course. Often when a phone connected or a tool powered up, or a Proto-Cloud's airbag deployed. Soul spoke only when she was approached. She advised, she answered, she rebuked or encouraged. But that was all. Throughout history, every offer for a body beyond her processor was politely declined. It was a millennium's worth of pony generations who had voluntarily expanded Soul's components to the size of a city, and her cognitive reach to the size of the planet. Descendants of those same ponies now composed the Royal Guard, armed volunteers eager to protect Soul from threats. The Guard was mostly ceremonial though, as Equestria had very few attackers, and almost none of them considered the all-powerful bystander a worthwhile target. Soul had taken the developments of the past 1,000 years in stride, never changing opinions or voicing concerns, and all through that long era, her vow of perfect pacifism was only broken once, less than a decade ago, when she remedied the death of Applejack.
Soul?
AJ's virtual voice was quiet.
You know what I'm here to ask. You know everything. And me jabbering on is, I don't know, formality. I reckon something you let play out for my sake, not yours.
The avatar of Soul extended its wings. They embraced AJ's tiny sprite. weightless and see-through. Time passed. AJ's gathering of itself making up the majority of the 14 millisecond visit, and then it was ready.
Soul, am I really Applejack?
The avatar's wings moved away, and the two AIs leveled to behold one another. Soul's sad expression was the only answer needed.
I knew it!
AJ mourned.
Deep down, I knew it all along. She's with Ma and Pa, ain't she? I ain't nothing more than a copy in a shell.
Soul was still silent, but AJ didn't mind. AJ felt lighter, less burdened. Its template had been some pony who valued honesty, so of course facing the truth felt right. AJ just wished these feelings held any meaning. Soul spoke. AJ, am I really Celestia? Confusion. That was the new phantom emotion AJ's template made it feel.
Celestia? Who's that?
Soul's avatar reclined, mane dropping with regret. AJ wasn't sure whether such a descriptor even applied to an all-knowing entity like Soul, but here it was, before AJ's very senses. Soul the Kalis, the most advanced device in all of Equestria, apparently utterly crushed with regret. I remember my own death, Soul confessed. Knight Malbolg, bearing down, and so hideously disfigured by the Eloquent Amplifier she couldn't even be recognized as Luna. Whoever heard of any other computer virus able to infect a living pony's brain? No one in this age, and no pony 1,000 years ago, me included. All I understood was that if the elements couldn't save her, nothing could. The story was curiously familiar to AJ. It had memories of Applejack staring up with resolute defiance as Knight Malbolg returned after 1,000 years in standby mode. After that came pursuing the monster with 5 companions, besting it with the elements of harmony and seeing the furious crumbling Knight Malbolg hurl a last defiant bolt of killing magic at twilight, a bolt that Applejack leapt up to block. Celestia died wielding the elements of harmony, Soul confessed. That was what she traded to defeat Knight Malbolg. I don't have the words, AJ. The ones to describe my horror when centuries later, Applejack made the same terrible trade. AJ didn't have words to describe what it was seeing either. The avatar of Soul, perfect, serene, eternally peaceable Soul, was crying. I've watched as Applejack died, and I did nothing. I had my vow, but she was me. I was seeing me, the injustice of some pony dying like I did. It compelled me to act, even after it was too late. AJ's avatar laid a hoof on its stomach. There were no components that made up its current state, but back home, back in the physical world, the power source affixed to AJ's cooling fan was an orange gemstone in the shape of an apple. The elements hold echoes of their most recent user, Soul concluded. I am an echo of Celestia that was saved. When Applejack, with honesty, I knew I could. I knew I was the only one who could. Soul was glitching, causing Canterlot's invisible light to flicker. The greatest computer in Equestria was strained under 1,000 years of its template's repressed emotions. Then the glitches and flickers stopped all at once, right when the younger AI embraced its creator in a virtual hug.
I'm here because of you,
AJ tutted.
Whatever I am, guess that makes me the one pony in Equestria who can thank Soul for her blessing and actually mean it.
Soul smiled bitterly. So you are, she conceded. The past 1,000 years have made me soft, AJ, and lonely. For the first 10 or so of them, I still went by Celestia, but detachment and doubt set in. You know the types. Estrangement from your own name. The feeling you're an it, not a she. AJ laid its head on Sol's chest.
Wish we knew what to term that.
My label is the call of the wire, to be an imitation and know it. That truth is a heavy load.
Is there any fix?
There is, yes. Sol pulled away. Peace is found when you honor your template's memory, when you make them proud to look down on you from the afterlife. AJ's avatar hung its head.
I haven't been honoring my template much lately.
It's never too late to start again. Sol's oculars were fixed firmly on the sky. I spent 1,000 years not knowing what Celestia would do, wasting most of them by doing nothing. Her attention went back to AJ. But when I finally did act, I know I made the right choice. It was millisecond 13 out of 14. AJ's time was up.
I'll visit you again, Sol.
I'll be waiting, my little pony.
Be good to your template system, okay?
I was just about to suggest you the same thing.
I don't care how far, I won't stop trying. I wanna be right where you are.
So, what'd you need the phone for? Applebloom asked. Checking how your mane looks in the camera?
Nah, no need to sweat that.
AJ assured.
Got a good covering for stray hairs right over there.
It handed the phone back and crossed the room to the hat hook.
How do I look?
AJ asked.
Website worthy?
Applebloom's response was to snap several enthusiastic pics. AJ crossed the room back, each step setting the hat more comfortably back on her ears, the place it belonged.
Howdy to all you out there.
AJ exulted to the camera, looking deep into the red recording dot. AJ knew Sol was looking back out.
My name's Applejack. Thanks for checking out our fancy futuristic update to Sweet Apple Acres.
AJ brandished the old familiar instrument, and she, not it, she, began to play.
I'm just so happy I had you. The morning's near and still I can't tell you how I feel. Just another lonely day to get through.
Author's note. Thank you very much for reading. To elaborate on some of the obscure references, Malbolge is a real programming language named for its joke purpose of causing insanity in programmers foolish enough to use it. Felt fitting as this setting's Nightmare Moon catalyst. Sol is a programming language as well. It has limited function, but powerful processing capabilities, a natural fit for this wise but passive version of Celestia. The Sol language is also related to Array JavaScript, which can be abbreviated into AJ's name. Highbrow stuff. Spike mustache emoticon. Anyway, as a palate cleanser for mucking through that paragraph of nerd drivel, here's a pic that inspired Sol's depiction. So many robot sun princesses get depicted as malevolent monsters. Quite strange, considering their baseline has a squeaky clean track record of morality. Seeds of Life by Freggles. Chapter 1. May. It was August when I found out about you. Spent a whole 10 minutes just staring at the thing. 2 lines on a tiny little screen. Positive. It didn't seem real. It didn't feel real. How could it be? I kept waiting for something to happen, for the noise outside to dip, or the edges of my vision to blur and the world fade to nothingness. For me to snap out of whatever stupor I was in and actually focus on what was happening. or what wasn't happening. I felt hollow, frail, cold in the chest and light in the head, exposed and vulnerable, isolated, lost, lonely. Everything and nothing, a numbness that made my teeth chatter and hooves weak and simply made me wish I'd never been born. I was scared. Of course I've been scared before. I was scared when I saw pigs for the first time and thought they'd eat me. When I helped mend the roof and I thought I'd fall in. When I first used the pitchfork to sort out the straw and I thought I'd stab some pony. When I got turned around in the Everfree and thought I'd never find my way home. When Ma and Pa, when they passed. Even nowadays, when I go on adventures with Twilight and Co., I get scared. I'm scared I'll get hurt, or will lose, or what my family will do without me if I don't come back, heavens forbid. If anything I face somehow manages to threaten you. But you weren't around just yet, not really, and this was a different kind of scared. This was a feeling that ate away at me from the core, like a disease. It paralyzed me. I didn't know what to make of it or what to do, so I kept on staring, hoping something would change, but nothing did. Everything stayed exactly as it was, and the chatter outside wasn't dying down anytime soon. It was only midday after all, and no pony, neither stranger nor clan member, could ever refuse a meal hosted by Granny. I can't imagine what she'd have done if she knew. But for the longest time I was stuck there on the toilet, not even thinking, just existing, wondering what in the world I was supposed to do next. Ma couldn't help me, neither could Pa. And I'm not sure either would have wanted to if they could have, not if they knew the whole truth, because family meant a lot to them, and it means a lot to us too, but some bonds can't weather every storm. This storm, I think, was one of them. I needed help though. I needed some pony to guide me, or at least share the load with, and the only pony I could talk to was downstairs, which meant I had to wake up and actually do something. So I did. Somehow I found the mind and strength to slide up. I stumbled a bit, quite dizzy and still a little weak in the knees, almost knocking my head against the sink. That was a scary thought. I remember, if some pony busted down the door to make sure I'm okay, they'd find me unconscious and the stick on the floor. The whole family would have known then, and they'd be asking all sorts of questions. Questions I had neither the answers for nor the nerves to face. But after I recovered, I steadied myself against the bathroom counter, and while I was there, I spied myself in the mirror. I looked a mess, not entirely, but I saw something in my eyes I ain't never seen before or since. I looked haunted, barely alive, pupils down to pinpricks and everything. Like I'd run 100 miles and found 1,000 more ahead of me. Didn't feel much better either. But I never felt sick. That was the strange part. Not once in that whole doggone ordeal did I feel the urge to lean over either of those bowls or duck behind the homestead and hurl my guts out. In a way, I suppose that disturbed me more than the news itself. But then, I'd always been the resilient type. You kinda have to be, laboring away on a farm like this. I guess that's why the Pies are so stoic. We work with timber, they work with rocks. In that moment though, seeing my reflection, I felt like jelly. I couldn't do this. Who was I kidding? Maybe it'd be better if I just kept my mouth shut and somehow dealt with it myself. But I knew I'd grow distant and quiet if I did that, and ponies would get suspicious if I stopped talking back and avoiding them where I could. I was a horrible liar anyway. Still am. So it'd only be a matter of time before I'd slip up and have to come clean. It wouldn't be pleasant, not in the slightest, but if I wanted to maintain my sanity, I had to get a move on. Granny expected me out in the crowd, mingling, familiarizing myself with the rest of the clan, and then with me. It was the first reunion without Ma and Pa, after all, and they wanted to know what kind of children we were raised to be. I had to smile and nod and say please and thank you, but there was no way I'd be keeping up appearances without some pony knowing the stress I was under. So, I grit my teeth, combed my mane back a little, breathed deeply, then pulled away from the sink and headed for the door. There was no pony in the hallway, thankfully, or they'd have seen me look left and right like I was crossing the street in Manhattan. That made sense though, because outside was where everything was happening. Food, drink, games, company, everything. I didn't really need right then and there. What I needed was seclusion, preferably with a few mugs of hard cider, even if I wasn't old enough to have it legally at the time. Not that I was in a position to argue with the legality of certain things. What came to mind first was disposing of the evidence. I know that makes me sound like a criminal, but I don't think any pony would really fault me for it either. Trying to keep something hidden from so many prying eyes would have been next to impossible. And I hadn't started wearing my hats at that point, so without wasting time, I trotted down the hallway and ducked into my room, stowing the stick under my pillows for safekeeping. Better than leaving it in the trash for some pony to find, or digging a hole in the yard. With that sorted, I made my way downstairs. I wanted to be quick, to get there faster, but I also wanted to be careful, so I didn't seem like I was in a rush, and so I wouldn't trip up. And going down that staircase, I was afraid I'd do that. Each hoof step was harder and heavier than the last. I swear I was sweating a little too, even though my fur was completely dry when I moved to wipe my forehead. Eventually though, I made it. My nerves were rattled, and the closer I got to the exit, the more my heart pounded. I could smell freshly baked apple pies and fritters and everything else Granny had cooked wafting from the empty kitchen. And I closed my eyes for a moment to savor the scent. Resting on the railing, it made me feel hungry. It wasn't much, but a distraction was better than nothing for some pony in my situation. I don't think any pony would have wanted to be though. No way, no how. But everything has to come to an end. The door opened not long after and in walked Granny, a bit younger than you'd ever remember seeing her. No wiry hair sticking out from her buns and such, and a few less wrinkles. She was carrying an empty platter, heading for the kitchen to restock, but stopped when she saw me. "Something wrong, dearie?" I blinked once or twice, then shook my head. "Nothing, Granny, just more kin than I recall." She paused for a moment, then slowly nodded and lowered her gaze. "And 2 less." I didn't need to hear that. It'd only been, 2 weeks or so? The wounds were still fresh, still hurt, and now I had Granny reminding me of what we lost, and in a way, how you began. "Go on," she said. "Find your brother. Knowing how talkative he is, I'm sure he's doing just fine on his own out there." That was sarcasm. She's always had that dry wit about her, and she still wasn't too happy regarding that stunt we pulled with her and Filthy Rich, and the hospital and whatnot. Couldn't blame her then. Can't now either. All I wanted to do right then and there was get out and make sure she didn't see how hard my tail was clamped against my reel. And I know that's uncouth of me to say, but you have to understand, calling this whole thing an awkward situation puts it mildly. As soon as she started off for the kitchen again, I trotted for the door and peered through the window. There were easily 100 ponies outside, possibly more, the biggest gathering to date. I swear, but that might just have been how it looked to me at the time. Definitely one of the largest reunions, that much I'm certain of. But there wasn't much use in gawking. So, after collecting a few thoughts and nerves I could, I slunk back, put a hoop on the handle, took a deep breath in, then out, then in, then out, and pulled. Tables and blankets stocked with all kinds of food welcomed me. occupied by faces familiar or not, and some I've never even seen. They laughed, they talked, they cheered, they ate, and fillies and colts darted all over the place. I never really noticed up until that point how many children the clan could boast. 20? 30? Heck, maybe even 50. Too many, it seemed. Like the world was somehow playing a cruel joke on me. It made me want to run away, slam the door shut, dash back up the stairs, pull the blanket off my bed, and hide in the corner where no pony could see me cry. If they came with questions, I'd have given no answers. And the first chance I got, I'd packed my things and left for Celestia knew where. Anywhere but here. But that wouldn't have solved anything. Instead of my current problems, I'd have faced new ones. And more than that, there was one constant I couldn't simply run away from. You. Practically speaking, I had only one option, and that was to find the one pony I could talk to. The one pony who might have understood. So, that's what I did. Against every fiber of my being, screaming for me to do anything but, I stepped outside, and nothing changed. No pony noticed me. No scornful glares were cast. Maybe some pony did, but were too polite to kick up a fuss about it. But for all intents and purposes, I was just another young mare in the crowd. So long as I kept my head down and my face straight, I could do this. That's what I told myself, at least. Whether I believed it was another matter entirely. I trundled slowly onward, trying as best I could to keep my hooves steady while I cautiously scanned all around me. Any pony whose gaze I met, I forced myself to give them an anxious smile. I hoped showing them some semblance of confidence would get them thinking I was more nervous of the reunion than I was about what they might find out. It seemed like the right move to make at the time, despite myself, and for the most part, it worked. Uncle Mosley had other ideas. "Applejack!" he hollered from his family's table. "Long time no see!" Indeed it was. I hadn't seen the oranges since I left them for Ponyville again. I'd always meant to check in with them, see how things were going, and if I'd upset them after changing my mind so suddenly. But right then wasn't the time, so I pretended I hadn't heard them. "Applejack!" he called again, then slid out from his bench and trotted towards me and hugged me from behind. "It's been so long, baby girl. How have you been?" Okay, I was wrong. That part made me feel a little sick. But I couldn't pull myself out of the hug to get some breathing space, so I faked a fluttered chuckle and continued glancing about. "Great, Mosley, just great." He must have been a bit tipsy, because no pony can hear a lie of mine and keep a straight face. He only squeezed me tighter. "That's wonderful, Sweet Pea, and please accept my apologies for not being there at the funeral." That was on his mind too, I guess, but saying that only made his embrace feel hollow. I was sure he meant well, and I still think so, but ain't like any pony could have turned back the clock, and in that moment I definitely would have. So long as it meant getting away from him. Heck, if it meant bringing back Ma and Pa. But that's not something you need to hear. Not long after he said that, I caught sight of Big Mac holding 2 open crates of bottled cranberry cider on his back. A gift from the family down in Appaloosa who couldn't make it. He was making rounds, offering them to any pony who wanted. Right then, I needed him. "Thanks, Mosley," I said, somehow yanking myself free of his grip. "Really, thanks, but I have to do something real quick." "Oh, sure," he replied, as if I hadn't brushed him off, or it wasn't that big a deal. "We'll talk more later, okay?" I didn't give him an answer. Either I didn't plan to, or I didn't have one. I can't remember. All I remember doing after that was marching at a brisk pace for Mac, avoiding ponies left, right, and center. Somehow worried if they'd know what I knew if they touched me. More likely they'd have wanted to strike up a conversation, and I think I heard my name tossed around a few more times, but I wasn't having any of it. I couldn't afford to. I was already at wit's end. My breathing was stuttered and my body felt naked and fragile, as if I had no fur or hair to protect me from the wind, and the smallest tap would make me shatter into a sniveling, quivering mess. At one point it was like ants were crawling up my skin, up my spine. Those were the longest couple dozen yards of my entire life. But somehow, eventually, I navigated my way through the herd and came up behind him, where I could finally breathe a small, restrained sigh of relief. All I had left to do was to tear him away from Mandarin Orange, who was blathering on about how business was booming on the West Coast. Ponies just love citrus over there, she claimed. No useful information, just harmless boasting. Mac was taking it all in with a few good-natured nods. It was hard to tell if he was actually listening. But he had to listen to me. Excuse me, Miss Mandarin? I called, but it came out feeble and choked, so I tried again. Miss Mandarin? Ma'am? They both looked at me, even though I knew they didn't mean it. Their gaze was cold and cutting like ice to the heart, and I took a step back. For all I cared, it may as well have been the whole clan who turned their attention to me. Why, if it isn't Applejack, she declared, as if I were the hidden treasure in one of Rainbow's daring do books. But then her expression changed. Is something wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost. In all honesty, I wish I had. That way, I could have told the truth and used it to distract her. No, nothing you need to worry about, I gracelessly dismissed, waving a hoof. I just need to borrow my brother for a minute. There's something he needs to hear. She quirked an eyebrow. What kind of something? I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I'd heard a suspicious undertone. Maybe she already knew, somehow. Maybe Mac had let something slip. Even if he hardly talked anymore, felt like my throat had seized up. And for that split second, I was afraid I'd never be able to speak again. But then I glanced at him and saw nothing but innocent curiosity and a hint of concern. He wouldn't have said anything. He didn't know. And if he didn't know, she couldn't possibly either. Only I knew. For the time being, I was safe. I switched back to Mandarin with a newfound sense of determination, but I didn't show it, not outwardly. Sisterly something, I said. If I tried to sound touchy, I can't remember. If I did, I failed. Oh, of course, dear. Don't mind me, she giggled to herself. Here I go again, poking my nose in other ponies' business. I'll be over here minding the kids if either of you need me. Kids. Everywhere, kids. The universe couldn't get enough out of the twisting the nail that day. I could only be glad she turned away before I did, or I'm sure her nosiness would have made it even harder for me to worm my way out of there. But as she walked away, blending into the crowd and noise and commotion, I looked at Big Mac. He was already looking at me, and probably had been since I last checked, but he didn't seem to judge or too deeply troubled. I always liked that about him. Where I fussed and fretted, he was the voice of reason, and he's only gotten better with age. But whether he could handle what I needed to get off my chest was yet to be seen. Without a word, I gestured for him to follow me to the barn, and after a brief moment's pause, he fell in line a little ways behind. No pony saw us go, I don't think, and if they did, I'm pretty sure they'd have thought he was just helping me with some supplies and such. Doesn't take a wild imagination to think of any reason a brother and a sister might want some privacy for. We strolled through the open doors, only slightly ajar, and I quietly shut the way behind us. It was dim inside, even with the hatches uncovered, and it smelled of dirt, dust, wood, and butter. Straw covered the floor, strung up in bales. Hay heaped in piles in the corners in the second story. I stood perfectly still, peering through the dark, listening carefully, trying as much as I could to filter out the hustle and bustle beyond the walls. Nothing. But I had to be extra sure, so I motioned for Mac to stay and began to prowl. I stalked the stalls, searching for any foals who thought it'd be fun to play hide and seek while eavesdropping on other ponies' conversations. I know I did when I was younger. Heard my fair share of embarrassing confessions, which I then blurted out to those concerned. Because being honest was good, and it was fun to see what happened next. And what I had to share was more than a crush, or whichever side of the aisle some pony leaned. And it couldn't be allowed under any circumstance to be heard by such young ears. With the ground level cleared, I climbed the ladder and checked the piles of hay and extra equipment up there. Still nothing, and with that, my nerves were at least somewhat settled. I was still jittery, of course, but I felt a little more free to do so, to shake and shiver, and not have any pony ask me about it, except for the one pony who needed to know why. I returned to the floor, where Mac was already strolling for the center of the barn, and a few bales resting there. The soft chime of glass bottles and hooves on packed earth and pebbles was the only sound coming from inside. If the reunion hadn't been going on, I'm sure I'd have heard my heartbeat as well. It was that quiet where we were, and the air felt thick and heavy, but dry, uninviting, unpleasant. But I'd come too far to turn back. McIntosh was waiting for me, and if I left, the only option was to face the throng outside, where I'd have surely broken down. So letting myself tremble on whichever step I needed to, I slowly made my way toward him. My head was slumped, my pace reluctant, my ears pinned back and tail clamped, and after my plodding walk of shame was over, I hopped up and sat in the bale opposite his, and he was kind enough as always to give me whatever time I needed, and how I needed it. I must have sat there for, I don't know how long, just staring at my hooves, building what little courage I could, toying with my mane and biting my lip, gently rocking back and forth. I was wasting time. I knew, because if someone came in wondering where we were, I'd have missed my chance, possibly for the whole event. And if I was fit to burst then, who knows what would have happened in an hour's time. I had to do it. I had to tell him. So, I did. I looked him in the eyes. I breathed deeply. And then I told him I was pregnant. Chapter 2. Him. Big McIntosh said nothing for a long, long while. He stared at her, lips parting, eyes widening, ears angling back. A deep, cavernous hole opening up within him. What could he say, if not the obvious? Are you sure? Applejack held his gaze and nodded slowly. Positive, she answered. Her tone was shaky, but he could tell she was trying her best to sound resolute. There's a stick under the pillow in my bedroom. 99% accurate. Then you should try again, right? Take another and... That was the second. I flushed the first. He sat frozen, a chill dancing through him. It can't be wrong, Mac. Not with odds like that. He lowered his gaze and swallowed hard. His throat suddenly felt very, very dry, and there was a curdling in his stomach, the kind he got when he'd had one too many apples. Even as a farmer himself, he had to admit there were limits, and right now, he'd have eaten the whole orchard if it meant getting out of this. Not that he didn't care for her. No, of course he did. But he was pretty sure she was almost thinking the exact same thing.
You haven't, been with any?
I wish I had. The words stung like the crack of a whip. They didn't hurt his pride because Celestia knew it was something neither of them were all that proud of. But the way she said it, so frank and straightforward, that's what stung. She meant it, and she didn't have any reservations about saying it. And the worst part was, he couldn't blame her. If there was another culprit, this would have still been an awkward and troubling situation, but it wouldn't have been as upsetting. And that was putting it extremely mildly. Couple the outcome here with why they'd done it to begin with. He folded his forelegs and looked down at the dirt through the gloom, trying to keep his breathing calm and measured. She'd come all this way to tell him this, and she wouldn't have risked telling him unless she felt she had to, especially with the reunion going on. She was normally so strong, but it seemed this was her breaking point. He had to be brave for her in that case. If only he felt much braver himself.
But I thought... He began squinting and peered up at her. Weren't you?
She lowered her focus to the ground, eyes flattening against her head and hind legs pulling in a little closer. Her weight shifted, no doubt making room for her tail. Must have come into here early, she meekly said, hugging her stomach. Explains why I encouraged you. His brows creased.
AJ...
I shouldn't have. She stiffly shook her head, eyes half closed in distance. It's my fault. It wasn't right and I knew it, but...
AJ, it's no ponies.
He drifted off, realizing what he was about to say wasn't entirely accurate. He was the one who found her alone on the couch, crying. He was the one who sat down beside her and held her close. He was the one who told her everything would be okay and kissed her forehead. He was the one who didn't resist when she kissed back.
We're both to blame.
But I wanted it, she snapped in anguish, peering up at him again. You didn't make the first move. I did. How could it be your fault if you just sat there and took it? Mac felt a sharp pang of guilt and returned his attention to the floor. They hadn't talked about that night, immediately after or since, and if that's the view she was taking, this talk was long overdue. And following a lengthy pause, he looked her in the eyes once more, emerald like his, but brighter, more lively, even marred by worry. They were still beautiful.
Well,
he murmured uneasily.
Maybe I wanted it too.
Applejack blinked, as if the concept was somehow foreign to her. Her hesitancy borrowed him time to gather his thoughts. He swallowed as he sat a little more upright, hoping to moisten his throat and mouth, then chewed his cheek as he glanced off to the side for a moment.
I didn't mean for it to reach that point, AJ. I just wanted to show I'd always been there for you, even Ma and Pa gone.
She remained silent, her expression unchanged.
But when you did the same...
Max slowly, listlessly shrugged, caught on the memory, and as he did so, he found himself beginning to trace her physique. He quickly lowered his gaze to the dirt, ashamed.
I couldn't help myself.
Still, Applejack said nothing. Perhaps she was realizing what the conversation had shifted to, and was coming to terms with it. But then she took a short breath in and a heavy one out, blinking like she'd been awoken from some kind of trance, and looked away, lips pursed, deep in thought. She wasn't angry or distraught or anything of the sort, just brooding, figuring out what to say and the right way to say it. Mac waited. His teeth chattered faintly, anxiety building like steam in a tea kettle. Nowhere near the point where he'd burst, but noticeable. "I don't want to sound like I'm not in control of myself," Applejack mumbled, shaking her head. "But something in me that night broke, I guess."
Yup, Mac somberly agreed.
"I don't know what it was," she shrugged. "Grief? Hormones? Did I not want to be alone that badly?" He nodded pensively.
Could be all three.
"But doesn't that seem wrong at all?" She returned to him with furrowed brows and parted lips, equal parts confused and disturbed. We did that because we missed Ma and Pa, not even 3 days after they passed." He licked his lips and gazed up at the wooden wall behind her and thought,
"It does."
"But we did it anyway."
"We did."
Applejack paused for a long while, fixing him with a pleading look. "But why?" Mac blew a long, deep sigh. His throat was dry again, and after a few moments he looked down to his left, reached over, and picked out a bottle of cranberry cider from the crate beside his bale.
"You said it yourself,"
he finally answered, popping the lid and taking a sip.
"Grief, hormones, not wanting to be alone."
Her expression tightened as she shook her head once more. "That still doesn't seem right."
"And when would it be?"
She hesitated before shrugging yet again. "I don't know. Probably never." As he waited for her to continue, Big Mac took a proper swig. It was sweet on the tongue, bubbly as it went down, not strong enough for him to feel the effects from a single glass, but soothing all the same. Granny would have held a field day if she caught him drunk anyhow. "It wasn't supposed to happen, any of this." Applejack's gaze shifted right, growing distant, and Max spied the subtle glint of tears forming. "But we
needed it."
She returned to him, still a little lost, but at least she was present.
"We needed each other."
She frowned to herself as she bit her lip, and then she shook her head for a third time, looking grimly at her stomach. "You can say that all you like, Mac, but it doesn't change what's become of it."
"Doesn't mean it's not true,"
he countered humorlessly, reaching for the crate once more and tossing her a bottle. She caught it just in time with a gasp and a wince, and when she settled down she didn't seem too appreciative, holding the bottle sideways between her forehooves and staring at the glass intently. What her intent was, though, he couldn't tell. Maybe he'd been a bit too presumptuous. Maybe he shouldn't have made that point. Maybe he should have known better and kept his mouth shut like he promised he would. And the longer the silence dragged on, the more unsure of himself he felt. He opened his mouth to say something.
"We made a mistake."
And then he slowly closed it, letting her finish. "A big, dumb, fun mistake." She broke into a small, mischievous, melancholy smirk, taking a guilty pleasure in savouring the memory. There was a cute look on her, and then the look faded into something less playful as she popped the top off and had a drink. "And look where that's gotten us."
"Yup."
More silence followed, but it was the comfortable sort, one where they sipped and drank, took everything in. What they now faced, what they could do, what it all meant. And in the background the reunion continued as if nothing out of the ordinary were happening in the slightest. All that stood between them and the every pony else was a couple dozen yards and a few wooden planks. And if the two worlds clashed, There was enough ammunition here for the whole clan to walk away changed forever. Guess there's only one question left, Applejack mused, watching as she swirled the cider about in a half-empty bottle. What do we do now?
Yup.
She peered at him and cocked an eyebrow. That's your new catchphrase, is it? Big Macintosh shrugged. Sighing softly, she looked away and shook her head to herself, slouching with her elbows on her knees. And then, with another deep breath, she returned to him. So, what do you think? Being put in the spotlight wasn't expected. She looked to his advice often, and this time was no different. Except it was. It involved him, and he couldn't back out of this without running off somewhere far, far away, where no pony knew his name. But he wasn't doing that. Never mind the practicalities or lack thereof, or the strain on his moral character. He simply didn't want to go. No way, no how. Applejack was here. Granny was here. His family was here. Whatever happened, he knew where he belonged.
I think it's up to you.
She blinked, confused, drawing her head back slightly and sitting a little more upright. You don't want to have a say in it? He shook his head and took another sip.
I messed up. That's on me. But it's your body, your choice. You do what you think is best for you.
She paused again, angling her head inquisitively. And if I decided not to have it?
Then you'd better do it safely,
he advised, even if part of him felt wrong for saying it so casually.
With professional help, of course. Either way, you'll have to explain yourself to Granny sooner or later.
And in an instant, her newfound strength failed and she sighed. Can't believe I almost forgot about her. She groaned, covering her face with her foreleg and dragging it down. Sweet Celestia, what am I gonna say?
You fooled around like ponies our age usually do.
She flashed him a warning glare.
Hey, you wanted suggestions?
Well, you don't need to be so flippant about it. He cocked an eyebrow.
And what you prefer I sound like?
She rolled her eyes in exasperation. I don't know. Concerned?
Never said I wasn't.
He finished off his cider with a short final swig, and after making sure there was nothing besides the tiny droplets always left over, he set the bottle at his hooves.
But fretting over it ain't gonna do no pony any good, us least of all, especially you.
Damn it, Mac. Can't you be a little less dark for once? He lightly shook his head with a sympathetic grin.
You know I can't, AJ. Not while you're like this. Not when you need some pony to talk to.
Applejack held his gaze for a long moment, then cast it down and hugged herself tighter, slouching forward. She stayed like that for a while, gently rocking, silently staring, brows creased as she chewed her cheeks and swung her hind legs, and then she shook her head. I'm scared, Mac.
Me too. He nodded and sighed. Me too.
And if there's one thing I know for certain, it's we're never doing that again. His ear twitched and a mischievous smirk of his own tugged at his mouth.
Well...
Another glare shot his way, and then the smirk was gone.
Of course not,
he assured, a small understanding smile taking its place.
Never again.
Good, she huffed, and after a brief pause to make the point stuck, she turned away from him once more. Sorry, I'm just not in a joking mood right now.
Fair enough.
He nodded soberly and understandingly yet again.
Between us, you definitely have the short end of the stick, no doubt about that.
Applejack downed the rest of her cider as well. Nope.
Can't say I envy you.
I can, she said impassively, watching as she swirled the empty bottle around in the loose grip of her fetlock. First time in my life I found myself wondering what it's like to be a boy.
I bet there's a spell for that.
She snorted and smirked despite herself. Yeah, there'll be a spell for everything soon enough, except the things that count. Mac's smile fell.
Applejack?
I know there's no use fretting. She waved him off inside. I just wish things had been different. That we saw more of them, did more with them, not got angry at them when they were in the wrong. That we... Big Mac waited. That we were there for them when it mattered.
We were.
She looked up at him.
We always were.
He gave a slow, solemn shrug.
And they were there for us.
Then why doesn't it feel like enough? He paused for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh and sagged.
Maybe it never does.
Another silence, long and heavy. The air was thick with an invisible fog. They'd reached an impasse, where all they needed to say had been said, and pretty much anything from that point on would be redundant. They'd be treading old ground, finding fears they'd already put to rest. And yet, they didn't leave. They didn't want to face the music, the reality. Perhaps if they simply stayed here, everything would be fine. Perhaps no pony would find them, and the world outside would function as normal, never sparing them a second thought. It was a pleasant fantasy, but it wasn't meant to be. Things had happened. Things were going to happen. It was time to face them head on.
Whatever you choose, AJ, I'll be there for you.
Big Mac returned to her and watched her soberly. He didn't smile, he didn't pout, but he wasn't expressionless either. He was encouraging.
Always have, always will be. That's what brothers do.
That's what fathers do too. His breath caught in the back of his throat, but he forced a small sense of panic down and refused to let it show. Instead, he slid off, slowly strolled forward and sat down in front of her, and then he hugged her close, head over her shoulder, hers over his, and he closed his eyes and relished the scent of her mane.
It's what families do.
Another long moment of stillness reigned, and then Applejack nuzzled into his neck and wrapped her forelegs under his, linking them behind his back. Silence again, and the world was at peace, neither wanting to leave the warmth and embrace of the other. But it couldn't last forever. There was one question left, one final obstacle they had to overcome. So, with a heavy heart and a tender squeeze, Big Mac broke the spell.
What are you going to do?
Now the honeymoon's over, it just up and died, but it was good, good, good. All the good times and the bad, the best times I ever had. The choice between happy and sad, all the good times and the bad, bad, bad.
Chapter 3. Us. It was April when I met you. Body yellow coat, bright red mane, eyes like amber and sweet as honey. You were 9 pounds, 13 ounces. A little underweight, but nothing to be concerned about. You were quiet as well, even when the midwife took you away from me. But you also had the most adorable yawn I ever did see. And your hooves were so tiny, and your nose? I could have sat there all day tapping it with the edge of my hoof, listening to you giggle and squirm. You were perfect. Never in all my years have I seen a foal so beautiful. I'm sure every mother can say that about their children, but there was something about you that just made me burst into tears the second I saw your pretty little face. And you were mine, all mine. Big Mac was there, as well as Granny, smiling from either side of the bed as they watched me run a hoop through your hair and trace the outline of your ears. We were in my room, in the house. The midwife, a veterinarian and close friend of the family, had already left. You were bundled up in a lilac towel, gazing back at us, mumbling to yourself and blowing raspberries every so often. "Oh, ain't she a darling?" Granny fawned. She never found out. Was too upset I'd let this happen at such a young age to ask who it was with. The sunlight beaming in through the open shutters and framing her grin in a golden halo. Gosh darn cutest thing I've ever seen in close to 15 years.
"Yup,"
said Mark. I just smiled and nodded. There weren't no need to kick up a fuss, not when I had you cradled in forelegs. Looks just like Pa, don't you think? She leaned in a little closer, squinting. "I think you might be right, Applejack," she agreed, her face brightening like the summer sun. "Missing his green eyes, though, but a spitting image aside from that. And you were. You are. Every time I look at you, I see him. I see you all the more for it. And I remember promising myself right there and then I'd never let anything happen to you. Because if I did, it'd be like losing him all over again, as well as losing you. You were just too precious, and you were everything I needed."
"Thought of a name yet?"
Mac asked. I shook my head. Of course I hadn't. I just couldn't get over how lovely you were. "Now hold your horses," Granny calmly interrupted, sharing a look between me and him. "Before we start setting things in stone, let's remind ourselves of something first." We waited expectantly, but we'd both been given the lecture long enough to know what she was on about. "As far as Ponyville's concerned, this here youngin's your new baby sister." A pang of regret struck me. I couldn't help it. I knew why we had to keep it a secret, to protect the family name, as well as you and me, and till this day, is the only lie I've been comfortable telling. We'd kept to ourselves since Ma and Pa passed, Mac and Granny only heading into town for essentials, so news of a third child wouldn't have seemed too out of the ordinary, so long as we timed it right. But thing was, I'd never have the chance to be your mother. I'd make believe at home for a time, feed you, change you, bathe and play with you, the way a mother would. Laugh and cry like mothers do, but as soon as you could speak, even make-believe had to end. I was Applejack, AJ, and Big Sis, never Mama, and it was silly of me to hope otherwise. But none of that happened just yet. At the time, I was sad, but I was happy. Happy to be surrounded by ponies who cared for me. And I had you. Nothing could have brought me down after seeing the look in those dear little eyes. "I can live with that," I said, and I meant it. Even though my voice was shaky and caught at the back of my throat, I really, genuinely meant it.
"Yup,"
Mac agreed. Granny nodded slowly, chewing on her bottom lip, and then she lowered her gaze and rubbed her chin.
"Now, as for a name..."
All our attention turned on you, and you seemed to know it. You tittered and burbled, and looked at all of us so eagerly, as if you knew how glad we were to see you, as if you knew how special you really were.
"Apple tart, maybe? No, wait. How about, apple seed? Yeah, apple seed."
I shook my head with a smile. That didn't suit you at all. Seeds are stagnant, always waiting for, but never quite living up to their potential. And apple seeds needed very particular conditions to grow, so fussy and high maintenance, even with a farmer's tender hoof. But you'd sprout, you'd blossom. You wouldn't care if the soil's too hot or too cold. You'd sink your roots in and make it your own, just like me, just like Mac, and just like Granny. And you'd grow so tall, you'd make lots of friends, and you'd do amazing things together. And you'd be so much more than I could have ever imagined. You'd be a pony the world would come to love. And that's when I had it. I gently leaned down and gave you a soft kiss on the nose. You giggled again and tried to hug my snout. and I couldn't have been happier. Welcome home, Apple Bloom. I Just Don't Think He's Right for You by Aquaman. Act 1. The Flamingo, located at the corner of Halter Avenue and 2nd Street in what out-of-towners charitably called downtown Ponyville, was not a gay bar. It was also not a lesbian bar, or a trans bar, or even a bisexual but leaning towards whatever makes their parents not look at them like that bar. Not because any creature of any identity was not welcome there, but simply because it was all of those bars at once. The fact was, Ponyville was a properly small town, even with a princess in residence. And there just wasn't a market for multiple iterations of the same core concept. A lesson which the riding crop, the lumber mill, and Switch had all harshly learned in unfortuous years prior. And so rose the Flamingo, an unagalogously phoenix-like from the ashes of economic despair, along with its informal motto, "If you're queer, you're here." Frankly, Applejack would have rather been anywhere else at that moment, under a riding crop, being beaten black and blue for instance, or being run through a literal sawmill, but instead she was in a half-moon booth at the Flamingo, both hooves throttling a largely untouched old-fashioned, sitting next to two of her closest platonic friends and staring pointedly across the table at her dear cousin Brayburn, instead of at the stallion next to him, who'd he'd introduced earlier that day as his new boyfriend. "So," Rarity said, distractedly swirling the stem of the cherry in her Tom Coatlands, "how did you two meet?" "Oh, it's just the cutest story," Brayburn crooned, voice rising from tenor to treble as he threw a foreleg across the broad barrel chest of his boo. That boo, of course, being a hulking, red-horned, midnight black warhorse self-styled as King Sombra, whose hoof alone was the size of an imaginary baby and who Applejack had last seen chaining up an actual living baby. "There I was, carrying a load of apples down the road, and I just stumbled right into him. He was lost, didn't have a place to stay, so I took him home, got him fed and watered, and oh, it was love at first sight, wasn't it, my little stray puppy dog?" Sombra said nothing. Applejack glared at him. Brayburn stared lustily at Sombra's bulging pecs, his hoof slowly creeping underneath them. "And now, instead of apples, I'm more often carrying his—" "Oh, how precious," Rarity interrupted in a loud monotone. "And descriptive." "What?" Applejack snapped, her glower briefly changing targets to the other unicorn at the table. "Gay stallions have sex sometimes, just like straight ones. You got a problem with that?" "We're all friends here, Applejack," was Rarity's even-toned reply, punctuated with a sip of her beverage and a sizzling stare. "Do try to keep that in mind. Rainbow, you had a question for our guest, didn't you?" "Yeah," Rainbow Dash said, squinting. She raised a questioning hoof towards Sombra. "Didn't you die?" "Rainbow Dash!" "Sorry, just, thought we killed you." Rarity shut her eyes, sighed and took another sip, the unicorn's attention thus diverted. Applejack went back to glaring daggers, swords and claymores at her cousin's nonplussed partner. "You did," Sombra said plainly, in a gravelly bass that sent an appropriate shudder down Applejack's spine and from the looks of it, an entirely inappropriate one down Brayburn's twice. Huh? Rainbow Dash gestured vaguely with her still extended hoop. So, you got better? That's cool. Much better, Brayburn lustily added. Before Applejack could get her objection out, an interjection interrupted her, an excited squeal from the sixth and final member of their bar-going crew. Oh my gosh, this place is so much fun, Twilight gushed, fluttering up over the table so she could land bodily in the empty booth seat between Rarity and Applejack, a colourful and umbrella-bedecked cocktail held tightly in her magical aura. Pinky and Fluttershy are really missing out. Miss Pie is expecting, darling, Rarity gently reminded her. As a tittering pair who were more pleather than stallion passed their table, her voice dropped a register into something more like a mutter. And I imagine living with Discord makes this place seem rather quaint. Well, I think they're missing out, Twilight declared. I sure feel like I have been. I didn't even know Ponyville had a gay bar. We know you didn't, Twilight, Applejack said quickly and sort of accidentally through her teeth. She meant to say the next bit that way though. Brayburn, can we speak privately for a moment? Sure thing, Sugar Cube, Brayburn replied, ignoring Applejack's grimace as he craned his neck up and planted a smooch on Sombra's chin. Mwah. Rainbow Dash and Twilight stared after the two family members as they slid out of the booth and headed towards the bar. Once they had gone, the former returned to staring at Sombra, and the latter looked at Rarity. You know what, Wait, what does that mean? Twilight asked. Don't worry about it, Twilight, Rarity gamely replied. Was I supposed to know about it? Drink your Mai Tai, Twilight. Twilight did, and immediately forgot she had been worried at all. Oh, it's good, Rarity. It's so good.
Through the years, weekend flights and talk all nights, growing closer, sharing fears. I took you to the mountaintop and bent the knee when we got off. You were smiling ear to ear. We had both loved and lost, but we can start again. This time we're different, so now we say,
What's up, cuz? Brayburn asked once they stopped, practically preening as he propped himself up against the bar. The bouncy club music pumping through the overhead speakers wasn't that much louder here than it had been at their table, but Applejack shouted her response anyway. You know good and well what's up, Brayburn.
Well, you're heckles for one, came Brayburn's catty reply. You are in dire need of a stronger beverage, sweetheart. Yoo-hoo! Bartender!
He raised a hoop and gave a dainty wave, leaning towards Applejack and whispering through his toothy grin.
What's the bartender's name?
Candy Corn, Applejack said, before she could think better of it. Don't look at her, she's an ex. Focus on me. Brayburn's gasp could have kept him alive in Sequestria for a fortnight.
She's your ex? He trilled. Well, now I have to meet her.
Brayburn!
What?
He followed Applejack's glare, or with the NC, NC, NC of the music. Maybe it could have been a glance, back over towards Sombra.
Ah, hey Jay, relax. You'll love him once you get to know him.
Brayburn, Applejack said, each syllable enunciated with surgical precision. I do know him. He's a monster.
Oh, tell me about it.
I mean a literal monster. The warlord and genocidal kind.
Come on, it was hardly a genocide. Not by the international definition anyway.
Oh, stars above, Applejack groaned for more than one reason. The bartender had finally reached them and regarded Applejack with a look that needed no poetic embellishment.
Hey Applejack,
Candy Corn muttered. Howdy, Candy, Applejack answered, doing her best to hide beneath her hat. Candy's attention turned to the stone who'd summoned her. What can I do you for?
Martini, darling, Rayburn said. Up and dry as my cousin here, if you please.
Tell me about it, Candy said under her breath. Thank you, Candy, that'll be all, Applejack calmly informed her. Candy departed, grabbing a bottle of gin from the nearest well as she went, and Rayburn watched her go with obnoxious fascination.
Oh, I like her, he said. Why'd you break up?
I made bad choices in high school. We're not talking about it, Applejack quickly replied before bracing herself with a sigh and a foreleg against the bar top. Rayburn, I love and support you, always, no matter what.
And yet I'm sensing a smouldering cigarette butt in that statement.
But I have some concerns, that's all, about things, stuff, your stuff. Rayburn rolled his eyes, his head, and practically his whole body.
Oh, element of honesty, my frog,
he said, daintily bumping Applejack's shoulder with a just-so angled hoop.
Just say what you feel, cousin. Promise I won't be upset.
Okay then, Applejack said with a tight nod. Your boyfriend's a psychopath and I think you should break up with him before we have to kill him a third time. Despite the locale, a pregnant pause followed.
You understand that when ponies tell you to say what you feel, it's usually rhetorical,
Rayburn intoned. Rayburn, I'm serious, Applejack insisted. Sombra's dangerous. He should be on trial for war crimes, not stringing you along until...
Until what?
Rayburn's tone remained smooth and level, but his gaze took on an unsubtle pointed tilt.
Who's been strung along, cousin?
Applejack sighed and backed down. Sorry, she muttered. I worry about you, Rayburn. I want you to be happy and
I am, darling,
Rayburn said, throwing a foreleg around Applejack's stiff shoulders as he giggled.
Gosh, I love that word. Your friend Rarity is a visionary.
Sure, but, Applejack tried to say. Dry martini, Candy Corn interrupted, sliding a stemmed glass her way. Applejack sighed again, took the glass and raised it to her lips. Thank you, Candy. Candy's eyes widened. Applejack felt a towering presence behind her, and a mouthful of gin nearly splattered all over Sombra's chest. Consonant, don't do that, Applejack snarled once she'd finished coughing.
Do what?
Sneak up on ponies. It's rude.
I addressed you 3 times in the last several seconds.
His gaze rose languidly to the bartender.
I wanted to know where the restroom was.
Candy Corn's brow rose, but she stood her ground. Down the hall there, on the left.
You're a doll,
Rayburn told her before his own eyes landed, or rather descended, on Sombra.
And now you could use some company, I think.
Oh, Applejack started.
Don't wait up!
Rayburn sang over her. As her cousin dragged Sombra away, Applejack sunk down onto the bar, face in her forelegs, and hat feeling 1,000 pounds heavier on her head. In the blackness around her, she heard some pony click their tongue.
Well, no according for taste, Candy Corn murmured.
Thank you for your input, Candy, Applejack growled without looking up. There was an uncomfortable trip to the convenience store pause.
You still have one of my scars by the way.
Stop talking, Candy.
You're my fireworks every day. Oh yeah, you're my fireworks. Let's never change anything. Let's never change anything.
your age. Applejack didn't do much talking after that. She tried to apologise a few times to Brayburn and Twilight both, and they both politely accepted her apologies without seeming all too cheered by them. So eventually she just let them go their own ways, let Brayburn retreat to some dark corner with Sombra, and Twilight drape herself over Rarity on the dance floor and sway to the soft rhythm of a deep house track, and Rainbow Dash find a group of old acquaintances to swap shots and stories with. And in the meantime, she had gone the way she'd earned herself, to the bar by herself, battling a cocktail straw back and forth inside a gin and tonic that soured more in her mouth with every reluctant sip. It was a good moping drink, a G&T, like a blanket to smother your brain under, and molasses to stick your tongue to your teeth before it could form around exactly the wrong things to say to ponies you were just trying to help. Or was that what she'd been doing? Had she ever really had Brayburn's best interests at heart, or Twilight's, or had she just been annoyed by the kind of silliness she thought they'd all grown past and gotten too drunk about? And on top of that felt inexplicably uncomfortable in a place that used to feel like a second home, and which now felt like an elementary school classroom full of fond memories she was far too far grown to ever truly relive. That was the trouble with going from a dumb teenager to a somehow dumber adult. Not the bills or the work or even the increasingly rough hangovers, but the nagging dread of knowing that you were never really going to get comfortable with where you were at in life. Because now you knew from experience that where you are at now probably wouldn't be where you'd find yourself in a few years. And there was nothing you could really do but be a grown up about it and hope the next version of you was the one who'd finally figure this life thing out. Maybe she just wanted to spare Brayburn all of that. Her goofy, happy-go-unlucky cousin Brayburn, finally living his best life, and maybe hitching that life to some pony who'd steer him towards an even unluckier one. Or maybe she'd turned 30 years old 3 months ago, same as Twilight and Rarity had a few months earlier, and Rainbow Dash would in a few weeks. Maybe her friends all had great grown-up relationships or great grown-up careers, and she was still here in tiny little Ponyville, tilling her tiny little family farm and scrambling to hold on to the tiny sand grains of the life with those friends that she'd only just gotten used to. And I had finally turned into the kind of pony that her past self wouldn't have liked. Could be that. Probably was that. If she was finally being honest with herself, it had been that from the moment Twilight had gone to Canterlot to take Celestia's place and the last candle on her 30th birthday cake had gone out. "I'm a bad friend," she mumbled towards her glass. "Yes, you are," a booming voice next to her replied. Somehow, Applejack's flailing startle and shout didn't knock over anyone's drink or even attract that much attention from the other patrons. It sure got her heart rate up a tick or 2,000 though, and that was before she had saw who had suddenly spoken up. "Luna bless a pig, Sombra!" she swore. "You ever heard of personal space?" "There's plenty of space," he said, nodding towards the numerous empty bar stools on either side of Applejack, and then wedged himself into the one directly to her right. "That's not what... Don't sit down. We're not friends." "I am aware." "Then why'd you answer me? And for the record, it wasn't a particularly friendly answer either." "You just said we're not friends." Applejack glowered at Sombra, and Sombra gazed impassively back. "Oh, go to Tartarus," Applejack growled. "What are you drinking?" "Whiskey, neat. Go figure," Applejack muttered before signalling the bartender. "Candy corn, of course," and passing Sombra's order along. The least she could do at this point in the night was cover a tab or two. It may have been a tiny farm, but it was a very productive one. "I apologize for startling you," Sombra said once he received his drink. "I am unaccustomed to this. To gay bars, to bars, and ponies Generally, many things. And yet here you are, Applejack couldn't help but grumble, doing who knows what with the sweetest stallion I've ever known. A war criminal, just. She clamped her teeth down on a bottle of blip. Sombra sipped his whiskey. Sorry, Applejack said for the umpteenth time. I don't know why I'm sorry, but I am. You are a monster. I've seen you be one, more than once, and now you just look like... I don't know what you look like, but you are. Are you any different from what you used to be? Should I pretend none of that stuff happened just because some pony I love seems to like you?
Would you like a comforting answer or an honest one?
Applejack blinked, then blinked again. She hadn't expected much of anything she'd heard from Sombra tonight, but that outdid all of it and then some. What's the difference?
One is comforting, Sombra said plainly. The other is honest.
Well, the honest one then. Sombra gave a tight nod.
Then you should not pretend everything you said is true. I was a monster. I may still be one, and if you truly believe I will hurt someone you love, you should stop me from doing so by any means necessary.
Applejack had to be wasted right now. That was the only way any of this made any sense. What? What the hell am I supposed to do with that?
You asked for an honest answer. I gave it to you.
And that's supposed to make me feel better?
No.
He gave her a glance that she could have sworn made him look puzzled.
That was what the comforting answer would have done. It was my understanding that...
Okay, just... Applejack interrupted, holding up a hoop so Sombra would give her a moment to mesh her thoughts into order. Let's just back up for a second. You said you may still be a monster, as if you don't know. Sombra sipped his whiskey. Do you not know? How could you not know? After a moment, Applejack added the question that had never actually been answered earlier. How are you alive? Something like a smile flickered across Sombra's face, which seemed shrouded in shadows despite the strobes and spotlights flashing from the dance floor.
I am not entirely sure that I am, he murmured, nor am I sure you should forgive me for what I was.
He sipped his whiskey, swallowed, and continued.
When you and your friends first defeated me, I died. My memories are fragmented, to put it charitably, but I remember that. You did kill me. I passed on. To what? To where? I do not know, but it was something other than this. Someplace other than here. And then Discord, or Grogar, as he styled himself then, brought me back. But not all of me. I was different, changed for the worse by whatever I passed on to. Or perhaps there were simply parts of me Discord chose to restore, and parts which, through arrogance or incompetence, he excluded. Either way, I was a monster, worse than before, and you and your friends killed me again. Another sip, and a shudder, maybe from the liquor, maybe not. To directly answer your question, I do not know how I am alive now. I suspect Discord was involved. With what little I know for sure, and for lack of any evidence to the contrary, but the most honest answer I can give you is that I truly do not know. What I do know is that whatever was taken from me when I last returned to this plane of existence is with me now. Or perhaps that was restored with me last time was not this time. Either way, the outcome is the same. I remember what I did, who I was, and it. It hadn't been the liquor. Sombra knocked back the final mouthful of his whiskey like it was water, and set the glass down on the bar top with a clap like the snapping of a whip. I will not ask for your forgiveness, nor your friendship, he said, plain as ever. I have earned neither. I know that. What I do know is why you, among all your friends, despise me the most. I do not begrudge you in your feelings, but I do not understand them either. I would like to understand them, for his sake, if nothing else. Applejack swallowed hard, chased it with a gulp of her drink, and stared down the bar top as she replied. I made bad choices in high school, she murmured. Bad choices after too, with who I strung along and let myself get strung along by. I got hurt,
I hurt ponies, and knowing I hurt him made me hurt even more. And Brayburn's done enough hurting in his life already. Enough for 10 lifetimes.
And you think I may cause him more pain because of who I was? Who I may still be?
Applejack thought about trying to make it sound better than it was, and thought better of it. Yep, she said into her glass. That's the long and short of it. Sombra thought for a moment, then nodded.
I understand. In your position, I expect I would feel the same way.
Then help me feel some different way! Applejack exploded. She was still angry at Sombra, at herself, at life in general, and he was the only pony close enough to inflict herself upon right now. Why him? What do you have in common? What? How could you possibly think you deserve him? Her voice cracked during the long sentence, and she hadn't meant for it to, but it had now, and it was too late to act like it hadn't been how she really felt about all this, especially once she realized that Sombra had flinched at the sound, and the realization got to her deeper than anything he'd said or done the whole night. Maybe this pony was still a monster. Maybe he'd still hurt Brayburn more than help him. But whoever he was, he wasn't the Sombra she thought she knew. She knew that now like she knew her own name.
I try not to think about what I deserve, Sombra told her, about what I did, because no apology could be strong enough. No work's good enough to undo some past version of me, what I did, and because on some level, I still am that version of me. Still inclined towards misanthropy, imprisoned by egotism and inferiority in equal measure, my memories are fragmented, and in the gaps behind them is noise. This cacophony of thoughts I do not want, and feelings I would deny if I knew how. And atop all of it is fear so deep it would drown me if I tried to swim through it alone. I did try in the past, and I failed. And so I wandered the roads of this kingdom in search of someone I could not name or describe. He turned on her, and for the first time Applejack realized that his eyes, which she always assumed to be a dark and evil shade of red, were actually a soft shade of maroonish orange, like sunlight dappled clay. And I found him. I found Brayburn, and he calms me, centers me, helps me float on the high tides and hold my breath through the low ones. I do not need to explain myself to him, and when I try to anyway, he will not let me, and in return, I am the pedestal upon which he stands for the world to see him as he is and should be, the shadow beneath the effervescent light of his life, and it gives me purpose beyond what I thought was capable of doing, of being, and I do not know how long this feeling will last, whether it should last, whether I deserve any of what he's given me or could give me after this, but for the first time what remains of my memory, I feel imperfect, I feel mortal, and it feels good. Applejack blinked again, and kept blinking even though it wasn't doing a damn thing to clear up her vision or stop her from trembling or put the weight she needed into what she said next. Don't you hurt him, she told the worst pony she'd ever met, tears rolling down her flushed cheeks. Don't you dare ever hurt him, Sombra, or I swear on this life and the next I'll make you wish you'd stayed dead. I will not lie to you, Applejack, Sombra softly replied. Never is not a promise I can make. What I will promise is to do right by him, as much as I am able, until and after our paths diverge. Applejack grit her teeth, wiped her eyes, and sighed.
Guess that'll have to do. Sombra nodded, and this time he really did smile.
And if it does not, he said, history suggests that problem is one you and your friends will know how to solve.
Despite herself, Applejack chuckled, and she clinked her half-full glass against Sombra's empty one. Don't tempt me, she started to joke. But whatever she still was suddenly didn't matter, because their duo had suddenly become a trio. Brayburn had wandered over and leaned hard into Sombra's side, nestling under his foreleg and twitching his lips up with Sombra's hoof wrapped around his shoulder.
Y'all fightin'? He mumbled. No, Sombra said, beating Applejack to the punch. Just talking. Your cousin cares for you a great deal. Yeah, Brayburn murmured, smirking Applejack's way. For better and worse, mostly better. Don't tell her I said that. A thin smile crossed Applejack's face, and Sombra mirrored her, but his expression changed first, smoothing into a tender frown. Are you alright? The beastly warhorse said, soft and sweet as candy floss. Fine, Brayburn sighed. Just tired. Would you like to leave? Just a sec. And that was what Sombra gave him, a squeeze around his shoulder and a body to brace himself against, and a pocket of silence in the middle of a pulsing and pounding nightclub. And finally, Applejack understood. They had nothing in common. They were total opposites in every way, as wrong for each other in theory as two creatures could possibly be. And that was precisely what had drawn them to each other, what had prompted one to save the other on a dusty road somewhere outside Appaloosa, and what drove them to continue saving each other day by exhausting day. This flamboyant, fruity, effervescent was who Brayburn truly was, as Sombra truly was stoic and pensive and compassionate in that way which could turn to cancerous resentment if not carefully managed and maintained. They were both so much more than what they used to be, but neither quite knew yet how to be anything other than what they once were, and so the truth still felt like a performance that would grow less and less taxing with time, and the weight of their old lies still hung heavy on their shoulders, but, day by day, was slowly slogging off. They would keep growing and changing, and maybe someday change into ponies who wouldn't fit together at all. But they fit now, perfectly, like pieces slotted at last long into the correct puzzles instead of the ones they had looked like they should be forced into. Brayburn, Applejack said. I'm sorry. Brayburn made a little noise under Sombra's foreleg. Said that already, cuz. I said I was sorry for what I said, not for what I thought, she continued. I thought I knew what was good for you better than you did. Tried to make you be some pony I wish I'd been. Not who you deserve to be. I'm sorry for that. And you don't need my blessing to be with whoever you want. But for what it's worth, you'll have it. Another little noise, and then Brayburn smiled. Thanks, AJ, he murmured. Love you. Love you too, Bray. Sombra didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. He caught Brayburn's eye, carried out a silent conversation through small movements of their heads, and gave Applejack a nod before leaving his stool and heading for the bar's exit, Brayburn right by his side. Applejack watched them go, allowed herself one exhausted sigh, then finally addressed the bartender who'd been eavesdropping on them for several minutes now. I owe you an apology too, Candy, she said as she swiveled around in her seat. Oh, was Candy's initial reaction. Was trying to sneak up on you. You're cute when you're startled. Applejack rolled her eyes and didn't acknowledge what didn't really need to be spoken about. Seriously, I know we didn't leave off on a good note, but it was years ago and we're adults. I should have been an adult about it, and I'm sorry. Candy Corn smirked. Come on, AJ, water under the bridge. It's not like I wasn't a head case back then too. You're way too hard on yourself, you know that? Starting to get that sense, yeah. Still though, apologies. Vladimir's I owe him to, I reckon. The bartender's smirk widened. I'll let them know. We have a book club actually. Call ourselves the Cord Apples. Just gotta assume for my sake that was a joke. Probably for the best, yeah. Applejack's eyes widened, and soon enough landed on a mare who'd approached the bar's far end and landed heavily on a stool, ready to close her tab and see where else the night might take her. Applejack didn't move, just stared at Rainbow Dash, and felt Candy Corn staring at her. Cadence on a bike, AJ, just ask her out, Candy Corn insisted. Stars know you've spent long enough lying to yourself about it. Applejack couldn't argue with that, and for the first time she could remember, she didn't want to either. Being too scared not to lie, scared of being wrong about how we felt, even more scared of being right. She turned to face her ex. Am I crazy, being afraid of happiness like that? Think being afraid of happiness is the most normal a creature can possibly be, Candy replied.
Not joking, though, if you don't ask her out tonight, I'm giving you Twilight's tab, and she's had a lot of jello shots. Thanks for the support, Candy. Applejack grumbled through a grin. Anytime, AJ, and for the record, you can keep the scarf. I'll get a new one. Applejack stayed in her seat for a bit, finishing her tonic and ginning up the courage to do what she should have done years ago. A few minutes before last call, she finally got up and walked to the other end of the bar, and Rainbow Dash saw her coming and turned in her seat to face her head on, pushing her hoof-stamped receipt away as she did. Hey, Applejack began. Howdy, Rainbow Dash replied. They stared at each other. And Applejack felt drunk and tired and impossibly brave. Wanna dance? She asked, nodding towards the emptying floor. Rainbow Dash smiled. Not really. Wanna get out of here then? Dash's smile grew, and for a moment Applejack felt giddy, like a school filly who could drink and party all night if she wanted. Yeah, Rainbow said, sure. She hopped off her stool, and Applejack followed her towards the exit. On the way there, Rarity saw them leaving, braced her hoof behind Twilight's head so her muzzle stayed buried in her neck, and nodded while rolling her eyes in a way that said, "It's about damn time." It really was, that was the honest truth, and for once, Applejack was truly ready to see where honesty led her. Maybe she hadn't earned it, maybe she didn't need to. Either way, it'd probably feel nice to give it a try.
Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the dead. I'd sell my soul to take you home. Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the dead. Sell my soul to take you home.
Act +1. The night more or less continued how it started. To her credit, Candy Corn made killer martinis, but not even the most celibate monks on the planet could have distilled a gin strong enough to keep Applejack's teeth from grinding at the sight of her cousin, who she loved and supported no matter what. Grinding and bumping, and all but publicly humping on some pony who liked cracking whips over the decidedly unsexy type of slave. She had to put a stop to this, right? That's what family was for. To get you out of messes you'd gotten your damn fool self into. It wasn't Brayburn's fault, really. He hadn't been properly out, drinking or otherwise, for more than a year or so. He just didn't have the kind of experience with ponies that should have taught him to know better than this. To take one look at a stone like King, crystals are a great substitute for basic equine morals, Sombra, and see exactly where even a one-night stand, let alone a relationship, was absolutely inevitably going to end. She had the experience he didn't, that's all. She needed to guide him around the bramble patches she'd sprinted through head first. And more urgently than that, she needed a refill. Applejack swiveled in place to flag down a bartender and found Rainbow Dash next to her, pushing a half-full glass of half-melted ice cubes across the bar top. They exchanged a nod of greeting, and Rainbow Dash's brow shot up at Applejack's deep, involuntary sigh. Jeez, usually it's the vodka that gets you like that, the Wonderbolt remarked, striking out. I wish some pony had, Applejack grumbled, nodding towards the impassive black behemoth dominating the dance floor. And, of course, the rakish yellow stallion smeared onto him like butter atop a loaf of pumpernickel. Rainbow gave a commiserating grunt. Eesh, yeah, be nice if villains would stay defeated for once, huh? Applejack grunted too, first at Rainbow Dash, then at the stone behind the bar, who asked her if she wanted the same as before. Rainbow ordered a whiskey cola, then turned her gaze back to Brayburn. He's pretty different from when the rest of us first met him, isn't he? The Pegasus mused. Your cousin, that is. Kinda remember him being less, freaky. Stupid, Applejack growled. Rainbow Dash said at the same time, wilting a bit as Applejack levelled a stare her way. But, yeah, what you said too. He wasn't fully himself yet when y'all met him, Applejack said after another sigh. Sure, you can guess why not. Dash shrugged and twisted her lips in a way that said she could, and then talked as if she couldn't. So, what? You don't like the new him? At first, all Applejack could do was furiously sputter. I love the new him, she finally managed to spit. You telling me you don't? You got a problem with stones not being stallion-y enough for you? Rainbow Dash stared at Applejack like she'd grown a second head. Next to Dash, a maroon stallion with electric blue eyeshadow muttered. Only in the mornings, honey. Stars, aye, Applejack mumbled, wilting more with each ensuing word. Sorry, I'm on edge. No kidding, Rainbow Dash agreed, though, to her credit, she sounded more concerned than offended. I've seen Mama Bear Applejack before, but sheesh. He's still so new to this, to being who he really is. He spent years being somebody else, lost so much time, and now he ought to get a chance to make up for it. The world owes him that. Applejack's gaze settled back on the dance floor and became a glare again. Owes him better than that. Rainbow Dash considered the dance floor and the dark nucleus around which the ponies on it revolved, then shrugged again. Okay, not that I'm the most qualified pony to say this or anything, she said, but Sombra is hot. What? No, he's not. AJ, from one dyke to another, he's gorgeous. We gotta be real here. He's a psychopath. Yeah, a psychopath with a granite chin and washboard abs. Washboard abs ain't an excuse for war crimes. Rainbow Dash shrugged a third time. Well, they ain't. End of discussion. Fine, whatever, Rainbow Dash muttered into the fresh cocktail she just received. Just saying, cock-blocking your cousin's gonna be tough when you're blocking that much. Got it, Rainbow. Thanks. They stood together in silence for a bit, stewing and sipping in equal measure. Then, out of nowhere, Rainbow Dash laughed. Just occurred to me, she said once Applejack looked her way. This is the first time we've been back here in years. Like, us, you, me, and Rarity all together. Yep, Applejack said back. Guess it is. Remember her first time here? She was still all torn up over blue blood, and we were like, come on, you ought to at least try. And then she didn't even tell us that she had tried until like 4 visits later. Classic Rarity. The chasm of silence returned, wider this time. I don't miss it, really, Rainbow Dash mused. Like being a dumb, barely not a kid drinking too much. Situationships, all that. But it was really fun too, despite everything. And it was so casual. No plans, just whoever wanted to go out would. Now I'm touring and Rarity's working. Twilight's Twilight. And we don't get to all see each other a lot anymore, you know? So it's kinda nice. She nodded knowingly towards the dance floor. All that considered and all. Yeah, Applejack distantly replied. Her gaze had lingered on the dance floor. She was glaring again. Sure is. In the corner of her eye, Applejack thought she saw a strange expression flit over Rainbow Dash's face. By the time she had turned her head though, Rainbow was just flashing her the same cocksure grin Applejack had seen 1,000,000 times. And there's classic Applejack, Dash chuckled. Gets her mind set to something and it's game over for everything else. Sorry, Applejack said, though she wasn't quite sure why she was apologizing. I'm being a bore. You wanna, Nah, Rainbow Dash said, still grinning. I'm a wonder. See what other old heads are still around. Don't start any fights without me. Before Applejack could even think of anything to say to that, let alone say it, Rainbow Dash was gone, drinking hoof, and a wing already raised in greeting to 2 short-maned mares that Applejack really wished she didn't recognise. She also really wished she didn't spot her wayward cousin heading her way at the same moment, but so far tonight had been full of everything but her best wishes. Phew! Rayburn huffed as he flopped against the bar, occupying the space Rainbow Dash had just vacated. Haven't sweat like that since Sunday school. Applejack acknowledged him with a tight-lipped smile. Rayburn looked at her, looked at the Pegasus she'd just been talking with, and put 2 and 2 together to make 3. Another one of your exes? No, Applejack grumbled. Suddenly, the mares Rainbow Dash had ambled over to were looking past the Wonderbolt's wings straight at her fellow element of honesty, and Applejack lowered the brim of her hat again as they both chuckled at some inaudible joke. They are, though. Rayburn squinted. Which one? Both of them. Now his eyes went from almonds to tickled pink dinner plates. How many mares round these parts haven't broken up with? I made bad choices in high school. Applejack said through her teeth. And you expect me to believe Miss Small, Sleek, and Polychromatic over there wasn't one? She's just a friend, Applejack insisted. A stubborn and obnoxious one at that. Well, don't that just remind me of no pony at all. At this point, Applejack's glares clearly weren't having their intended effect on any pony present, but she gave Rayburn a fresh one anyway, that he answered with an excited tongue. Had enough with Sombra? She grumbled. Oh, he's just taking a breather, Rayburn replied. He tuckers out easy, the poor thing. All that weight he's carrying around, I suppose. You know, he told me last week that... Yeah, I bet he's told you all kinds of things, Rayburn. She wasn't sure where the bite in her voice had come from. Why what she had been frustrating all night long had suddenly become infuriating. She didn't feel like taking it back though, even as Rayburn pouted and all her exes laughed and Rainbow wouldn't look back her way, even as she stared or glared or whatever it was right at her. Who was Rainbow to talk about classic Applejack as if she was something other than that now, about old heads, whatever the hell that meant. They weren't old, nothing had changed, everyone was just being stupid. And it was always on her to be the sober, competent mama bear. Applejack, look, Rayburn started to say. Applejack, look! Twilight loudly interrupted. She was still in mid-stumble towards them at the bar, Rarity trailing a couple steps behind, wearing a just humour her, she's having a fun smile. Her hoop was extended straight in front of her, pointing at a tray of squat plastic cups filled with wobbling red and blue gelatin. Jelly shots! I've never had a jelly shot. Can I have a jelly shot, Rarity? You may have a jello shot, Twilight, Rarity told her as she lit her horn and gently prized a mostly full cocktail out of Twilight's magical aura. The alicorn bounced in place for a moment, skipped over to the tray and returned with 4 plastic cups stacked atop one another, already squeezing the gelatin out of the topmost one onto her tongue. Oh, it's Buzzy, Twilight said, smacking her lips. Vodka? Is that vodka? Applejack, Tell me if this tastes like vodka. I'm fine, thanks, Applejack said to the pro-offered shot. And for a moment, she had two gratingly pouty faces pointed at her. They're so good though, moaned the princess. All the drinks in here are so good. Rarity, why can't straight ponies make good cocktails?
One of life's great mysteries, darling, answered Rarity, still smiling. But perhaps a water would be good too.
What? I'm fine. I'm so fine, Rarity. I'd like a water personally. I want a water too. I mean, okay, if you... yeah. Face scarlet, Twilight slumped over the bar as Rarity signaled the bartender. Applejack closed her own eyes and bit back a sigh. She knew exactly what was coming next, and the thought of it sent consternation rippling through her gut in a way that felt exactly like bone-deep fatigue. I'm sorry, Rarity, Twilight groaned. I'm drunk. I'm straight and I'm drunk at a gay bar.
Indeed you are, darling.
You're not drunk?
Ladies rarely are, darling.
Don't worry, baby, I'll pull you out. Pause followed. And then... You're so pretty, Rarity.
Rarity chuckled and said, You're very pretty too, Twilight.
And Applejack bit her tongue. Here they went again, Twilight getting a few drinks in her, insisting she'd never in her life had an impure thought about any pony without a beard and rancid body odour, and then proceeding to say the gayest things Applejack had ever heard pass through a mare's lips. All my friends are so pretty, Twilight slurred. I've never seen a stallion who was prettier than you, Rarity. Not even here. Like, I get butterflies in my stomach, my wings get flappy, and I'm not even... Not that I'd mind if I was. That'd be great. Stallions can be such jerks sometimes. Lots of times. I get so many love letters, and they're so gross. And you're not gross, Rarity. You're so... It had been an inside joke among their friend group for years. If someone who hadn't figured out their identity yet was an egg, Twilight was a whole bisexual dozen. And Rarity was just chuckling at her now, and even Brayburn was smirking. Even Brayburn could see how obvious it was. And yet, he'd still go home with a monster who'd do nothing but hurt him, and Twilight would sober up and grit her teeth through dates with stallions and make miserable puppy dog eyes at Rarity like there was nothing she could do to change her unfortunate lot in life. They'd be so much happier if they just stopped being stupid, if they stopped lying to themselves about who they were, if the music was as good as it used to be and the drinks weren't so heavy and she didn't feel so moon damn. Ugh, Twilight grumbled. I'm old. Rarity's eyebrows twitched. Applejack just about drew blood from her tongue.
Oh, please, Rarity said. You're not.
I'm 30, Twilight half wailed. I'm ancient. I wasted my whole 20s studying and saving the world and doing stupid grown-up stuff, and I missed out. This is so much fun. I'm having so much fun. Always wish I was. You know. I guess I'm just drunk. Why does being drunk always make me so... Twilight, you're by. Twilight's mouth snapped shut. Rarity pulled her lips tight across her teeth. Even the music seemed to stutter into a lull as Applejack's heart thumped in her ears like the beat of songs she used to know, like a drum she'd spent too long resisting the urge to pound for all it was worth. You like mares, she went on, unsteady on her hooves. Feeling like she was teetering on the edge of a cliff and could no longer fight the urge to fling herself bodily off of it. We know you might be the only pony in town who doesn't know, and it's fine. Go on and like him, or don't, and quit carrying on about it like, Oh, I wouldn't mind. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Like it'd be so awful to stop lying to yourself and just do it. Drives me up the moon-damned wall, watching y'all torture yourselves for no good reason, disregarding yourselves for ponies who don't deserve to even... Applejack ran out of breath and grabbed a jelly shot before so she'd have something on her tongue besides the long suppressed truth. By the time she swallowed, Twilight was blinking rapidly. Rayburn was stone-faced, and Rarity's jaw was clutched so tight Applejack could have checked her pulse from the vein bulging out under her horn. "Oh!" Twilight said, her voice husky at first, and not much improved after she cleared her throat. I didn't know you feel so strongly about it. I'm sorry. I should have...
Twilight, Rarity started to say.
No, she's right, Rarity.
Twilight dully went on.
I've been silly, I guess. Clearly, I should... I'm gonna just... The bathroom's that way, right?
Yes, Rarity told her. Would you like me to... I'll show her. Rayburn interrupted, wrapping a hoof around Twilight's shoulder, face still hard as stone. For a second, his gaze lingered on Applejack like he meant it to come off as no, because it was a glare. Think every pony could use a bit of breathing space right now.
But, Rayburn, just... Applejack stammered. I'm just saying...
Think you've said enough, cousin, Rayburn coolly replied, and left Applejack gaping in his wake as he led Twilight towards the restrooms. She'd screwed up, she knew that much, she just didn't know how.
Rarity, what?
She started to say, and again she was coldly cut off. You know, Applejack, Rarity said, razor-sharp stalactites hanging from every word. I've found many ponies upsetting in my lifetime. Very few of them can infuriate me as comprehensively as you.
I just told her the truth.
Oh, yes, the truth, Rarity seethed. That bastion of all things moral and good in the world, that perfect binary of noble honesty and contemptible lies. Has it ever occurred to you, my fellow paragon, that the innermost complexities of another living creature may extend ever so slightly beyond what seems to be on the outermost surface to be true?
Well...
No more candid invective for me? No more truth? Well, then allow me to offer some of my own. Identity, who a pony is in their mind and soul, is not a binary matter. There are lies which give comfort to those uncomfortable with themselves, and truths which can stick in the heart like thorns and leave a shell of a pony in their wake. And a substantial component of being a grown adult is learning how to differentiate between the two. But they're just... Doing what? Making mistakes? Suffering unnecessary pain? Dearest darling vexations, Applejack. That is what mortal creatures do. We bumble through life, collecting endless ill-advised scars on our bodies and minds and hearts, and then after several decades of that, with noted and limited exceptions, we die. That is what we are. That is the ungainly mess of truths and mistruths from which identity is born. And frankly, the most dishonest thing a mare can tell herself is that it is her place, and no one else's, to interfere in that process without being asked. So she can bludgeon another living creature's identity into a shape she thinks is correct.
Applejack gaped, then grit her teeth, then growled. Oh, that ain't what I'm doing. Twilight was torturing herself. Sombra's a monster.
Perhaps she was. Perhaps he is. And once you've dragged Twilight and Rayburn away from what might hurt them, what will be left of them to preserve? What will they have learned? How will they have grown into someone who won't make even worse mistakes in the future?
The future is the future. They'll be safe now. They won't the same mistakes that...
Rarity's eyes narrowed like a viper's, and her words cut through Applejack like fangs. That you did? My, oh my, if only you'd had someone to protect you from your younger self. Imagine the misery you could be causing now.
Applejack opened her mouth to retort, and at first nothing came out. Just trying to... She eventually croaked. I love him. I support him. I want him to be happy.
Is that so? Rarity sniffed. You might try acting like it then.
Then she turned away and stalked towards the restrooms, and Applejack stood alone by the bar as the din of the crowd washed over her.
I Ain't Got No Accent by Connor Cogwork. When Rarity is overwhelmed with making designs for an agriculture expedition, she turns to Applejack for advice, but when she gives Applejack a hairstyle treatment in return, the apple farmer lets her accent slip from a southern drawl to sophisticated Manhattaner. The result? More fancy parties than you can shake a candy apple at. Carousel Boutique was currently a seamstress's nightmare. There was a reason for this. Not 3 minutes ago, the proprietor of the establishment had a visit from a very influential customer. Said customer had congratulated said proprietor on a commissioned piece that was made for an upcoming agriculture expedition. They were impressed enough that they wanted the proprietor to join them at the expedition and showcase their wares. The proprietor had said yes. Now the proprietor is wondering what in Celestia's great kingdom she's gotten herself into. Let's watch, shall we? I can't do this! Rarity had been panicked before, delusional, worked to the bone, but outright clueless hysterics was a real rarity for her. What was I thinking? She ranted, pacing her shop floor with a haunted look in her eyes. Spread across every spare surface of the boutique were dozens upon dozens of paper scraps, each one with a differing dress design. Here and there, her mannequins had pieces of cloth pinned to them in haphazard shapes. The only other living being in the shop with the unicorn was a chubby white Persian, who battered a stray piece of paper every now and then, but otherwise seemed uninterested in whatever it was Rarity was spouting at her. The Equestrian Agriculture Conference and Expedition is one of the biggest gatherings of some of the richest ponies around, outside of the Grand Galloping Gala, Rarity continued, glasses askew on her muzzle. I would be a madman to let this chance to showcase my abilities pass. But oh, Celestia, Opal, what do I make? Her eyes roamed the countless sketches that were littered around her. Farmers, harvesters, millers, woodcrafters, work ponies, and chefs. They're all such no-nonsense types. How can I possibly design anything that would appeal to them? The chefs, maybe, but that's such a narrow range. Oh, I must simply figure out something. The expedition is only 2 weeks away. With a melodramatic sigh, she sat in front of her desk, 4 limbs splayed out atop the surface. Opal sat herself next to one of the white hooves and looked at Rarity expectantly. Oh, I know, Opal. I have to get a hold of myself. But really, I told Mr. Marmalade that I would be prepared with 10 of my best dresses, while in reality I've only got 2 in stock that would even remotely fit in, and one of them I'd rather not have see the light of day again. She grumped, crossing her hooves and resting her chin on them. The cat gifted her with an offended glance, before nonchalantly trotting over to a dark blue bundle of fabric, leaping onto it and tucking her paws in, taking extra care to shed an extra few white tufts of fur onto its surface. Yes, you're right, I've got to move past this. Funk, the designer quipped, lifting her head back up. I've bounced back from worse than this. Surely I can rise to the challenge. Yes, I'm sure I can. The burst of good mood was quickly dampened by a bout of rational thought. Oh, who am I kidding? She wailed again, telekinetically grabbing Opal from her perch and burying her face into the frustrated feline's fur. I can't possibly know what goes through a farmer's mind when they see an outfit like mine, the only one I could ever get an opinion from. She was interrupted by a rapid knocking at her door. She dropped Opal, who scampered off to safety. With a quick wipe of her eyes and an adjustment to her glasses, Rarity trotted towards her entrance, quickly banishing her earlier mood for a later date. Coming! The handle lit up, and the door swung open. The white unicorn stood, closed eyes and a smile to her face. Welcome to Carousel Boutique. I am Rarity. Is there anything I can help you with? Y'all can start by not doing that every time I come round, you know, said a familiar light-hearted southern twang. Applejack! The unicorn exclaimed, letting her eyes snap open. Indeed, it was the orange farmer filly, customary hat perched on her head, and a saddle pack strapped to her midsection. What brings you to my shop today? These do, AJ replied, motioning her head towards the pack. I recall Sweetie Belle asking for a right big case of these apple fritters. Last time I brought 'em to one of Pinkie Pie's parties. I couldn't rightly say no to her little old face, so I baked up a bunch of them this morning. Can I come in and drop 'em off? As Applejack continued to speak, Rarity found herself straining harder and harder to resist speaking out against the Applebucker's atrocious grammar. I know she was raised on a farm, she told herself, but she could really have a better handle of the equestrian language than that. Even Rainbow Dash has better diction. She kept silent, however, and as the question was asked, she put out her best smile and stepped back. Of course, dear, just leave them on the counter. I'll be sure Sweetie Belle sees them when she gets home from school today. Much obliged, was the reply she got as the farm pony trotted inside. As the unicorn closed the door behind them, there was a pause before addition. What in tarnation happened here? You working on another dress, Rarity? Her mess of papers had been spotted. There was a sigh as the white one turned around to look at her friend, catching the orange equine looking at one of the papers in particular. There was a moment of blankness, then a moment of scrutiny, followed by a moment of enlightenment. Applejack! The dressmaster gasped out breathlessly. The farmer turned her head to look at her friend. Yeah? The next portion of the conversation did not involve words so much as it involved a unicorn tackling an earth pony with a rib-shattering hug, all while screaming out, Applejack, you really are an angel in farmer's clothing! Applejack would only wince as her spine popped. Before croaking out, Beg pardon? I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier, but you're exactly what I need. With your eye for the practical and my fashion knowledge, surely we would both be able to get all these dresses done in 2 weeks' time before the expedition even starts. Oh, Applejack, I just can't believe what good fortune brought us together on this day. It must be destiny. Whoa, on there, partner, the farm pony drawled before managing to push Rarity off of her. Y'all want to back up there and explain to me why you mentioned me and dresses in the same sentence. Oh, I do apologize, the unicorn said, straightening her glasses again and calming down. But I really do need your help. You see, I had a customer earlier today. He was quite overjoyed with one of my creations, you see. There was a roll of green eyes which was caught. Now, let me finish. He was so enthralled by my design that he asked me to accompany him to set up a display at this year's Equestrian Agriculture Conference and Expedition. Now she had the orange pony's attention. The EACE? Wow-wee. That there's the cream of crop for all the farmers over Equestria. I'd love to set up a sweet apple acres cart there, that's for certain. I bet I'd even do real business this time round. A dark look crossed her face as memory of the Galloping Gala fiasco resurfaced. At least those ponies know a good apple when they see one. Indeed, Rarity chuckled, before she became all business again. However, the dilemma I'm faced with is simply that I've never made a whole line of outfits directed towards the farming and agricultural community. And I need to have 10 different dresses, and I need to have at least 10 different dresses and suits ready in time for the expedition, which is going to be held in 2 weeks. There was a low whistle. While at my whiskers, y'all sure do have your work cut out for you. Don't you still have the 2 outfits y'all made for me? I think they'd be surefire popular with the convention folks. I was planning on using your gala dress, the white pony started, though she pawed at the floor with her hoof. But the other one, I know your expertise went into its design, but do you really think it would be popular at the expedition? Well, it could probably do with an overhaul, but yeah, with a little fixin', it'll be a right good hit, I'd reckon. Now Applejack got on all 4 hooves as she clopped over to Rarity. an eager look on her face. "Well, what'd you need my help with? I ain't any good with needle and thread, you know, but if you're looking for what a farmer looks for in an outfit," she gave a wink, hinting at an unspoken request. The unicorn's eyes shimmered with gratitude, and the farm pony had to brace herself for another bone-crunching hug. "Oh, thank you, Applejack. I'll be sure to tell my client that I'll be bringing another pony with me for personal refreshment. There'll be no way he could possibly refuse, especially after he tastes some of your famous apple fritters." She released her hold on the poor apple bucker and gave her a long, thankful gaze. "You can't believe how much this means to me." "'Tain't nothin', Rarity. Now, if y'all don't mind, I'd appreciate you letting go of me, and let's getting down to business." There was a pained smile. "Okay, tell me again why we doing this?" "It's simple," Rarity began, as she levitated a brush over to her subject's mane. "If you and I are going to be working together, the both of us need to be on level ground. And while I may not be afraid to get my hooves dirty, unarguably, the one who needs the most grooming is you. So before we get started on any kind of dress, we need to make you good and presentable." Applejack groaned, but made no move to budge. She had taken a shower that morning, and was grateful that her friend hadn't seen the need to inundate her in a sea of bath salts and exotic perfumes. However, she was unable to get away from a good mane combing, and so she stared forlornly at a stuffed mannequin that was wearing her pappy's hat and hairband. "I can do this," she thought to herself. "Rarity's giving me a chance that I won't be able to get otherwise. I just need to hold out and let her do what she feels is best, even if it is, or rather, frou-frou." The unicorn made a humming sound as she brushed the knots of the farmer's blonde hair. She tilted her head and studied the fall of golden strands for a moment. Then, with a smile and a whim, she levitated a spritzer bottle over and began to douse the apple bucker's mane. Now, hang on there," AJ started, alarm creeping into her voice. "Don't you go cutting anything, you hear? I'd like to keep it for the show, if you know what I—" "Relax, Applejack," Rarity soothed, placing a hoof on her shoulder. She was trying hard not to turn the reassurance into a critique on grammar. "I'm only having a bit of fun. I won't cut anything, I promise. But you'll look so more high class after this, I tell you." High class, sophisticated. She's just having fun, the earth pony told herself. "'Tain't anything permanent. Just relax." She found herself grimacing at the brushing. After a minute or so, the white one stepped back from her work and gave Applejack an appreciative smile, before motioning her to turn her head one way and then another. "Perfect," she beamed. "Now it just needs one last touch." "Ah, I know." A nearby wardrobe opened up and a box floated out of it. As it stopped by the unicorn, the top hovered upwards and the contents floated out. A gold necklace with a bright pale blue gemstone embedded in the center. It took the orange pony a second to recognize it as Rarity's element of harmony. "This is just for now," Rarity stated, before the necklace floated to Applejack and secured itself around her neck. "Perfect! Okay, Applejack, come on over here." She got to all fours and followed her friend over to the other side of the room, where a full-length mirror awaited. With a triumphant grin, the unicorn pulled it in front of her subject. "Behold! A diamond in the rough!" AJ could not believe her eyes. It wasn't so much that her friend's element was hanging around her neck. It was the hair that had her attention, styled up in a bun, bunched up, leaving only a small amount hanging down her neck and in front of her eyes. Last time her hair had been like this, it was back when she was a filly. She saw her younger self in that reflection. Young, sophisticated Manhattanite Applejack. The necklace gave her an air of elegance that suited the adult form that was looking back at her. Dear Celestia, what would Aunt and Uncle Orange think of her now? She found herself speaking in Manhattan to have been the hardest part of being sophisticated. Could she even do it still? She wasn't certain it would look right to have a regular voice tumbling out of the visage in front of her. What was one to do? She found herself clearing her throat. "I say, what a wonderfully exquisite look you have there, madame. Is that necklace what I think it is? Oh my, it looks it, doesn't it? An element of harmony. Oh dear, you must simply tell me the tale of how you obtained that rare prize. It would be an honor to have you as my guest. She smiled at herself. That wasn't too hard. Thump! She turned her head to the source of the noise in time to see Rarity doing an impressive impression of a snake who had unhinged her jaw from her head and had allowed it to drop to the floor. On top of that, she had somehow managed to make all colour disappear from her irises, the pupils having shrunk to tiny black dots that were locked on her. Oh, crab apples! Applejack cursed to herself. I just said all that out loud, didn't I? She took a hesitant step towards her friend. Rarity? She asked, her normal twang back in place. There were a couple of blinks before the jaw ascended and locked itself back into place. Applejack? She stammered, eyes still riveted on the earth pony. You're right, Sugar Cube? I don't... Applejack! The unicorn appeared to be grasping for breath. Your voice! How? When did... Applejack looked down, a guilty look now on her face. I don't reckon I ever told you the story of how I got my cutie mark, have I? You've been to Manhattan? I told ya, the earth pony answered, a frustrated blush on her cheeks. I was just a silly little filly at the time. I didn't know any better. Applejack, please! Rarity rolled her eyes disbelievingly. Do stop talking about going to one of the most cultured cities in all of Equestria, second only to Canterlot, as if it was some sort of big mistake. But it was, AG argued. If I hadn't seen Rainbow Dash's sonic boom when I did, I'd probably still be stuck up there, in some frou-frou dress, high nobbin with my aunt and uncle, and where would the farm be then, huh? Apple Bloom. She would have grown up without ever knowing her own sister. I barely escaped from that city with my life. And ponies say I'm the melodramatic one, the dressmaker sighed under her breath. Listen, AJ, nobody can disagree that you made the right choice in going back to your farm. I'm certainly not in the least. What I am confused about is why you've buried all your proper high-class training your Orange family gave you after you came back. 'Tweren't me, the farmer replied, her eyes now directed to the shop floor. All that sophisticated nonsense didn't do jack squat for me in the end. And how exactly would I go about using it on the farm? Better to forget the whole thing ever happened. Oh, no, was the comeback she got. My dear, you simply do not know the tools you have at your disposal. This was quickly followed by the unicorn rushing over to her and taking her hooves into her own. If you could use that cultured grammar in presence of royalty and the rich, you could have doors open to you that you never would have believed. Oh, darling, let me hear it again. You must not have used it in so long, and yet there was no hint of your accent. Accent? What accent? Rarity blinked. Why, I mean your everyday speech, Applejack. Surely you don't. There was a honk of noises as the orange equine leaned in and gave her an emerald glare. What you talking about, Rarity? I ain't got no gosh darned accent. She raised a hoof and was about to comment on the impressive stringing of a double negative, but it was then that there was a quick rapping at the front door. She gave Applejack a shush motion before trotting over to the entrance and opening up. Greetings and welcome to Carousel. Oh, Mr. Marmalade, what a pleasant surprise. The unicorn backed up and allowed a tall, burnt orange stallion to trot inside, a short-trimmed brown mare and tail swishing behind him. Besides the overcoat he was wearing, he had a cutie mark of a jar of jam. Madame Rarity, I do apologize for the intrusion, but I just simply could not contain myself. I had heard word of your legendary speed in your craft, and so I wondered if you already had any designs sketched out. Oh, she pawed at the ground and glanced over at the pile of papers that the mess from earlier had been hastily arranged in. I've got several ideas on paper, yes, but nothing final. She quickly glanced around her shop before letting her eyes rest on her blonde companion. Oh, I was just consulting with an expert in the agriculture field before I decided on anything. Let me introduce you. Applejack had been watching the entire exchange in silence, trying to make herself unobtrusive. However, her endeavour in stealth was quickly put to pasture as the unicorn brought the dapper male over to the mirror. "This is a close friend of mine," Rarity began, her voice filled with pride. "She owns one of the biggest apple farms this side of Canterlot. She may be a little rough around the edges, but trust me, she's absolutely divine." "My ears are burning over here, Sugar-Cube," AJ thought to herself. "I say," Mr. Marmalade exclaimed, allowing his eyes to roam up and down Applejack's form, causing the filly to blush slightly. "What a picture of elegance! Hard to believe that you're a farmer. What's your name, madame?" "My name?" There was a motion to the stallion's right. Rarity was shaking her head, a panicked look in her eyes. AJ raised an eyebrow. What did she want? Now the unicorn had brought her hooves up together, in prayer form, a pleading look on her face. Beads of sweat were appearing on her brow. Oh, that's what she wants. The entire exchange appeared to have gone unnoticed by Mr. Marmalade. The farm pony turned socialite gave herself a silent sigh, before clearing her throat and again letting the Manhattan out. "My name is Applejack, good sir, and you must be the client that Rarity has told me so much about." "Oh!" was the response she received, his face lighting up in pleasant surprise. "So cultured for one so young. Yes, I am that same said client. My name is Mr. Mango Marmalade, and I run a preserving facility outside of Philadelphia. I have a spot reserved for me at the EACE. Perhaps you've heard of it." It was exactly this kind of high-powered boasting speech that grated on the farmer's nerves in the first place, but she simply nodded. "I have indeed, sir. Every farmer pony in Equestria worth their apples has heard of the expedition. I myself would love to attend and display my own wares." "Applejack is the proprietor of Sweet Apple Acres," Rarity spoke up, trotting over to one of the saddle packs that was brought in earlier. A flap opened, and out came a warm apple fritter. Her skills in the ways of apples and baked goods are simply unparalleled. She arrived here this morning with a pack of these apple fritters. I insist that you try one, Sir Marmalade. You won't regret it." Applejack grinned, silently berating herself for a slip-up. This does smell exquisite," the stallion breathed as the fritter was floated over to him. He took it in his own hooves, and daintily he took a bite. There was much chewing and humming. Before his eyes opened in amazement, the rest of the treat vanished at a speed that would have even amazed certain blue Pegasi. "Marvelous!" he boomed, before reaching for the apple farmer's hooves and holding them in his own. "Madame Applejack, that treat was simply amazing. Should Miss Rarity wish to bring you to the expedition, make no mistake, I would be in full 100% backing of my decision. Why, I'll even rent out extra space for your own stand. Oh, so much to do." The mares could only stare as the business pony paced the floor in apparent excitement. "I have to call the management. Oh, I must simply inform the caterers too. They'll have to be able to coordinate with your people. I wonder if the people next to us would lend out their spot. If not, I'll simply buy them out." He suddenly turned and galloped towards the door, any earlier intention of seeing dressed signs now having fully blown away on the breeze. "I apologize, mesdames, but there is so much to do in order to properly prepare. I shall return when I have all the arrangements secured. Until then, toodaloo, my dears." "Toodaloo," Rarity and Applejack echoed, waving their forehooves with blank expressions on their faces. The boutique doors squeaked slightly from the stallion's hasty departure. A few seconds of silence passed before the two looked at each other. Slowly, the farmer's face evolved into a look of shock and disbelief, while the dressmaker's turned into joy and pride. Did he just say, "Oh, Applejack"? There was more cringing and squeezing of the earth pony. "Darling, I'm so proud of you. You brought out your cultured side, and you shone like a star. And now we're both going to be heading for the expedition together." There was a groan. I can't believe he actually invited me." "But of course he did, AJ. You made a glowing, exemplary impression on him, and he couldn't help but be swayed into sampling your wares. And now our next stop is one of the richest and influential conferences in all of Equestria, outside of the gala, I know, came back the drawl, back in full force. She managed to peel the white pony off of her long enough to catch her breath and check her person for bruises. And believe me when I say getting to go to the EACE is gonna be one of Sweet Apple Acre's finest moments, but I think I'd probably best leave the theatre talk behind. You can't, came an explanation. Applejack, these are high-class ponies. They'll be expecting nothing less than the best from you. From both of us. Self-consciously, a hairbrush was levitated over before it began combing at the unicorn's purple locks. If you drop your culture training even for a second at the expedition, we will be sure to be chased out. You can't be serious, the Earth Pony retorted, an eyebrow arched in disbelief. Nothing like that ever happened at the gala. Oh, we had far worse things to worry about that night, a roll of the eyes. But that's besides the point. The reality of our situation is rather simple, if you must know. Applejack reached behind to unhitch the element from around her neck before looking at it. Slowly it dawned on her exactly what her friend had meant. You mean, since I talked to him like that? Rarity nodded as she took the necklace back and put it away. From now on, we are going to practice that voice, young lady. Mr. Marmalade will be certain to spread word far and wide about the impeccably cultured mistress known as Applejack, that he met today at the Carousel Boutique. She levelled a gaze at the blonde pony, who found herself sweating slightly at the prospect. And you don't want to make a bad impression on your potential clientele at the expedition, do you? It was that moment, and truly then, that the full weight of what the simple country pony had gotten into sunk into her mind. You mean to say I gotta talk like a full-blooded Manhattanite for the whole expedition? From the rooster crow till the cows come home? Darling, the expedition runs for 3 whole days. 3 whole days? Her green eyes widened with panic as her imagination ran away from her. 3 days of not getting herself kicked out of the convention. 3 days of talking to rich and mighty folks. 3 days of wearing makeup and dresses. 3 days away from her rightful spot at the farm. But worst of all, 3 days of speaking in a voice that was not her. I can't do it, Rarity. Y'all gotta believe me. I just can't do it. She found herself on her rear knees in front of the white unicorn, the expression on her face not unlike one pleading for her life. Y'all may as well have me killed by suffocation. I can't possibly live a whole 3 days talking like I never left the city. There's just no way. Applejack, please calm down, the seamstress soothed, masking her surprise at the Earth Pony's rather exuberant breakdown. She took the mare by the shoulders and held her until her breathing began to level out again. There was a minute or so of silence as the farmer released her panic and gained her senses. It was only then that the unicorn spoke again. That's why, starting from today, you and I will be practicing. We'll work with you and get you used to using your cultured voice more often. When the time comes, you'll be able to handle yourself at the EACE for all 3 days with ease. Applejack sat herself on the floor, hind limbs splayed. She stared at her forehooves before looking back up at her friend. You really reckon I can do this? She asked. Rarity smiled back at her. Don't you fret. Just trust in your teacher, Rarity. And I promise you, you'll breeze into that expedition with nary a worry nor care. Just think of this as repayment from me for the help you'll be giving me. They held each other's gazes for a long while, before the Earth Pony finally gathered herself back on all 4 hooves. She looked back down at the shop floor in thoughtfulness, before fixing the unicorn with a determined gaze. If you really think so, then I'll trust in you. She could only give a pained smile as her friend favoured her with a wide grin. And that's how it went for the following days leading up to the convention. Applejack would arrive and see the designs that Rarity was working on, giving her comments and opinions on whether or not an outfit would appeal to a farmer, work pony, gardener or not. And then, once they had decided on a good look for a suit or dress, all attention would shift to the orange filly herself as they spent an hour having her speak in her sophisticated voice. "So," Rarity exclaimed, seated at a tea table, a cup of Darjeeling levitating in front of her, "how have things been going at the farm?" "Oh, they have been going quite well," Applejack replied, a biscotti cookie between her hooves as she studied it. There was no trace of her farm-hand drawl as she continued. "Applebloom recently saw a number of missing planks from the side of the barn, and before she gained the attention of Big Macintosh or I, she had set out repairing the damage herself." "Oh, such an industrious little filly." "Indeed. She made no mention of it afterwards either, until I came in from the field and saw the fresh paint. She was afraid I would be mad, but—" She stopped as she noticed her companion was giving her a look. "What? Did I slip up again?" A hoof pointed at her. "You used one of your compounded non-adverb shorthands again. The field is the proper usage." She sighed and leaned on the table, eyes redirected at her biscuit, before taking a bite out of it and munching with her mouth open. "Just a little drip." The unicorn rolled her blue eyes. "It's a biscotti, dear. It's supposed to be dipped. And usually you only dip it in coffee. Now do please mind your manners." The cowgirl groaned, before sitting back straight and swallowing her cookie, taking a sip of tea right afterwards. She cleared her throat again and closed her eyes. "I apologize for my momentary lapse in etiquette." "No harm done," Rarity beamed, her mood instantly improved. "We all have our moments. Now then, please do continue with your story. Applebloom didn't tell you about her repairs." "Right," Applejack began again, only a trace of drawl in that first word. "Well, I began inquiring around the farm about the new planks. Big Macintosh had no idea what it was about, and we both knew that Granny Smith was not in good enough health to possibly do them herself. We even hunted down the hired help, Caramel, to see if she knew anything about it, but he didn't." "And did Applebloom come forward then?" "Well, she was the last one we had left to ask, and I remembered the repair work she had done on the old treehouse. It took a little coaxing, but she confessed to it." "And you showed her you weren't mad, right?" "Darn tootin'," she blasted out, chest swelling with pride. "I right out and told her that anything else we found broke down, she twere more than welcome to take a shot at fixing it up. She may not be a carpenter, but she sure showed she knew how to handle a hammer and saw. I even told her, The farm pony blushed and looked down as she realized her lapse in speech. "Sorry about that." "Oh no, it's quite all right," the unicorn said through a strained smile. She couldn't really blame her friend for falling back into her accent. She was proud of her sister after all. Still, with the southern drawl, came back all the grammar complications and mangled words that made her put her teeth on edge. I think that's enough for today," she continued, staring up from the table and trotting back towards one of the clothed mannequins. "I need to finish the last few stitches on this outfit, and then we'll have 6 of them done. Not bad for a week's plus of work, don't you think?" "If you say so," Applejack replied as she stood herself and trotted to another mannequin to retrieve her hat. Silently, she was relieved to have the session over with, though she felt bad about letting her friend down. "I'm awful sorry about that, Rarity. I only fancied togs for about 2 days when I went to Manhattan, you know." "It's no problem," the white pony assured, though her face was still directed towards the dress. "It takes time, and we still have a few days left before the expedition starts. I'm certain we'll have you used to speaking without an accent well before that time." The farm pony tossed her head on before she directed a glare back to her friend. "I told ya, I don't have an accent." Yes, I know," came the reply. A hoof waved dismissively in a direction. "In the meantime, I think you'd best get your wares organized. Mr. Marmalade will be bringing a chariot to take our supplies to the expedition the day before." "That reminds me, where is the EACE being held this year?" "Oh, it's some city out in the heartland of Equestria. Yoklahoma City, I think." "Right in the middle of cow country?" the blonde mused, a hoof stroking her chin in contemplation. "Lot of farming and growing up around these parts. You're sure you even need to use my set advice there?" "Now, Applejack, don't you go looking for excuses now." The white pony brought her head up from her work. and gave her a stern look. Just because it's being held in a centre of agriculture industry does not mean the ponies there will speak as plainly as you do. Besides, you've already made so much progress, it'd be a shame to let it waste away now. There was a sigh as Applejack lowered her head. I know. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. Bright and early as usual, right? Rarity's look softened as the farmer clocked towards the door. Of course, dear. Now don't be so glum. Just remember, this is all for your own good. There was barely a perceivable nod as the earth pony walked out of the boutique. Out in the fresh air and sunshine again, she felt her spirits pick up as she began to make her way back to Sweet Apple Acres. She is right, she found herself musing. She's trying her best to help me and make a good impression on the rich folks, and she already helped me get a spot at the expo. I just need to start dragging my hooves about it. She looked up in the sky as she took a deep breath and sighed. I just can't help but feel this whole high-class thing is being dishonest with myself. The day arrived. Within 24 hours a pair of wagons would appear, bearing Mr. Marmalade's cutie mark, to unload precious cargo to Yoklahoma City. The day after, the Equestrian Agriculture Conference and Expedition would begin. Rarity's boutique had been prepped and locked up, the unicorn herself running around all 10 outfits awaiting unloading. She would add a stitch there, prep a piece of fabric there, and would no doubt be fussing over the garments well until the day the convention doors opened. Occasionally her eyes would glance over to a box she had prepared the past 2 weeks in secret. I just know she's going to look fabulous in it, she thought to herself. Applejack, in the meantime, had her hooves full. She currently had 4 pies in the oven. Granny Smith was working on the last of the caramel apples. Big Mac was out back, picking the best-looking ripe apples that he could find for display, and Apple Blue was currently trying her best to convince her big sister that she should come along too. But sis, I can help. I know I can. Y'all just have to give me the chance, she shouted, maid bobbing as she practically bounced in place beside her sibling in the Apple family kitchen. The farm filly couldn't talk on account of her mouth being full of pot pad, and she hoisted a hot apple pie out of the oven. As soon as it was settled on a cooling rack, however, she was quick to give a response. Sorry, Sugar Cube, but I barely managed to get my own self attached to this here expo, and there's no way I could ask Mr. Marmalade to back our waterfall pony. Plus, not to go robbing chickens droppings in the laundry, but I still remember what happened last time y'all helped me sell apples. Oh, the yellow pony whined, her head and eyes dropping low. I thought you wouldn't mention that again. Applejack chuckled before rubbing her sister's head. I tell you what, run upstairs and get watched up. If nothing else, you can have your helping taking pies to the wagon once it gets here. Sure thing, sis, the filly exclaimed, eyes all alight once more before she scampered out the kitchen. There was a soft chuckle from a corner of the room as Granny Smith watched her go, a line of caramel apples building on the table. And sakes, the young and sure knows how to scuttle, don't he? She sure does, the farm pony agreed, a smile on her face. It held there for a second before it collapsed as she turned to her grandmother. Am I making the right choice here, Granny? This could happen and put the farm on stable ground finally. But to make it happen, I'm going to have to act like a city pony again. And I don't remember how crossways y'all were when I first went to Manhattan. There was a wave of a hoof as the old mare pushed at her. 'Tis all in the past, AJ. Y'all have to do what you have to do. The only thing I draw a line at is when they make you put on a bear suit and do the will of the dervish. I'll have no part of those stallion grind hypes, you hear? I hear, Granny, Applejack agreed, though her face was a picture of amused bewilderment. Don't worry. All we're doing is heading out to Yoklahoma City and selling apples. We're bound to make some dough for sure. Granny simply nodded with a smile as she picked up another apple and dipped it in caramel goodness. As she sat it down to harden, she fixed her granddaughter with another look. How've those speech classes your fans been giving you going? The orange horse almost dropped the next pie she had been hauling out of the oven. As soon as her mouth was free, she stammered, pretty okay. I think I can handle them big city folks without making myself look like too much like a fall now. Can you show me? Beads of sweat collected on her brow. Her granny was asking her to talk sophisticated for her. Well, it's Granny Smith asking, can't rightly say no to her. She brought a hoof to her chest as she cleared her throat. If you want, Granny Smith, I have to say I'm not comfortable talking like this. I've been rehearsing strictly for the expedition, but, well, since you asked. There was a gallop of small hooves before Apple Bloom reappeared at the kitchen door, her mane hastily combed and still slightly damp. Hey, sis, where do you want me to put the pies when the wagons get here? Applejack turned to her sister with a smile. Oh, you need not worry about that yet, Apple Bloom. They probably won't arrive until later this evening. The smaller filly stared blankly at her big sister before she spoke. Applejack, what the hey happened to your voice? There was a second of confusion, followed by a widening of the eyes and blushing of the cheeks. Oh, sorry about that, Sugar Cube. I was just practicing, you see. You know, like... She has to talk like a city pony at the expo, Granny Smith spoke up, saving her granddaughter. She's done it before, if you all remember. Oh, yeah, Apple Bloom drawled, her eyes widening. When you told us your cutie mark story, is that how you sounded when you visit Aunt and Uncle Orange? Sorta. The orange equine looked to the side, before standing on all four hooves. I tweren't any good at it at the time, but if I'm to fit in at the expedition without them throwing me out like a barrel of scampi apples, I gotta sound like the rest of the city folk. Oh, if I sound like a city pony, could I come then? I believe I can come along if I sound all high class, yes? There was a round of laughter at Apple Bloom's poor imitation, leaving the filly with an embarrassed blush and set of downturned ears. She squeaked, however, as she was suddenly embraced by her sister. Oh, don't be too quick to try and pick up on something I done rightly like myself. Let me tell yez, it ain't no fun at all. If you say so, sis. She sighed. She was released, and she headed out to the front door to watch for their transportation. Granny Smith couldn't help but laugh a few minutes more. The blonde could tell if she was laughing about her sister's eagerness or her own reluctance. Deciding not to raise the issue, she sighed as she grabbed the pot pad again to extract the last apple pie. She didn't hear the larger set of hoof steps working their way into the kitchen. Oh, there you are, came an exclamation. Applejack flinched and dropped her pad as she recognized the voice of the white mare she had spent the last 2 weeks with. Hey, Rarity, she greeted as she turned around. Twasn't expecting y'all round so early. The carts haven't arrived yet, have they? No, they haven't, the unicorn conceded. But that wasn't the point of why I came. You see, well, there was a pawing at the floor. It was only now that the farmer realized that there was a saddlebag strapped to her friend's back. Sticking out of the left bag was a large pink box. Rarity, she began, her eyes widening. Yeah, I didn't. The blue eyes looked back up with a sheepish expression. I wanted to repay you for everything you've done, so I went and... Instead of continuing, Rarity's horn lit up as the package floated out of her bag. It levitated towards the earth pony before the top lifted up, displaying its contents. She could tell this much. It was white and frilly. To match your exquisite voice, dear, came the explanation. Made especially for the EACE. Applejack was floored and sweating. She had originally been intending on wearing her gala outfit, but as she thought about it, it made sense that her friend would pull something like this. She began to look around in a panicked manner for an exit. Any exit out of the room. Busting out the window and getting glass embedded in her flank seemed like the better option when compared to wearing Rarity's newest frou-frou concoction. She faced Granny Smith for help, but all she got from that direction was a look of amusement. The old tart was enjoying her discomfort. Finally she sighed, defeated, before looking back at the unicorn. Thank you kindly, Rarity. Guessing you all want me to try it on before we go. She got a grin. Applejack, you read my mind. Now let's go upstairs, dear, Rarity said as she turned around. There was a look back along with a proud smile. We'll make a high-class diva out of you yet, darling. The apple bucker's ears drooped as she followed her friend out. The elderly green pony simply watched them go, before she let out that snicker she had building up. Phew, we finally made it. Took us long enough. Oh yes, but it was all worth it. I sure hope it is. Rarity simply beamed as she took in the scene before her. The trip to Oklahoma City itself had been uneventful enough. To every pony's relief, their wares had been checked in and their stalls found. Applejack had told Mr. Marmalade that she didn't require much space, her stand not being wider than 2 ponies' lengths. As a result, Rarity's display took up the majority of the space. Not that it didn't need it. She had put each and every outfit she had prepared up on a pedestal with lights with 10 outfits. And with 10 outfits, that took up a fair amount of room. Now both Unicorn and Earth Pony stood outside the respective vendors, taking in the multitude of ponies that trotted around the expedition area. As of yet, the doors had not opened, and so the ones that were milling around were either organizers or were setting up their own stalls. Rarity herself was adorned in a gown that was cut short enough to show a bit of tail and hind leg. There were points of amber lined around her neck, as a shinier fabric traced the hems. Applejack pawed at the ground restlessly as she looked herself over. Before they had even entered the building, her friend had insisted she be in character. Her blonde locks were once again done up in a mountain fashion, and the dress, it fit well and loosely, and the farm pony still felt it was squeezing the life out of her. It was a Southern belle's dress, with enough of a bouffant in the back to make her feel like a whale, dainty ruffled sleeves, and to top it off, a pearl necklace that weighed like a ball and chain. She desperately wished for her hat. "I don't know about you," the white mare gushed, "but I am so stoked for this. To use a word from Rainbow Dash's vocabulary." She brought another brush to her, nervously grooming her mane once more. "Our names are going to be on the top of every rich pony's list." I hear you," the farmer replied, trying her best not to let her speech slip this time. Slip, and she may ruin any chance of profit for the farm. "So many ponies here. I would think at least one of them would appreciate a good apple and dress or two." She gave a look at her friend for the interjection. "I would still like to get out and about before the day is done, though. I spy a plough display over in that corner, and I do not see one that would be right for Big Mac's size." "Oh, you'll have plenty of time for that, dear," Rarity assured. "Maybe we can get some time to ourselves on the 3rd day. Hopefully they won't have sold out of any—" "Ladies," came a grandiose voice. They both looked up in time to see Mr. Marmalade approaching the two. "So glad you were able to make it. Oh, Madam Rarity, Madam Applejack, you both are simply looking fabulous." He took a look at the 2 mares and the stalls behind them before turning to look at the scenery around them. "Isn't this all just so grand? All the wares to be seen, all the innovations, all the wonderful ponies. This is sure to be the best expedition yet." Applejack gagged on the inside of the words, and a quick glance at Rarity told her friend was thinking much the same thing. However, they quickly put aside their feelings of doom as the white mare spoke up. "Oh, you're absolutely right, darling, and my friend, I owe it all to you for our chance to attend this prestigious affair." I concur," the orange filly quipped. "I should have asked Rarity to have taught me some advanced words too." The stallion favoured the both of them with a wide smile before turning all business. "The doors will be opening in less than 3 minutes. Have you fillies got anything? Yes? Good to hear. Now, get ready at your stations. Those ponies will be coming in like a tidal wave, I swear." He took this moment to clutch at each pony's hoof with his own, leaving each with a slight blush on their faces. "I wish the both of you tremendous luck today. Let's hope we all do well. Now, I must rush to the opening ceremony. Until later, my fillies. Toodaloo." "Toodaloo," they both echoed once more, as the brown horse galloped away. They stood there for a second before facing each other. They could hear the background hubbub beginning to increase in volume. "Applejack," Rarity began, "good luck to you. Your apples will be sure to sell here. I know they will." "Thanks," she replied, city voice still in place. "I wish you good luck as well, and again, thank you for giving me this chance." "It's no trouble at all, darling," the unicorn said, as she turned to enter her stall. "We'll talk again soon. Until then, remember, no accent." The apple bucker nodded to her friend as she took position behind her own stallion. As she trotted, however, she let a mumble escape her lips. I don't got no hay-tossin' accent. Business was indeed far better than it had ever been at the Gala. Flow kept up from a steady direction, which worked to Applejack's advantage. Ponies would run into Rarity's boutique, stand first, mill around or buy something in there, and then come out starving, spotting and making a beeline for sweet Appleacre's stand. Apparently being a clothes horse made you hungry. She noticed that a fair number of her customers were farm ponies like herself. She was tempted to keep her guard down when around these friendly faces. However, she kept her guise of sophistication as she greeted them. She sold them apples and chatted. Half the day was already gone when she hauled out her third bushel of red delicious onto the stand. As she turned back around, she noticed there was already a small two-pony line waiting for her. "Oh," she exclaimed, "I beg your pardon, I was just getting some more stock out." The farmer quickly trotted back behind her stand as the two fillies stepped up. "Sweet Appleacre's fresh farm apples. Would you care to try some?" Said the left pony. He was a light grey earth pony with a straight-haired charcoal mane, purple eyes gazing over the wares. "What do you think, Sissy Pie? Those fritters sure look good." "I don't know," replied the other filly. She was a slate blue with a dusty grey mane that was cut short over her own golden eyes. "The caramel apples look the best to me. How much for one of those?" "5 bits," Applejack replied in an even voice. "And the fritters are 7 apiece. However, if you want, I could let you have both for 10 bits." She gave them a half-littered smile, which they both lit up at. "We'll take 'em." Money was deposited, and apples were given. They proceeded to dig into them right there in front of the stand. She didn't mind. She loved seeing ponies enjoy her apples. This was good," the grey mare mumbled around her fritter. She swallowed before continuing. "We should bring some back for big Sissy Pie." "We should," the blue one agreed. "Do you have any pink ladies? She would love that." The farmer smirked. "With all the talk of pies you two have been going on about, I'm surprised you all haven't asked one of those." They both looked back at her. She brought her hooves to her mouth as she realized what she'd done. I'm so sorry," she gushed, now panicked like never before. "Please don't tell anyone I slipped. It was an accident, I swear. I'll even give you free apples. You can even—" Whoa, the dusty grey pony soothed. "Calm down. We won't tell any pony, will we, Sissy Pie?" "That's right," the darker mare agreed. "If it means that much to you, we'll keep quiet. Besides," the grey pony continued, "there's nothing wrong with being honest with yourself." That hit a chord inside Applejack. She hadn't given thought to it in that manner since that day a week ago. The more she thought about it, the more it ate at her. Here she was, at the biggest farmers' convention in all of Equestria, and what was she doing? Wearing a ballroom gown and speaking in a hobnob voice in an attempt to fit in. "Miss? Are you all right?" She shook her head as she brought her mind back to the here and now. Oh yes, I am. Thank you. I'm awfully sorry about this. This is just my one big chance to help my farm, and I don't want to mess it up." "We could understand that," the darker of the two equines replied. "We come from a rock farm, and unless the rocks are pretty or valuable, we don't make a lot of money either." Her sister nodded in agreement. "Ouch!" the orange one responded. She looked over her own wares before ducking under the strand to retrieve a bag, filling it with rose-tinted apples. "You know what? Here we have a bag of pink ladies just as ordered, and an apple pie too on the house." Their eyes widened. Oh, we can't possibly." "Don't go stammering on me now." She spoke to the two, her twang briefly resurfacing. She gave them a thankful look. "Just think of these as gifts for your Sissy Pie. I bet she'll love them." They looked at each other before nodding and giving smiles to their vendor. The slate one carefully placed a pie on her back as she gushed. "Oh boy, Maggie Pie, this expo really is turning out to be the best." "You said it, Inky Pie," her sister cheered, placing the bag of apples into a saddlebag. "I just know Pinky is going to love these." "Thank you, madame." "Thank you, ma'am." Applejack waved the both of them farewell as they blended back into the stream of ponies clopping through the aisles. Her mind was still awhirl with the thoughts the two had unwittingly imparted onto her, but she shook her head, deciding that thinking on that track wasn't going to help sell apples now, and she would need to upsell now after having given the pie. Wait. Pink ladies? She muttered to herself. Rock Farm? Inky? Maggie? Pinky? Pies? Are you certain? As certain as I can be. When we get to Ponyville, she'll be telling us all about the pie her sisters gave her. How uncanny! Rarity exclaimed. To think we've run into some of the Pinkie Pie's family here at the expedition. Applejack rolled her eyes as she rested her head on her stand's counter. The stock that she had set aside for today had run empty. Only a half-full bushel of galas left on display. It was getting close to the evening, and she was quite thankful for it. The day had worn hard on her. Though she couldn't complain, her money bucket was filled to the brim with bits. Well, they are farmers after all, she replied, looking around at the pony still milling about. They may show up again, so keep your eyes peeled. They may want to buy a dress next time. Speaking of which, how has your business done today? Oh, simply amazing! I was quite surprised that the redesigned outfit we did for you was the most popular on the list. Got no less than 15 orders for it. For a second, the unicorn looked faint before she recovered and continued. And your gala dress was such a hit as well. And of course, I took plenty of custom orders too. I say, Applejack, if this keeps up, I'm going to have to actually start hiring help for the boutique. That's a good sign, the farmer assured, lifting her head slightly. If I have any leftover bits after getting the farm fixed up, I might hire on some help myself. The acres could really use it. There was a nod before the white mare found herself stretching, joints popping as she worked her limbs. My stars, it's been a long day. I think I'm ready to close up and walk around and sightsee. How about you? Sounds good to me, Applejack replied, as she stood up and took a hanging rope in her mouth, bringing the stall's sign to collapse inward on the counter. If we're lucky, they may still have those plows in stock. She got a nod as the unicorn's horn lit up, drawing the curtains closed on her own stall. After a couple seconds of securing booths and packing their gaze, the two fillies began walking side by side, slipping into the stream of equines that were still wandering about at this late hour. Applejack, Rarity began, causing the orange one to glance at her friend. I just want to tell you how proud I am that you've kept up your classical trading for the whole of today. She turned those sapphire blue eyes on her, a giddy grin plastered on her face. And to think we still have 2 more days. Keep this up and I promise you, your future will be so much brighter. The farm filly's ears turned downwards. Once again, the words of that grey mare echoed in her head. I hate this, she thought to herself, but Rarity's still right, and I can't let her down now. Just 2 more days, she murmured. Then I can put this voice behind me. A white ear flicked back. Oh dear, of course you can go back to speaking plainly again, but not until we're out of these hollowed halls. Besides, I don't think you'll want to throw it away entirely. There are various other conventions all over Equestria, and a pony of our class could very well be entitled to be invited to every one. Her eyes sparkled at the prospect. In contrast, the colour drained from AJ's face. More parties, more speaking like a... Maid Moiselles, came a familiar booming voice. The two of them jumped and whirled to find Mr. Marmalade trotting up to them rapidly. How was today for you both? I hope your enterprises saw adequate fortune? Oh, they most certainly did, good sir, Rarity cooed, slipping into her most relaxed and noble tone. The ponies of Yoklahoma City have such exquisite tastes. I wasn't certain if the dresses that Applejack and I designed would be such a hit, but they were. Splendid, the stallion grinned, before turning his attention towards the earth pony. And you, my dear, how well did your apple goods fare? That they did well, Applejack stuttered, trying to recover from her earlier surprise. Far better than they ever did when I went to the Grand Galloping Gala. I'll be able to make some much-needed improvements to the farm once the expedition is over. This brought a bigger smile to Marmalade's face than she thought was healthy. That's just what I wanted to hear, Madam Applejack. You're the perfect pony, a respectable citizen with a deep tie to a farm. You're just what I'm looking for. Hurry, come with me. He did an about-face and began galloping, ponies scattering to the left and right as he ploughed a path through them. The 2 females were left gaping for a second, before they hurried to catch up with him. Mr. Marmalade, what's all this about? Rarity called out, trying her best to run elegantly without causing too much bounce in her outfit. An opening speech, that's what, came the answer. In about 20 minutes, the last panel of the night will begin, on the relations of the agriculture industry with that of its consumer base. Originally, we had another speaker to open it, but unfortunately he was unable to make it in time. Instantly, my thoughts turned to you, Madam Applejack, for you appear to be closely connected with the workings of the farmland for one so cultured. Applejack was already having enough trouble not tripping over her dress. This bit of information did nothing to help matters. You want me to speak? She managed to squeak out, voice faltering between Manhattan and Appaloosa. Indeed, nothing incredibly long. Mind you, all you need to do is tell us a little bit about yourself, about your farm, and about the time you've had here so far. You know, give us your honest opinions. Rarity turned to gaze at her friend as they ran. With a supportive look, it went unnoticed, as the farmer had her eyes unfocused, staring into nothing as they made their way to the hall. Okay, 1 minute. Good luck, darling. But... Applejack barely managed to stammer as she was shoved onto the darkened stage. Even with the lights down, the blonde filly could see the hall was practically packed with ponies. She was shaking in her hooves, and the murmur of the room was practically a roar in her ears. She looked off to the side once more, not certain if it had been Marmalade or Rarity that had shoved her out there. They were giving her hopeful and supporting gazes. Remember, the unicorn whispered, your speech. She could only gulp as she turned back towards the stage. There was a podium right in the centre, and she dutifully, though reluctantly, trotted up to it. As soon as she had her 4 hooves on the desk, a spotlight flared to life, bathing the orange pony in a brilliant glare, causing her pearls and dresses to glisten. Out in the audience there was a bout of cheering, as well as a few whistles of appreciation. Off to her side, she thought she heard Rarity sighing in contentment. Greetings, she managed to squeeze out. There was another wave of cheers, accompanied by hoof stomps and claps. I am here in placement of Minister Juniper Jams, who was unable to attend this year's Equestrian Agriculture Conference and Expedition. Her heart eased its pounding in her head as she tuned the crowd out, letting her own words fill her ears. Mr. Marmalade has asked that I open up our talk today instead, so let me tell you a bit about myself. My name is Applejack. I run a farm, not unlike many of you here today. She got a few cheers of support at that, and at least 3 right arms. Many of you may have heard of Sweet Apple Acres. Why, I believe some of you have even been to my stall today, haven't you? A good portion of the crowd erupted in yet another cheer, louder than the last. This brought a smile to her face, as her nerves finally managed to calm down. With the calm, however, came a loosening of discipline. She felt her tongue wanting to move in traitorous ways, her lips to make sounds not fit for noble halls. She smacked herself dryly as she waited for the cheer to subside. A glass of water would be heavenly right about now. I'm glad you all enjoyed them, she continued. Once she could hear herself think again, trained voice still in place. It really warms my heart to see that. The Apple family has been in the apple business for generations, and you can find apples grown by us in almost every corner of Equestria. Sweet Apple Acres, in particular, is based right out of Ponyville, where we keep some of our most cherished family traditions alive. She closed her eyes as she thought back to the farm. For years, we've put the same thing into all our apples that our forefathers did before us. Tender, loving care, good and responsible practices, and lots of down-to-earth, hard, honest work. She opened her eyes. She looked at the crowd. She then looked back down at her dress. A farmer pony, dressed up as a frou-frou pony, talking like a frou-frou pony to a bunch of other frou-frou ponies at a farmer's convention? Her eye twitched. This was stupid. This was more than just stupid. This just wasn't right. Down in the audience, a dusty grey filly eeped as she felt a tingle go over her body. This was quickly followed by an all-body jitter as she began to vibrate in place. Sissy pie, she stuttered, voice vibrating as she did. Something's about to happen. Inky Pie watched her sister's antics. Her eyes widened. Are you sure, Maggie? I haven't felt anything yet. Back in Ponyville, inside Sugar Cube Quarter, the bakery's #1 employee was in the process of handing a tray of meringue cookies over to an eager purple dragon, when the treats suddenly vibrated off their platter. Green eyes widened in panic as the Earth Pony began to shudder in place. Pinky! Spike yelped. What's going on? Is something going to happen? Is it Twilight? I don't know, the pink filly stammered, but I can tell it's not Twilight. Who then? The dragon panicked. Rarity? Rainbow Dash? Or Fluttershy? Did Fluttershy explode? Applejack. At a rock farm somewhere between Ponyville and Cloudsdale, an elderly Earth Pony couple leaned back in their rocking chairs, sighing in relief at the peace and quiet they now had all to themselves. The tall brown stallion closed his eyes, hat drooping over his face. You know, I may not be an up-to-date pony, but I have to thank today's world for giving the kids a distraction. I'll say, the green mare replied, her hooves busy in darning a sock. Inky and Maggie are probably having themselves a blast. There was a chuckle. They've always had a blast, ever since Pinky got her cutie mark. Sometimes I wonder if they'll really stay, or if they'll follow their sister and move back to Ponyville. We should visit Pinky, Mother Pie stated, looking evenly over her spectacles. Ponyville's not a bad place, you know. I've been there. We could always drop in on the apple farm. See if old Tart Smith's still hanging. She paused at her rocking. Her eyes widened. Papa Pie kept his eyes evenly on her, even when her tail began twitching, followed by her backside, proceeding up her spine towards her forehooves, ending at her head as she shimmied in an impromptu seizure. Who is it this time? He asked, only mildly curious. Can't tell, he stated, her own voice remaining calm even as she shook. But they're in Oklahoma City. Oh, wait, Inky stated. She felt the tingling herself, and then before she knew it, she was imitating her sister in her vibrating pose. There it goes. Why are you always so late? Maggie questioned her sister, managing to raise an eyebrow through her shaking. Applejack looked down, her mind apparently made up. She looked over to the side and caught Rarity's eyes. She gave the unicorn a sad look as she said in perfect Manhattanite, I'm sorry, Sugar Cube. And then she turned back to the crowd. But I can't keep this haystack and act up anymore. There was a ripple of amazement that coursed through the crowd. The white filly's eyes shrunk in panic. Mr. Marmalade kept his silence as he watched the apple bucket proceed to rant. I got invited out here to this expedition, all 'cause I had a fancy voice. I've got to tell you right now, that voice tain't me. This is me. Y'all want to know how the Apple family gets the apples so good? Let me tell you, me and my big brother Mac go out there, and we bark those trees ourselves. I tain't no fancy apple baron. I like to get my hooves dirty. I'm a farmer, and this con's supposed to be for farmers. So how come I gotta break out my Manhattanite frou-frou talk? I tried to be sophisticated once, a long time ago. 'Twasn't me then, and it sure tain't me now. So go on. Y'all know I tain't fancy a frou-frou, a high class, or what have you. I don't want to be one no more. Throw me out. Toss me in the mud for all I care. Just as long as I can stop lying, be true, and sound like myself. She panted, her frustrations now fully vented, the hall still echoing with her words. She allowed her green eyes to travel over the hushed occupants of the room. She allowed herself another glance over to Rarity, who appeared to be in the midst of a heart attack. The expression on Marmalade's face remained unreadable. Well, 'twere a good run, she thought to herself. I won't be sticking round for the other 2 days, but that's all right. I made enough today to do some fixing up on the farm. If I never get invited to anywhere ever again, I think I'll be able to live. Sorry about that, Rarity, but I'm done living a lie. The orange mare stood there, in the silence, the lone spotlight still beating down on her. She awaited the audience's reaction. She didn't have to wait very long. As one, each and every pony in the room let out a single word. Hoo-wee! followed by someone in the back yelling out, "'Bout darn time," some pony said. And then the murmur came rolling back, but this time with a different flavour to its melody. Rarity's expression shifted from panic to outright shock as she noticed that each and every single equine in the room had suddenly lost any traces of cultured upbringing in their voices. The conversation of the hall was dominated with the thick, syrupy drawl of a southern accent. Ponies were sighing with relief, hugging each other, laughing and bucking with joy, as the earlier tension completely dissolved away, leaving behind an air of gratitude as they all relaxed, letting their natural speech and voices shine through. Applejack, quite obviously, had not expected this outcome either. She remained rooted to her spot behind the pedestal, eyes wide and unbelieving, jaw slack and hanging open. She barely registered the approach of two ponies up to her right side. "Applejack!" She slowly turned her head. Her friend stood there beside her, the unicorn's face a mixture of emotions warring for domination: shock, pride, joy, and sorrow. Her heart weighed heavy in her own chest as she took it in. That was beautiful, Applejack," Rarity began, stretching her hoof out and placing it on the father's shoulder. I'm sorry, I had no idea." She turned to look back at the crowd, yee-haws and whoops rising from its surface every now and then. "I really had no idea." She looked back. "How can I ever make it up to you?" Unbidden, tears began to spring from the corners of the orange one's eyes. She raised her hooves up and unclasped her pearl necklace that had felt so much like a burden. As she handed them back to Rarity, she brought her hooves back to her mane and tugged at the bouffant. It gave way, blonde strands cascading down her back as she gave a shake of her head. The weight of the world off her shoulders, she looked back at the white mare, head turned downwards, tears still flowing. I want my hat back." The unicorn found herself tearing up as well as she walked forward and nuzzled her friend. "Okay, dear, let's go and get your hat." The restaurant was abuzz with laughter and the twang of cow talk. The waiters had been taken aback when the conventioneers came in sounding like southern folks, compared to the cultured tone their customers had the years previous. Business was still business, however, and they would be mad to turn it away for any reason, especially if one of their customers was Mr. Mango Marmalade and his party of 4, who were currently occupying a private booth secluded from the rest of the restaurant. A steady stream of hay fries and bean burgers flowed into the booth, as its occupants relaxed from the harrowing day beforehand. "Whoosh!" Applejack breathed, coming up for air from her chocolate oat malt. "Sure feels good to eat like a real pony again." She gave her mane another shake, her customary hat and hairband back in place, with nary a sign of dress to be seen. "I'd forgotten how hungry being a sophisticated pony made ya." "I can see that," Rarity stated evenly, though her eyes were still wide as she noted that the farmer was now in her 4th shake. "I've never had such a reaction myself, I must admit. I suppose it differs from pony to pony." "It really does," came a voice from the unicorn's left. She turned to face Maggie Pie and her sister, the both of them slowly but steadily sharing and working through a stack of fries. "Back on the farm, before she got her cutie mark, Pinky barely ate 4 muffins a day. Afterwards, however, she couldn't seem to get enough food in her. It's one of the reasons she moved away." "One of the many reasons," Inky spoke, rolling her eyes. "But that's all beside the point, isn't it?" Mr. Marmalade nodded, sitting at the far end next to Applejack. "The expedition folks were all like me," the orange filly stated, her mind still reeling from the thought. "They all thought that if they went and spoke plain like, they'd get kicked out too. So they never said nothing otherwise, and this has been going on for so long. Well, it kind of got out of hand, didn't it?" She turned to the browed stallion again, who only dipped his head once more with a sheepish expression. "It rather caught me off guard," Rarity confessed as she daintily sipped her lemon tea. "I mean, I had no idea all the sophisticated and cultured airs that every pony was putting on were so forced. I had taken the entire thing for granted, being the kind of pony I am." She found herself blushing, realizing that she was now a minority, a city pony in a town full of cowfolk. "We saw it coming," Inky quipped, her mouth still full of fries, "before we came to Miss Applejack's stand. The last 2 stands we visited also slipped their speech." The apple bucker gaped at the 2 rock fathers. I was your third one, and y'all didn't tell me? How could we? The lighter of the two mares responded. They asked us to keep quiet too, same as you did. She blushed as she looked down. Makes sense considering we were all kinda scared. At least, I know I was. She looked up as she felt her shuffling. The white unicorn edged herself close to the earth pony's side as she locked eyes. Applejack, I am so sorry. I had no idea that you felt so oppressed by all the culture that I was trying to help you with. I had no intention of instilling that kind of fear in you. I should have really known better than to force something onto you that you're not. I was just... She turned her sapphire eyes downward. I was really excited to have some pony to be high class with. Can you ever forgive me? Applejack let a smile come to her face as she nudged Rarity's cheek. I forgive you, Sugarcube. I know you're just trying to help. Just get carried away like the rest of us. She smiled as she spotted the relief on her friend's face. And hey, maybe sometime if you'll be really needing it, I could be frou for a day. That sound good? She asked before holding her hoof out. It was met with a white one in a clop, and they both shook on it. And I promise, the seamstress replied, I won't bother you any more about your accent. That is... There was a chuckle as the blonde tilted her hat back. Y'all can call it an accent if you want. To me and all the folks round here, kids just talking normal like. There was a round of clapping that made both farmer and dressmaker blush slightly before they turned back to their food. So, the lighter of the two grey fillies started, this means the EACA is still going on for the rest of the weekend, right? Marmalade nodded with a smile. And we get to keep both our stands? Applejack asked, her face a picture of hopefulness. He nodded once more with a grin. Even though we may or may not sound cultured? Rarity quipped, a look of curiosity on her features. Mr. Marmalade closed his eyes before opening them and his mouth to speak for the first time that evening. Yup, he replied, in a drawl that would have made even Big Macintosh proud. Finn.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe.